بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
The highest tawheed is the tawheed al-dhawqi, experiential tawheed. It's not tawheed al-aqli. The kuffar can learn tawheed al-aqli. They can learn jawharat al-tawheed. Some of them know it better than a lot of Muslims. Really, Elgood wrote a commentary. He translated al-Nasafi, which is a complicated middle text in Maturidi Aqidah. And there's a non-Muslim from Columbia University, 1920s, who translated the book. Excellent translation. He understood it very well. You can't translate that stuff if you don't understand it. But that's just understand intellectually. This is that you actually have missed this golden opportunity in this theater of enlightenment. We are in a theater of enlightenment. This was created for human beings to recognize their Lord. That's what this whole earth is for. That's why Allah made this earth. He made it so people could know Him. And if you don't do that while you tarry on this earth, through taqwa of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you've wasted the opportunity, and this is hasra. Once you realize the opportunity that you let slip through your hands in this life, it's regret and remorse. من حيث لا تفيدك الندامة. The nadama has no benefit. Your remorse is of no benefit. Once you leave this world, it's over. This is your opportunity right now. وَلِكُلٍّ مِّنْ هَذِهِ دَلِيلٌ يَطُولُ ذِكْرُهُ. Each one of these has proofs that would take a long time to explain, so he's not going to do it. Trust him. وَيُعْرَفُ فِي مَنِ اتصف بِالْمَعَاصِي أَمْرُهُ أَعَاذَنَا اللَّهُ تَعَالَى مِنْهَا وزجر قلوبنا آمين وجوارحنا عنها آمين فإنه الولي الكريم والعلي العظيم. So he says that he is known, the one who is qualified by his wrongs in his affair. He is known. ويعرف في من اتصف بالمعاصي أمره. These things are known in those who their lives are filled with disobedience to Allah. Those 10 things that he just mentioned, if you want to go see them, you can see them out there in the world. You can see them. The human degradation, the humiliation. You can see it in all these people out there, how they live their lives, the suffering that they go through. It's all because they're in a state of disobedience to Allah. There's no other reason. Their depression is all disobedience to Allah. All the sicknesses of their hearts, all these things, is all a result of disobedience. That's the bottom line. And then he says, may Allah protect us from this. May He prevent our hearts and our limbs from falling into it. He is the protector, the generous, the exalted, the magnified. And the third one, that was the second that we just covered. The first one was knowledge and the benefits of taqwa. The second was the blameworthy aspects of its opposite, which is disobedience and ignorance. The third one, al-ilmu bi tafasidiha ba'd al-ba'ith, which is knowledge in accordance with its particulars after the incentive for it has come. So what he's saying is, once this incentive has come, then you need to know what exactly it is you need to know. وَهُوَ يَدُورُ عَلَى ثَلَاثَةِ أُصُولٍ. And this revolves around 3 foundations. هِيَ مَفَاتِحُ الْخَيْرِ وَالْوُصُولِ. And these 3 are the keys to all good and to arrival. The first one, أولها تمكين حقيقة ما ذكر من العلوم, is the firm rooting of reality in what was mentioned of these different knowledges. وهو أن ينظر في فضائلها وفوائدها ويستمع لما ينقل من آثارها وعوائدها حتى تصير عنده راجحة بدلا من المرجوحية وذلك بعد مقدمات الفكر من الخلو وخبث المعدة. So for instance, concerning this knowledge of the inward, it means looking at its virtues, at its benefits, listening to what has been transmitted of its effects and its advantages to the self, until those things are clearly understood. In other words, you recognize their truth as opposed to the opposite. And that is after the premises of this understanding, in that we have emptied the self, we've lightened the stomach, and of those type things. So he told us about those things earlier. Hopefully some of us remember what he said about emptying the self, having less stomach, thinking about death, doing these things. This is what he's saying, that if you do these things, you'll have the results. So understand these things. So that's the first one. You think about all the benefits of learning. This is where you get the incentive to know. You think about the benefits. فَفْهَمْ ذَلِكَ. الثاني الالتفات لذنوبه حال التلبس به أو فقدها بكنه الهمة والنظر في مطلق التزكية وطلب الكمال. The second is becoming aware, looking at his wrong actions at the time that he's doing them, and the loss of those benefits by the nature of his spiritual aspiration, and looking into that, and then looking into tazkiyah and what it does in seeking perfection, kamal. So look at what happens in the two states. Look what happens when you actually do wrong actions, and then look what happens when you begin to do mujahada of the self and move away from wrong actions. Look at the different states. Look at your state where your heart is in a good state with Allah. Inshallah, there's people here just in being in this place, in doing mudawamah. Your state is not the same. You don't feel the same. This is the reality of doing these things. It does have an effect on our hearts. And then he said, فإن ذلك يلفته لنفسه تقبيحا لحاله بالنطق لما يراه من غيره قبيحا وتحسينا لما يراه من غيره حسنا وهو أعون لما جبلت عليه النفوس من طلب الاقتداء ولذلك أمر بصحبة الصالحين ونهي عن صحبة الفاسقين فافهم. So the second one, and furthermore, because this will cause the self to see the ugliness of his state and also of what he sees in other people, whether in good or bad states. So you can see it in other people. If you see other people that are in disobedience, you notice they have this similar state. Their faces are dark. Their conditions are similar. And then you look at the people, the salihin, and you look at them, and they look different. They behave differently. When tribulations come, they don't blow up. They don't lose their, mashallah, inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. They have a different way of viewing the world. They're in a state of submission. And when you're around them, you realize that. Why is he different from you? The only reason he's different from you is because he's been working at it longer than you. You can get to that stage. And it takes time. It's a road. It's a path. The more remembrance of Allah you do, the more submission you enter into. The more submission you enter into, the more peace is in your heart. The more peace in your heart, the more it manifests in what you say, in what you do, and in just your state of being. And this is why we were commanded, because the nature of the souls is that they desire, looking at good people is better. It's more helpful than looking at ugly people. That's what he said. Because the souls, by their nature, desire to follow other people. What's happened in the world now is they have ad campaigns. And campaign is a military term. When you wage war, you call it a campaign. And this is what ad men do. They wage war on human beings through brainwashing them. And it's an assault. It's a constant assault. They bombard you with signs everywhere. So you start noticing everywhere there's signs of certain people. They put certain people up. Why do they put those people up? To make them heroes. Why do they want to make them heroes? Because those people are going to wear certain type of clothes. They're going to buy certain type of cars. They're going to drink certain type of drinks. And they want other people to imitate them. Because it's the nature of human beings. We imitate. Like Khaled Lasson says, you become the Manchurian consumer. There was a film back in the 60s called The Manchurian Candidate about a person brainwashed and he doesn't even know it. And he's programmed to do certain things with certain impulses. Somebody will call him and say one word. He leaves everything and he goes and he does all this stuff. The Manchurian Candidate. He says people now are Manchurian consumers. Experiments were done on them a long time ago when they were young, watching television, completely innocent, not having a defense mechanism, not being able to really assess what is right, what's wrong, not being able to critically analyze the messages being given to them. When they're 15 years old, they go to a film called Top Flight, and they see this actor, Tom Cruise, and he's presented as this hero. and he just happens to be wearing Ray-Bans. And at a certain point, he'll look off into the wild blue yonder, and the camera will close in, and Ray-Ban will register in your subconscious. And then that same poor fellow, like a zombie, finds himself in a mall one day, and then he passes by and he sees all these glass sunglasses on the display, and he walks in, and then he sees Ray-Ban, and he pulls it down, and suddenly he puts them on, and somehow in his subconscious he associates himself with Tom Cruise, who got this beautiful woman at the end of the program. And so maybe that'll happen to me. And this is what happens to these people, you see. They're all brainwashed to do this. And young Muslims are as susceptible as everybody else because an alternative is not being presented. And so he's saying, when you're in the company of the Salihin, you'll want to be like them because they're real people. They're not phony people. They weren't paid to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They weren't paid not to lie, not to steal, not to cheat, not to covet other people's goods. These are things that they have done according to their own free will for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So he's saying, be in their company. And that's why the company of the foul people, the fasiqeen, وَنُهِيَ عَنْ صُحْبَةَ الْفَاسِقِينَ. فَافْهَمْ. So understand this. الثالث أن يكون التفاته لمطلق التحصيل في الجملة. That he should look at what he's getting altogether. In other words, look at the benefit of all this, of what he's getting. لا لكمالها لأول وهلة. Don't look at perfection. Don't look at the highest state. Look at the general state of well-being that you will be in. Don't look at, again, that final goal. Just look at the general state of well-being. لأن نظره إلى الكمال يدهشه, because looking at perfection will bewilder you. وأخذ بحقائق الأحكام لا ينعشه. And if you try to take all of the realities of this deen immediately, it won't energize you. You actually become wasted. ومن أراد الاتصال برأس ماله فليبدأ بالسماح في حاله. If you want to really connect with the capital that you have, your capital, then begin by accepting your state the way you are. Just accept the state that you're in right now. فإن السماح رباح. Because accepting yourself there's going to be a great benefit in this. إلا في عين المقصد, except for taqwa. In other words, don't accept wrong actions. And don't accept stinting on what's an obligation for you. Don't accept that. But everything else, just accept where you're at. You have weaknesses. You're not where you want to be. You find it difficult to get up in the night. You find it difficult to do a lot of extra work. You find it difficult. Just accept where you are right now and focus on what is absolutely essential at this point in time. So don't do that in عين المقصد ليس بمباح, because that's not permissible. فتأمل ذلك وأعمل عليه. So reflect on that and then act according to it. وبالله التوفيق. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you tawfiq. And then finally the last one, الرابع فالعلم بمواقعها وهو النافع. You should know about knowledge and the different places where this is applicable and this is beneficial. This is نافع. وهو أربعة أطراف يظهر في كلها الاعتدال والانحراف. And it has 4 branches or 4 extremities that will manifest all of them in balance, والانحراف, or in deviation. الطرف الأول في مواقعها من العبادات باعتبار ما يلحقها من النقص والزيادات ولا يخلو ذلك من 3 أوجه. The first one is the relationship concerning acts of devotion, by understanding what happens in being deficient or increasing in your acts of devotion. And that has 3 aspects. This is a long session because it's about bid'ah. He explains bid'ah. So inshallah we'll finish this. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. The reason I wanted to do 2 sessions is because I'd like to finish the book. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. قال المصنف رحمه الله تعالى ورضي الله عنه سيدي أحمد زروق ونفعنا الله به وبعلومه. الرابع في العلم بمواقعها وهو النافع، وهو 4 أطراف يظهر في كلها الاعتدال والانحراف. الطرف الأول في مواقعها من العبادات باعتبار ما يلحقها من النقص والزيادات، ولا يخلو ذلك من 3 أوجه. أحدها أن يقع في الفعل بعمد أو جهل أو سهو، وأحكامها مسطرة في كتب الفقه على تفاصيله، فإليها المرجع فيه لأربابها. الثاني أن يقع ذلك في المعاني كنقص الحضور في محل طلبه وزيادة فهم في محل طلبه أو في محله، والتقوى في ذلك بحسبه. فكل نقص كان مقصود الفعل لأجله كان مخلا بالحقيقة وإن لم يعطى الظاهر حكمه. وكل حكم أو كل فهم لا يعضده الظاهر بصورته فالتقوى في تركه. ومن الأول عدم الاعتداد بما فقد منه الحضور، ومن الثاني توقفه عن الكلام في الشبه والمشابهات كالموهمات والمبهمات والمشكلات إلى غير ذلك مما يذكر تفسيره بعد إن شاء الله. الثالث أن يقع ذلك بالحكم، وهذا هو البدعة، لأن البدعة اعتقاد ما ليس بقربة قربة، أو اعتقاد نفي القربة عما هو قربة، أو إعطاء الحكم بما ليس له شرعا وهو أخص. أقسامه 3. So we're doing the different aspects of knowledge, the aqsam, which he said were 4. We were looking at the arkan, which were 4. The first one was the arkan of ijtinab al-maharim, avoiding prohibitions, were 4. And the first one was knowledge, and it had 4 sections. The first section, he said, had 4 types. The first one was the benefits of taqwa and knowledge of that. The second one was in the shameful aspects of the opposite. The third one was in knowing things in detail after one has the incentive to actually do them. The fourth one is knowing knowledge in the various places of taqwa. So whether something is actually balanced or whether there's deviation. And he said that that had 4 dimensions. The first one is about ibadat, looking in terms of what's deficient in it and what's excessive. And he said that first one has 3 different aspects. The first one, he said, is that the action that you do is either done intentionally, out of ignorance, or out of forgetfulness. So if you have a naqs or a ziyada, alright, in ibadah, when you do something wrong, it's either naqis or zaid. It's omission or it's commission. And they have different ahkam. In the Maliki madhab, the sahu of the prayer is different for an omission or a commission. He says its rules are well known, outlined in the books of fiqh. So if you want to know these, you go to the books of jurisprudence. For instance, if you want to get married and you perform a marriage ceremony, but you omitted the dowry. If you're a Maliki, then the marriage is invalid. And then it differs if the marriage was consummated, if it wasn't consummated. Everything depends on the circumstances. If, for instance, you wanted to free a servant for dhihar, there's certain conditions that have to be met before it's valid. If they're omitted, there's also things that can be committed. You have to know if it's intentional, if it's ignorant, if it's out of forgetfulness. It has rules. They're recorded. They're well known in the books of fiqh. That's not his concern here. That's the point he's making. He says study the books of fiqh to work out those things. I'm not teaching you that here. That's another lesson. فَإِلَهِ الْمَرْجِعُ فِيهِ لِأَرْبَابِهَا. Go to those references and submit to the masters of that science. If you want to know what the hukum is, then for the Maliki madhab, you're going to follow Mukhtasar Khalil, the Risala of Ibn Abi al-Qayrawani, the Ibn Ashar, or Matan al-Akhdari, depending on your level and what you're looking for, or the Mudawwana, which is basically Sidi Khalil, is just an abridged version of the Mudawwana. If you follow the Shafi'i madhab, you look to the Arbab. There are books in every madhab that are dependable, and there are other books in madhabs that are not dependable. If you become a Maliki, you can't follow the Utbiyah. It was a valid book at a certain time and place. There's still benefit in it for great scholars. But if you're following the Maliki madhab, the ulama of the Maliki madhab no longer consider that to be the source of the mashhur of the madhab. Even though in Andalusia, that was the book that was studied here. Al-Utbiyah. It was studied instead of the Mudawwana. In Egypt, they studied different books. In Iraq, they had different books. So you have to go to the masters of that science and take what they say. الثاني أن يقع ذلك في المعاني. The second is that it occurs in meanings. So the first one, these are logistical issues. In other words, I did 4 rakats instead of 3 for Maghrib. What do? Anybody can deal with that problem who knows basic fiqh. Khalas, the prayer is valid. You do sajda for ziyada, which means that you do the salam and then you do the sajda. Intaha al-amr. I did 5 instead of 4. Khalas, you still do it. I did 6 instead of 3. Now if you get to where it's double, khalas, it has another hukum. So that's fiqh, it's easy. Now he says, what if your problem is in the meanings, like deficiency in your presence? Your heart's not present. So you prayed 3 rakats for Maghrib, but you were also working out your bank account at the same time. The outward of the prayer is valid, but what about the inward? That's another problem. And the faqih, unfortunately, can't help you with that one. So he said, you have to look for that and increase the understanding in that. Because taqwa fi dhalika bihasabi. It's in accordance with the thing. So taqwa in the rules of fiqh, go back to the fuqaha, because it's inwardly and outwardly. Taqwa is inward and it's outward. So the arbab of the inward are also different. They have a different set of criteria. I mean, to the arbab of the inward, the prayer is invalid if you weren't present. The fuqaha say it's valid if you were present for at least a moment. وَلَوْ لَحْظَةً. The fuqaha are more lenient of the outward than they are of the inward. فَكُلُّ نَقْصٍ كَانَ مَقْصُودَ الْفِعْلِ لِأَجْلِهِ كَانَ مُخِلًّا. Any deficiency that was the goal of the action that you're doing, in other words, the reason you're doing it, that was the reason, it's mukhil, بالحقيقة. There is a infringement on the reality of that action. So it's deficient. وَإِن لَمْ يُعْطَى الظَّاهِرُ حُكْمُهُ. Even if the outward is not given that ruling. So you're supposed to be present in your prayer. But the outward ruling says, وَلَوْ لَحْظَةً. When you did your takbirat al-ihram, if you made the niyyah to pray dhuhr, khalas, your dhuhr is valid. Even if you were in Hawaii, on the beach, during the 3 rakats. It's valid. That's what he's saying. But nonetheless, it's mukhil bil haqiqa. The reality of it is that it's deficient. There's been a breach of the prayer because the purpose of the prayer لَيْسَ لِلْمَرْءِ مِنْ صَلَاتِهِ إِلَّا مَا عَقَلْ. It's a hadith, Allahu alam ala sahatihi. Allah knows best what its hukum is. But the fuqaha related a lot that a man only has from his prayer what he's aware of. وَكُلُّ فَهْمٍ أو كُلُّ حُكْمٍ يَعْضُدُهُ الظَّاهِرُ بِصُورَتِهِ فَالتَّقْوَى فِي تَرْكِهِ. بِصُورَتِهِ فَالتَّقْوَى فِي تَرْكِهِ. Any hukum that's strengthened by some outward thing in the form, the taqwa is in abandoning that if the meaning is deficient. فَمِنَ الْأَوَّلِ أَعْدَمَ الْاعْتِدَادِ بِمَا فُقِدَ مِنَ الْحُضُورِ. So, for example, is not considering it sound what's been lost from the hudur. In other words, just because the outward is valid, don't be satisfied with that. That's what he's saying. don't be satisfied with that prayer. Just because the hukm is supported by the outward in its form, but there's no substance to it. He's saying don't be satisfied with that. ومن الثاني التوقف عن الكلام في الشبه والمشابهات. The second of these, because what we're looking at here is there's naqs and increase, either decrease or increase in your worship, and these three aspects. The second now is التوقف عن الكلام في الشبه والمشابهات. Refusing to participate in conversation or speech about doubtful matters and hazy matters. Those things that have shubuhat, because there's a hadith, من اتقى الشبهات فقد استبرأ في دينه وعرضه. Whoever avoids shubuhat has maintained the innocence of his deen and his honor. So going into shubuhat, and this is an age of shubuhat. Everybody wants to talk about things that the Salaf never talked about. Nobody wants to learn fiqh. That always amazes me personally. Nobody wants to learn fiqh. People want to learn politics, they want to learn philosophy, they want to learn tawheed, and they don't really want to learn basic tawheed. They want to learn all the bizarre things about tawheed. It's a really interesting phenomenon. They're not satisfied with just learning what you're supposed to learn. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu hated strange things. كان يكره غريب العلم. He didn't like unusual pieces of information. Hitler was a vegetarian, right? I mean, big deal. You know, it's conversation pieces. People that learn things to impress other people, whatever. Imam Malik hated that. One man said to him, أريد أن أطلب العلم. He said, خير وخير ما طلبت ما يوصلك من صباحك إلى مسائك. He said, I want to learn knowledge. He said, it's good, but the best thing that you can seek is that which gets you from the morning to the evening safely. Learn to get through your day before you learn anything else. And we've got a world of people that know how far Pleiades is in light years from us. They know how to make a software program. They know how to book you a flight from California to Hong Kong via mainland China. All these things people can do. They don't know how to get from the morning to the evening safely. So he's saying, before you learn all this stuff, I'm majoring in international relations. Well, what about your family relations? Do you have that covered? I'm not talking to my brother. Right? I mean, really, what about the relation between you and your parents? Is that covered? Right? You're going to study how nations are supposed to relate to each other, and you don't even know how you're supposed to relate to your family. So then he says, radiyallahu anhu, also avoiding hazy matters, al-mushabahat, kal-muhimat wal-mubhimat. Those things that are muhimat. Muhimat are things that cause you to imagine something other than the reality of it. Something that's muhim li shay. For instance, and this is the maqam al-ta'aleem, if you read in the Quran, عَبَسَ وَتَوَلَّى أَنْ جَاءَهُ الْعَمَى, he frowned and turned away because the blind man came to him. وَمَا يُدْرِيكَ لَعَلَّهُ يُزَكَّى أَوْ يَذَّكَّرُ فَتَنْفَعُهُ ذِكْرًا. Somebody might think that the Prophet ﷺ is being rebuked by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala if you read that. وَحَشَاهُ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم. He's Habibullah. And that's why it's, even if you look, عَبَسَ وَتَوَلَّى is third person. وَمَا يُدْرِيكَ. And then he goes to كَافَ الْمُخَاطَبَةِ to speak to the Prophet. He doesn't say عَبَسْتَ وَتَوَلَّيْتَ. You frowned and you turned away. He said عَبَسَ وَتَوَلَّى. And then when he wants to speak to the Prophet, وَمَا يُدْرِيكَ, he goes to كَافَ الْمُخَاطَبَةِ. Muntaha al-adab, with his beloved. So there are things in the Quran, عَصَى آدَمُ رَبَّهُ, that can make you think that the prophets can do wrong actions. It's not true. So going into those type of things can be very dangerous. When mushkilat, also there are mushkilat in fiqh. Before you learn the problems of fiqh, you have to learn basic things. You'll see people talking about these bizarre, strange things that might never occur. And they don't know basic things like wudu. and they don't know what the hukm of Allah is in their prayer. مما يذكر تفصيله بعد إن شاء الله. So he's going to go into that in detail later, إن شاء الله. الثالث أن يقع ذلك في الحكم. The third is that occurs in the hukm itself. وهذا هو البدعة. So now he's going to talk about bid'ah. So the problem arises in the legal ruling itself. And this is what innovation is. لأن البدعة اعتقاد ما ليس بقربة قربة. A bid'ah, and this is the definition, people, so get it now. An innovation, a bid'ah, is the belief that something is a devotional practice that's not. So you think that you're doing something that draws you near to Allah and it doesn't. Or اعتقاد نفي القربة عما هو قربة. Or to believe that something is not a devotional practice that is indeed a devotional practice. أو إعطاء الحكم لما ليس له شرعا وهو أخص. Or to give something the ruling that is not for it by the Sharia, in sacred law. And this is a more specific type situation. وأقسامه ثلاثة. There are three types of bid'ah. أولها البدعة الصريحة. The first is a clear, explicit, unambiguous, unequivocal innovation. بدعة صريحة. وهي التي تقابل سنة صحيحة. And this is vis-a-vis a sound sunnah. It's in contradistinction to a sound sunnah. من غير قيام شبهة مقابلة ولا حجة ناقرة حاملة. And there is no shubha muqabila, there's not even a doubtful element. So this is sariha, because if you have a shubha, then there might be some khilaf, something like that. There's no shubha muqabila, ولا حجة ناقرة حاملة. Nor is there any proof that has been transmitted and can carry the hukm. كالإكثار من صب الماء في الوضوء. Like using a lot of water in your wudu. Bid'ah sariha. Now, so when you turn on the Hanafiya and you start doing your thing, you wasted a lot of water. Is that a bid'ah? This is a test. Is that a bid'ah? Some people saying yes, some people saying no. So, who wants to risk it? According to what he just told us, is that a bid'ah? Think about it. Aywa khalas. Asabti. If you think it's a qurba, it becomes a bid'ah. If you don't believe it's a qurba, you just happen to be doing it, it's an jahlin or an sahwin. So it's makruh. If you think it's a bid'ah, if you think it's a qurba, it's muharrama. Because it's bid'ah sariha, because there's a sunnah muqabila that says taqleel al-ma' ma'a al-itqan. That's called isbagh al-wudu. To do wudu well is, the definition of wudu that is done well is taqleel al-ma'i ma'a al-itqan. Using the least amount of water with the best itqan, that you've done it with excellence. So you've made sure you've covered everything. That's proper wudu. So if I say, oh, it's good to use a lot of water, and I believe that Allah loves that, khalas, bid'ah sariha. That is a clear innovation. If I just happen to be using the Hanafiya, I'm not thinking about it. If somebody says, do you think that's a good thing to do? No. It's just that's how it's coming out. Whatever. That's not a bid'ah. So understand the difference. It's really important. No. مَعْتِقَادِ نَجْبِهِ. So it has to be on the condition that you believe it's recommended. أو التعمق في التدلك ونحوه. Or doing too much tadalluk. You see people that, really rubbing, and that's a bid'ah. It's not wudu, it's something else. Religious neuroses, they call that. إلى غير ذلك مما يذكر. Oh, he can go on and on and on, right? Because Muslims do all this stuff. إن شاء الله منه جملة وينبه على ما فيه من خطرة. So he's just using that to give you some examples. He said, now the second, so there's your bid'ah sariha. That's the one we don't want anything to do with, because that's the really dangerous one. There's two other types. Al-bid'ah al-idafiyya. Al-bid'ah al-idafiyya. This is a bid'ah that is mudaf. It's been added to the religion. It wasn't amongst the salaf. It's not صريحة, it's إضافية. وهي التي تحولها الأحوال والنية. This is the thing that circumstances affect it, and also the intention. كالتبرك بالآثار, like taking blessings from relics, religious relics. والاجتماع للدعوات والأذكار, and gathering for public prayer, dua meaning supplication in congregation, that's a bid'ah. And also adhkar, doing dhikr in groups. Those are bid'ah. Now they're not bid'ah sariha, they're bid'ah idafiyah. The reason they're not bid'ah sariha is, for instance, even though the Salaf did not do that, there are hadiths that support the action. For instance, there's a hadith, it's a sahih hadith, that's a hadith Qudsi, in which the Prophet ﷺ said that Allah has inna lillahi malaikatan sayyara. Allah has malaika that travel around. يَلْتَمِسُونَ حِلَقَ الذِّكْر. They're looking for circles of dhikr. It's a sound hadith. When they come upon them, يَنزِلُونَ. They're flying over the earth. When they look down on the earth, like we see stars in the heaven, they see lights, not the artificial lights of cities. They see the lights of dhikr. That's how they recognize it. So they'll see a house that's illuminated, spiritual light, not General Electric. Spiritual light. And they'll go to that place. The sakina comes in those places. They bring sakina. And the rahmah comes with them. Now when they return to the Divine Presence, Allah says to them, يَسْأَلُهُمْ وَهُوَ أَعْلَمُ بِهِمْ. And He knows. This is to teach us, and it's because Allah has created a world of means. Allah knows. He doesn't need any mukhabarat or any, like the tyrants of this world, they need all these secret police and Allah doesn't need any of that. He knows everything, but He uses asbab. So He asked them, what did you find my slaves? We found them يُسَبِّحُونَك وَيُهَلِّلُونَك وَيَحْمَدُونَك. They were saying Subhanallah, they were saying La ilaha illallah, they were saying Alhamdulillah. They were doing it in a circle. Now obviously there's some khilaf about were they doing it in one voice or were they doing it separately. So the Naqshbandis tend to take it that they do it separately. Right? So there are certain scholars that would say it's better to do it separately than do it from one voice. طيب. But لا ينافي الآخر. It doesn't neglect the other one or reject it. The same is true for the Quran. ما اجتمع قوم صحيح مسلم ما اجتمع قوم في بيت من بيوت الله يتلون كتاب الله ويتدارسونه. No group of people comes together in a house from the houses of Allah, reciting the Quran together and studying it amongst each other, except إلا نزلت بهم الملائكة. The angels come to that place. وحفتهم الملائكة ونزلت عنهم السكينة وغشيتهم الرحمة. The angels come, sakina comes, mercy comes. So for that reason, Sidi Abdullah wal Hajj Ibrahim, he said, الذكر الجمع للذكر والقرآن جرى به العمل في البلدان. He says in his fatwa, gathering for dhikr and for the Quran is the amal of the Muslims in all the cities of Islam. And then he said, وَنَصُّهُ صَرِيحٌ رَدَّ الْمُنْكِرَ وَالْعُذْرُ لِخَفَائِهِ قَدْ ظَهَرَ. And the excuse for him who rejects it, we accept his excuse because of the subtlety of the proof. It's not a sarih because the Sahaba didn't do it. Because some of the ulama did reject it, like Ibn al-Hajj. Ibn al-Hajj was a great Maliki faqih, he was a Sufi, he was a great scholar, but he rejected dhikr in groups. And that's a valid opinion. So if you take that opinion, that's fine, you don't do it, but you don't condemn others for doing it, because it's a bid'ah idafiyah, it's not a bid'ah sariha. And then also there's another thing in our usul which is called masalat tark. The Malikis tend to be more strict about this than the Hanafis and the Shafi'is. But in usul, the fact that the Salaf did not do it is not a proof that it's haram. Now some people will say ibadah is tawqifiyah, that you can't do anything in worship that has not come from the Prophet. Dhikr has come from the Prophet ﷺ. The khilaf would be whether you can gather for it. Now, there is gathering for dhikr in the deen, there's no doubt. The prayer, people gather for it. The hadith indicates that gathering to recite the Quran is acceptable. The Prophet ﷺ in Sahih Muslim, and he actually told people to do inshad of shi'r in his presence. Ihi, In one riwayah, one man came with lines of poetry and he said, give us some more. The Prophet ﷺ, when Bani Arfida, they were Habashis that came into the masjid. It's in the Sahih. They were dancing with the spears and they were singing in Habashiyah, Muhammadun Abdun Tayyib. That's what they were saying. Muhammad is a pure servant of Allah. That's what they were saying. And he said, Dunakum, Bani Arfida. He encouraged them. Shajja'ahum. Let's see some. There are many, many examples. The fuqaha have brought these things out. And that's why these things are dead issues. And the problem with the modern Muslims, and Muslims in the past as well, is that you're just dealing with people that have problems. And I guarantee you, most of the personalities that go around causing all this, there's similar characters in the Jewish religion doing the same thing to the Jews, and in the Christian religion doing the same thing to the Christians. I'm not joking. There really are. These are archetypal forms. And you find them in other religions. I mean, you've got finger waggers in every tradition, I guarantee you. Because I went to church, I remember them really clearly when I was a Christian. You can't do that. It's a character, it's a certain type of personality. And it's not the spirit of the Prophet ﷺ. He was very gentle with people. If indeed people are doing some things wrong, the point is not to wag fingers at them. And the sad thing about it is you can find hadiths about being towards the fasiq. And that's what they do. They look at all the hadiths that have to do with shiddah. The Prophet ﷺ, a man came to the Prophet ﷺ and he said, Assalamu alaikum, walam yurud alayhi as-salam. He didn't give him the salam back. And the man was very upset. He went to some of the Sahaba and he said, I said salam to the Prophet, he didn't give me salam. He said, لَعَلَّكَ تَمْلِكُ خَاتِمًا مِّن ذَهَبٍ. Maybe you have a ring from gold on you. And he indeed had one. And then he took it off, went back, and the Prophet ﷺ greeted him with salam. They'll use those hadiths to justify. And those hadiths are very particular hadiths. The point is, it takes a long time to get to the point where you can really understand all of these hadiths in their proper context. That's what hikmah is. That's what hikmah is. And it takes a long time. So what do you do in the meantime? I mean, this is a question. It's a real question. What do you do in the meantime? In the meantime, the first thing, عَلَيْكُمْ أَنفُسُكُمْ. You have to take care of your souls. Really, you really do. I mean, we have to rectify our souls and we have to learn this. And then, khalas, if we make mistakes, but there's some basic things that you need to know. And this is certainly useful. So, the third type is البدعة الخلافية وهي باعتبار الملاحظات الأصلية فكل إمام فاهم من الشريعة أصلا بنى عليه. The third type are bid'ah that are as a result of the differences of opinion amongst the imams, and these are under the rubric of the original insights of the imams in the proofs. So every imam understood something from the sacred law as a principle, a foundation that he built upon. وَنَسَبَ الْحُكْمَ الَّذِي يَقْتَفِيهِ إِلَيْهِ. And he attributed the sacred ruling that he derived or arrived at through his ijtihad, obviously, to that principle that he was following. فَلِذَلِكَ تَجِدُ أَحَدَهُمْ رُبَّمَا قَالَ بِسُنِّيَّةِ مَا قَالَ صَاحِبُهُ بِابْتِدَاعِهِ. So he says that something is sunnah, and his companion, another scholar, says it's not sunnah at all, it's a bid'ah. Like Imam Malik, in his madhab, it's a bid'ah, makruha, for the imam to say a dua after the prayer. That's bid'ah makruha in the Maliki madhab. In the Hanafi madhab, it's manduba. وَالْمُخْتَلِفْ فِيهِ لَا يُنْكَرُ. If it's agreed upon that something's a bid'ah, all the imams are in agreement, you can do all the inkar if you want and tell people, and it's better to be nice, but you can even be harsh if you want to. Alright, it's always better to be nice. But you can even be harsh if you have real ghairah for the deen. Sayyidina Umar, if he saw something, he was harsh. But if it's mukhtalif fihi, leave the poor man alone. Really, leave him alone. He might not know the dalil. And that's a blameworthy state. There's no doubt. It's blameworthy. It's always better to know what you're doing, to base it on knowledge. But you have to know, indeed, that it's a bid'ah mujma' ala tahrimiha. Even bid'ah makruha, is something that you're supposed to do it with lutf, because technically he's not doing something that causes any punishment. He'll get a reward for leaving, and you can tell him, Ya akhi, it's not sunnah. Like in Maliki madhab, it's a bid'ah to shake hands after the prayer. I mean, most of the Malikis don't follow these things anymore. But it really is. I mean, the Maghribis, khalas, they all do dua, the Imam does dua, everybody does dua. Ibn Abi Jamra in Andalusia, he refused to do dua. But the urf in Andalusia was to do dua after the prayer. He refused, because he said it was a bid'ah. But it's bid'ah khilafiyah. Had he been in Sham, he wouldn't have rejected the Hanafis who made dua, because he was a faqih. So if they're Malikis, yes, you can tell them, that's a bid'ah according to our Imam. Tayyib. The person can say, I know, but, the mutaakhirun tasahharu fi hadha al-amr. So then he said, now please, listen to this next part and really understand it, because this is very helpful. وَلَيْسَ أَحَدُهُمَا بِمُبْتَدِعٍ. Neither of them are mubtadi'. So one says this is a bid'ah, the other says it's a sunnah, and this actually occurs. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu said to do your siwak in the prayer line is a bid'ah makruha. Some of the other imams said it's a sunnah. Neither of them are mubtadi'. These are their understandings. So, لِتَمَسُّكِهِ بِالْحَقِّ وَاتِّبَاعِهِ. He's only clinging to what he understands the truth to be. And this is the beauty of our teaching, wallahi. This is the beauty of Islam. This is one of the greatest things that we should be proud of. That our ummah realized that truth is filtered through human understanding. And nobody, with the exception of prophets, have a monopoly on truth. Truth is filtered through human understanding. It's really important to understand. The only person that is ma'soom is the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now listen to what he says. وَلَوْ قِيلَ بِذَلِكَ لَلَزِمَ تَبْدِيعُ كَافَّةَ الْأَئِمَّةِ. And in a nuskha, كَافَّةَ الْأُمَّةِ. If we indeed said that one of them was a mubtadi', then it means all of the imams are mubtadi'. We'd have to say all of the imams are mubtadi'un. We'd have to say the whole ummah is mubtadi'ah. And there are some people that want to do that. Really. وَهُوَ ضَلَالٌ وَخَبَالٌ وَظُلْمًا. It's error, darkness, and stupidity. ولكن التقوى في هذا الوجه تجري بحسب الأشخاص وعلى قدر ما هم به من كمال علم وانتقاص. He says taqwa here, in this aspect that he's speaking about, is in accordance with the states of people and based upon the perfectedness of their knowledge and also of the deficiencies of their knowledge. So this is going to be dependent on different people. Not everybody will be the same in this. Some people are at a high maqam. For instance, Murabt al-Hajj, just to give you an example. He has absolute adherence to the sunnah. And that's his maqam. But he doesn't make rejection of other people that do things. For instance, they used to do group dhikr amongst his tribe. When he became the sheikh of that tribe, he stopped it all. If you ask him, what's the hukum of group dhikr? Mubah. He doesn't say it's haram. He doesn't even say it's a bid'ah makruha. He says it's permissible. وَقَدْ يُنْدَبْ. Maybe it's recommended for certain people. He doesn't do it. Why? Because he follows the Maliki madhab in tark. If the Salaf, that first community, didn't do something, he doesn't do it. And that's his maqam. You can't apply that maqam to everybody. That's his maqam. So it's just, people are different. They're at different levels, and you can't apply the same levels to everybody. The Sahaba, one of the things about coming together to remember Allah, to read the Quran, is it's a support system. It's a group support. In Morocco, they do the Hizb of Quran after every prayer. After Maghrib and Fajr. Every month, according to the lunar month. So if they're in the 16th, Jews, they know it's the 16th day of the month, the lunar month. So they do it every year. They do 12 khatma every year. In every single mosque in Morocco that has a major they do that. In Morocco, the Quran, there's khatam of Quran hundreds of thousands of times a year. Now, that was a bid'ah that the Muwahidun started. Ibn al-Hajj condemned it. And he was a Fasi, al-Abdari, al-Maliki. He's a great faqih. He said it's a bid'ah and it's better tarqwa. Now there's a lot of people who say that. But the truth is, millions of Moroccans, millions, have memorized the Quran from that sunnah since the Muwahideen started it. Millions. And I know personally several people that's how they memorized the Quran. Because they did mudawama every single day, twice a day, till they got to the point where they could do it without looking at the mushaf after like 10 years. That's the way they memorized Quran. So given the fact that it's a bid'ah idafiyah, and there is a dalil for it in the hadith, مجتمع قوم في بيت من بيوت الله يتلون كتاب الله. That's a dalil for it. So that's what he's saying. People are different. Be aware of that. وَالنَّاسُ ثَلَاثَةً. There's three types of people. How did he work this all out? He's from Fez too. We're talking about Fez. He was a Fazi. عالم يدرك وجوه الترجيح فيتعين أخذه بالأرجح أبدا ويؤثر منه الأحوط لأنه بساط السلامة دون وقوف في محل الجواز والإجزاء فقط. The first type is a scholar who understands the various aspects of juristic preference. In other words, when you prefer one proof over another proof, one ruling over another ruling. And that's called mujtahid murajjah. It's a very high level of ijtihad. Ijtihad goes like this. You have mujtahid mutlaq. Abu Hanifa, Sufyan, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Ahmed, Imam al-Awza'i, Imam al-Thawri. Many mujtahidun mutlaqun. They had their own usul. Each one of them had their own methodology for deriving rulings. And they had to follow that methodology. Imam Shafi'i was initially a Maliki. He reached a certain level of knowledge. He could no longer legitimately, in order to be true to himself, to his understanding, he could no longer imitate Imam Malik in certain rulings. So he began to disagree with him with adab. He always called him his teacher. He always called him hujjah. He always had adab, but he disagreed with him. Because he's mujtahid mutlaq. The second type of mujtahid is called mujtahid muqayyad. Somebody who works within the usul of an imam, but he himself is capable of deriving his own rulings. Like Ibn al-Qasim in the Maliki madhab, or Ibn Wahb, or Ibn al-Mawaz. The third type is called mujtahid murajjih. And this is somebody who has the ability to prefer rulings of some imams over others, outside of the mashhur. So for instance, Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi of the Malikis was murajjih. He preferred to hold his hands here than to hold them at the side. He preferred that. Ibn Abdul Barr, just to give you an example. In the Maliki madhab, you don't raise your hands after the takbirat al-ihram. You don't raise your hands when you come out of ruku', nor in the Hanafi madhab. There's a hadith that says the Prophet ﷺ did that, that's related by several of the great Sahaba. It's a very strong hadith. Ibn Abdul Barr preferred that position because he was murajjih in the madhab. He preferred that position. And he used to mention that. Somebody asked him, why don't you do it if you prefer it? He said, because we're in Andalus and I don't want to disagree with my teachers in an area that has a lot of room. In other words, it's not an essential aspect of the prayer. It's from the hayat. It's not mentioned amongst the sunan. It's mentioned amongst the lesser mandubat. It's from the hayat. And he said, why should I do this thing that's not essential to my prayer? I don't have to do sahu if I leave it. And everybody in my town doesn't do it. Everybody's going to look at me while I pray. And I'm being different. Now, it's interesting. There's actually people that want to do that. They want to do something that's different so that people look at them. Because that's what they want. This is a disease in the heart. Khalif tu'raf, the Arabs say. It's a proverb. Be different and you'll become well known. The fourth type of mujtahid is mujtahid fatwa. Somebody who cannot make tarjih, but he can make fatwa. If a new issue comes up, he has the ability to derive a ruling. And then the last one is Mufti al-Mashhur. It's a muqallid who's learned fiqh, and he can give you the dominant opinion of the school. But he's not allowed to, for instance, give you a weak opinion. A mujtahid ifta can do that. If you come to them with a specific problem, they can tell you, you can do this. Even though it's a weak position in the madhab, because they have the ability to make that ijtihad. And then the lowest level is the awam, which is just people, common people, that don't have any knowledge, and they have to follow the ulama. So he said, and also it's an obligation for these people to take the strongest dalil always, the most preferred dalil, and to prefer from those proofs the most cautious position. Because this is the ground of safety, without being concerned about the permissibility or the rewards from that. Because some people are only concerned, not the rewards, but whether it fulfills the requirement or not. Some people, when they look at the hukm, they're only interested in, is it permissible and does it fulfill the requirement? This is not talking about that. This is, what's the safest position? What's the soundest position? What's the most cautious position? And this is maqam al-wara'. And for the big ulama, this is what they should follow. وَلِهَذَا كَانَ كَثِيرٌ مِنَ الْأَئِمَّةِ يَأْخُذُ بِخِلَافِ مَا يُفْتِي بِهِ. Some people find this really difficult to understand. For this reason, many of the ulama would actually give a fatwa that was different from what they themselves did. Because they would take the hardest position. But when people came to them, they'd give them an easier position. Or they would take the preferred dalil. For instance, you have holding the hands at the side, which is called sadal in the Maliki madhab. There are Malikis that prayed with their hands, with qabd in their houses. But when they went outside, they prayed with the sadal. Why did they do that? Because they did not want to make tashwish ala al-awam. Because the dominant opinion of the Maliki school is that you hold your hands at your sides in the prayer. And they have their proofs. People who say there's no proof for that are lying. The people who say that Imam Malik had his arms pulled out, those are all lies. That is a lie. The reason I say it's a lie in Sharia is whether it's intentional or unintentional. And كَفَى بِالْمَرْءِ كَذِبَ أَنْ يُحَدِّثَ بِكُلِّ مَا سَمِعَ. It's enough that a person tells a lie, but he tells everything he hears. People forget that. I mean, kadhab is a horrible thing. And people should be really careful about what they say, especially about the imams, because they really don't know these things. Then he said, فَيَحْمَلُ نَفْسُهُ عَلَى الْأَقْوَى وَغَيْرُهُ عَلَى وُجُوهِ الرِّفْقِ إِلَّا مَنْ عَلِمَ مِنْهُ مِثْلَ الَّذِي عَلِمَ مِنْ نَفْسِهِ وَاللَّهُ أَعْلَمُ. So for that reason, he forces himself to do the more difficult or the stronger position, and for other people he finds those aspects that are easy, that facilitate for him, unless he knows that that person is capable of doing the same thing that he can do. So if he can see this is a wari', this is a person that really wants the strongest position, he'll give him the fatwa in accordance with that. Wallahu a'lam. The second type of person is muqtadin يتبع إمامه أو يتبع إمامه في روايته وأصوله فحقه الأخذ بالأحوط من مذهبه. The second type is somebody who's muqtadin. He follows his imam in his transmissions and in his usul. And so it's his duty to take again the most cautious position from the madhab. وإن أمكنه الاحتياط بإدخال مذهب الغير على الاحتياط فله ذلك ما لم يكن مما ينكره إمامه. And if he's able to take the more cautious position from another madhab, because it's more cautious, he can do that. So you can actually go to another madhab and take the more cautious position, as long as it's not something your imam rejects, if it's not makruh in your madhab. So for instance, Imam Shafi'i considered it wajib to say Bismillah in the Fatiha, in the Quran. Imam Malik, وَكَرِهُ الْبَسْمَلَةَ تَعَوُّذَ. Ibn Ashur says it's makruh to say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim in the prayer. And also to say A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. That's makruh. So you don't do something that's makruh in order to take a more cautious position from another madhab. Although there are some Malikis that prefer Imam Shafi'i's position and do it silently like the Hanafis. He's capable of making that tarjih. If he's an alim, then that's his right. If he's an ammi, he should follow mashhur al-madhab. And Imam Malik's proof for that is strong. In Al-Bukhari, hadith sahih, hadith Qudsi, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, قَسَّمْتُ بَيْنِ وَبَيْنَ عَبْدِي الْفَاتِحَةِ فَإِذَا قَالَ عَبْدِي الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ قُلْتُ حَمَدَنِي عَبْدِي. I have split the Fatiha between me and my slave. So if my slave says, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, I say my slave, thank me. If he says, Maliki Yawmiddin, Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, Majjadini Abdi. So Allah, according to Hadith Qudsi, began Fatiha with Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. That Imam Shafi'i, they take it from, it's called Surah Al-Hamd, it's just a name. When they say Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, افتتحوا بالحمد, it just means they opened with the hadith, and they take it from the Quran that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that Fatiha is 7 ayah. And in the Hafs riwayah, the first ayah is Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. According to riwayat of Warsh and Nafi' and Imam Nafi' generally, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim is not an ayah from the Quran except in Surah Al-Naml. إِنَّهُ مِن Sulaiman wa innahu Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. That's the only time that the Quran is an ayah. The proof of the Malikis is very strong. They say the Quran is mujma' alayh, and the fact that there's difference of opinion about the Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim means it can't be from the Quran. That's a strong dalil. But they're all rightly guided. When you look at their dalil, and if you hear a Shafi'i, he'll convince you that you should say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So they're all strong. But everybody should be following what they believe to be true. And then he said, وَلَوْ بِالْكَرَاهَةِ, so you don't do it if the Imam says makruh. فَلَا حَاجَةَ لَهُ إِلَيْهِ إِذْ وُجُودْ أَرْجَحِيَّةِ إِمَامِهِ فِي نَفْسِهِ مَانِعٌ لَهُ مِنَ الْإِنْتِقَالِ إِلَى غَيْرِهِ. Because his Imam has a preference that in his nafs about this thing, it becomes a preventative for him to move to another madhab. لأنه لا يجوز له أن يعمل إلا بما انتهى إليه علمه أو علم أصره بوجه واضح. Because it's not permissible for him to act in anything except what his knowledge has arrived to, or if he knows its source. So you can't be jumping around. If you're a Hanafi, be a Hanafi. If you're a Maliki, be a Maliki. Once you know the dalil and have a knowledge of the usul, that's another matter. But if you're ignorant, you should follow your Imam. And then finally, the third, al-ammi. الثالث al-ammi. وهو كالمقتدي في ما يلقي إليه أئمة مذهبه من وجه يستشعر ثقته ولا يقصد ترخيصه بل احتياطه إن أراد أن يكون من المتقين وإلا فلا عبرة به ويتعين عليه أن يسر عن وجه المذهب فيما هو به ولا يأخذ الأمور مجازفة إلا ممن لا يعلم ديانته ولا تحقيقه ولا يأخذ أمور مجازفة ممن لا يعلم ديانته ولا تحقيقه. وقيل ولذلك عين للناس المفتي ويتعين على الأمراء إقامة منصبه للعامة إذ لا يعرفون وجوه الترجيح ولا يتوجهون لها فليفهم فافهم. This is really sad now because this is where all our problems are. The third type is a common person, and he's simply a follower of whatever's thrown to him from the imams of his madhab. Because he trusts them, يستشعر ثقته ولا يقصد ترخيصه بل احتياطه. He should not seek out the licenses, the easy ways, but rather cautious of the mashhur. إن أراد أن يكون من المتقين. If he wants to be from the people of taqwa. If he wants just to be a simple Muslim, that's another matter. But if he wants really to have some taqwa, he has to take what the Imam said without looking for license. وَإِلَّا فَلَا عِبْرَةَ بِهِ. Otherwise, this man is a man we give no consideration to. He has no weight with us. This is not لَا عِبْرَةَ بِهِ. وَيَتَعِينُ عَلَيْهِ أَنْ يَسَرَ عَنْ وَجْهِ الْمَذْهَبِ فِيمَا هُوَ بِهِ. And it's an obligation for him to ask about the opinion of his madhab in whatever he's involved in. So you have to ask, what's the mashhur of the madhab in this issue, and then you have to follow it. وَلَا يَأْخُذُ الْأُمُورِ مُجَازَفَةً وَلَا مِمَّنْ لَا يَعْلَمُ دِيَانَتُهُ وَلَا تَحْقِيقَهُ. nor is it permissible for him to take matters without regard, without really taking risks in things, and not really knowing what these ahkam are. Nor is it permissible to take from somebody that does not have diyana, somebody with deen, وَلَا تَحْقِيقَهُ. If you don't know that he has religion, and that he has some realization in what he's talking about, what he's doing, that he's studied, that he knows what he's talking about. وَقِيلَ وَلِذَلِكَ عُيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ الْمُفْتِي وَيَتَعَيَّنُ عَلَى الْأُمَرَاءِ إِقَامَةُ مَنْصُبِهِ لِلْعَامَّةِ. And for this reason, the mufti is appointed. See, the Khalifa is supposed to appoint the muftis. And that's what happened in the Prophet's city, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Umar radiallahu anhu was a qadi. So people knew where to go. There were less than 10 of the Sahaba that were known for fatwa. Abu Huraira, despite his great position in knowledge, gave very few fatwas. He was not from the people of Ibta. He does give some fatwa, but not many. The muftis were Ibn Mas'ud, radiallahu anhu, Mu'adh bin Jabal, Ibn Abbas, radiallahu anhu, Ibn Umar bin al-Khattab, Aisha, radiallahu anha, was a muftiyah. Because people don't know. He says this is an obligation incumbent upon the rulers to fulfill this position for the simple people, because they don't know who's right and who's wrong. It's confusing. وَلَا يَتَوَجَّهُونَ لَهَا. And by their nature, they don't tend to really investigate things. Common people. They'll just, طيب, give me a fatwa. ماشي الحال. شنو هي المشكلة? What's the problem? مشيها من هون للهون مشيها. Just make it walk. That's what the Syrians say, make it walk. Right? Really, that's what people do. They just want a fatwa. Jazallahu anna Sayyidina Muhammadan sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ma huwa ahluhu. Jazallahu anna Sayyidina Muhammadan sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ma huwa ahluhu. Jazallahu anna Sayyidina Muhammadan sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ma huwa ahluhu. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala al-mursaleen walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، على سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. We were on the third one. نعم. طيب. العامي, a common person. وهو كالمقتدي فيما يلقي إليه أئمة مذهبه من وجه يستشعر ثقته ولا يقصد ترخيصه. We covered this. He was saying that this is why it's really incumbent upon the state authority to appoint muftis that are qualified. That's in the best case scenario. But generally, an alim that avoids the political authorities, he's had a higher estimation. And certainly the four imams, radiallahu anhum, are excellent examples of that, because all of them avoided government positions. It did not mean that Imam Malik allowed the Khalifa to come to his majlis. Mansur actually took from him hadith. When the Khalifa asked for a private audience, that he wanted to learn his lessons in private with him, he refused. He said that this ilm, there's no benefit in it if it's not open for other people. So he actually refused to teach the Khalifa in private. He demanded that he just be one of the students in a class. Obviously, best case scenario is somebody is licensed by recognized scholars, and even that has become problematic because the ijazah system has lost its preeminent authority that it had traditionally. It was very, very difficult to get ijazah. That's no longer true. Although some shuyukh are still strict about the ijazah of tadris. They might give ijazah, but with the condition of somebody being capable of teaching. So who do you take your fatwa from? You take your fatwa from ulama muttaqun, people that have taqwa, and they've studied, they have a level of knowledge that enables them to give fatwa. And obviously you shouldn't take fatwa from everybody. On the other hand, the ammi, a common person, it's difficult for them to distinguish. So if somebody is a mufti and an ammi goes to them and asks them for a fatwa, technically they can follow that fatwa. So if you have taqwa, you should obviously look for people that have... I mean, there's people, for instance, in Mauritania, despite the fact that there's still a lot of fuqaha, they'll only take fatwa from people like Murad al-Hajj or Shaykh Ahmed Sal or Shaykh Muhammad al-Hassan, who are known for their taqwa and their wara'. They're known for that, and that's who they take fatwa from. The Emirates actually has some muftis there. They work for the government, but they're really excellent muftis. I studied with a few of them, and I think they had a lot of taqwa. They were people that had wara' and taqwa, even though they were government employees. Most of them were from the Emirates, from Morocco, from Sudan. But they were good people, and that's why I don't think it's a good thing to just blanketly condemn scholars because they work for the Ministry of Awqaf. It's not right to do that, because everybody knows their conditions. The Sunni ulama, unfortunately, are no longer treated with respect amongst the people. The Shia ulama, on the other hand, still have a lot of power amongst the people. And they also have khums. The Ahl al-Bayt and many of their scholars are from the family of the Prophet ﷺ, and the Tujar actually tied their wealth. They give a fifth of their wealth to the Shia scholars. And they had that even when the Shah was in power. They didn't need the government. And so when an alim doesn't need the government, they're free. Whereas the Sunni ulama often are people that they won't be able to support their families because we don't have, our awqaf have all been usurped, unfortunately. If you look at the awqaf system, I guarantee you every single Muslim country has massive, millions upon millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in awqaf revenue. It's all been usurped by the state. So they took the power of the ulama which was in the awqaf. So then what does the alim do? If he's not independently wealthy and the people don't support him, because now most of the rich people aren't that interested in religion, and the poor people, they don't have anything to give. I mean, they bring them bread and a watermelon or something because he's helping his kid memorize the Quran. But that's not going to take care of the needs of the scholars, so they end up becoming employees of the state. It's an unfortunate situation. And then what happens is also the poorest people and the lowest people in the society in terms of cultural status end up going to the Quranic schools, going to the like in Pakistan and India, unless they're from a traditional family. There are still some families in Pakistan and India that have a long line of scholars. And so they still keep that tradition going, like the Nedwi family, for instance. But for many of them, it's just a means to getting a job or something in a mosque or an imam. Or before, it was a high status in the Muslim world. To actually become a scholar, it was a high status. I mean, that was the beauty of knowledge. In the Muslim world, a person like Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, who we're looking at his book, he was a cobbler. He was a shoemaker. That was his craft. He was a poor man. He was an orphan, raised by his grandmother, al-Banin, in the city of Fez. And he learned the trade of the shoemaker. But because of his knowledge and the openings that Allah gave him, he was elevated up to the level of imama. People built for him madrasa. They built a madrasa in Misrata for him. This is the way it used to be in the Muslim world, that if a scholar was somebody of weight and had knowledge from Allah, then people honored them. So now he says, تفصيل لبعض ما تقدم وهو أهم ما يذكر ويقدم. He's going to go into some particulars about what was previously mentioned, and this is the most important of what was mentioned, and it should precede anything else. The first, أن تعلم أن مذهب الأصول والفقيه يدور على إسقاط الحرج، ومذهب الصوفي والورع يدور على موجبات الكمال. فحكم الفقيه أن يأخذ بالأبين، وحكم الصوفي أن يتحرى الأحسن، والكل على هدى وإن كان البعض أهدى. فافهم. So he says you should know that the madhab of the usuli and the faqih. And usuli is somebody who knows what are called the adilla ijmaliyah, the comprehensive proofs. The faqih is the one who knows the adilla far'iyah or tafsiliyah. He knows the particular proofs. So for instance, the faqih will give you the hukm of the prayer, tell you how to pray, tell you what you have to make niyyah, this and that. The usuli will tell you why prayer is fard. Because in the Quran it says, aqimu salah. Aqimu in the Arabic language is fi'l amr. With the usulis, fi'l amr yadullu ala al-wujub wal-nadab. Whenever there's an imperative in the Quran, it either indicates obligation or nadab. If it's a negative, it could, like la taqrabu zina, it could indicate tahrim, prohibition, or karahiyah. But that's the way the usuli looks at it. If it's an amr, it's either wujub or nadab. And the other qara'in, the other circumstantial evidence, indicate that it's here for wujub. Because of the hadith, for instance, that whoever leaves the prayer, khalas, he's not a Muslim. من ترك الصلاة العهد بينه وبينكم الصلاة فمن ترك الصلاة فقد كفر. على الخلاف in the meaning, there's difference of opinion. I don't want to go into that because that's not the place here. But the point is, the usuli looks at the universal and the faqih looks at the particular. And what they're trying to do, their science revolves around removing difficulties for people, haraj, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not give us haraj in the deen, difficulty. وَمَذْهَبَ الصُّوفِ وَالْوَرْعِ. And the madhab, the school of the Sufi and the wara', which are really synonymous, يَدُورُ عَلَى مُوجِبَاتِ الْكَمَالِ. They revolve around those things that will necessitate perfection, moving to perfection. That's what they're interested in. They're interested in perfecting the prayer. The faqih, he's going to tell you what makes the prayer valid, including the mukammilat of the outward. But he's not going to tell you how to get presence in your heart. The faqih, that's not his business. The inward state. He'll tell you that khushu' is from the kamal of the prayer. You should have some khushu'. الَّذِينَ فِي صَلَاتِهِمْ خَاشِعُونَ. Those people have khushu' in their prayer. I mean, it's a good thing. But the Sufi, he actually is concerned with how that is obtained. And then he says, فَحُكْمَ الْفَقِيهِ أَنْ يَأْخُذْ بِالْأَبْيَنِ. The ruling of the faqih is that he takes the most obvious thing, the clearest thing, where there's no ambiguity. Whereas وَحُكْمُ الصُّوفِ أَنْ يَتَحَرَّ الْأَحْسَنِ. But the Sufi is concerned with seeking out what is the best thing, the thing that has the most ihsan in it, the thing that is going to be the most excellent thing to do. وَالْكُلُّ عَلَى هُدًى. And this is the point. All of them are guided. وَإِنْ كَانَ الْبَعْضُ أَهْدَى. Although some are more guided than others. In other words, they're more ahsan, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, إِنَّ اللَّهَ مَعَ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. Allah is with the muhsinin. Ma'iyya of Allah is a high thing. So if there's more ihsan in your ibadah, you're closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ومن هذا الوجه كان مذهب الصوفية في الاعتقادات تابعا لمذهب السلف في إثبات التنزيه ونفي التشبيه من غير تعرض للتأويل. And for this reason, the madhab of the Sufiya, the methodology of the people of Tasawwuf, in those divinities, theological issues, followed the methodology of the Salaf, the pious predecessors, the first community, in the affirmation of absolute transcendence and absolute negation of immanence, of any anthropomorphism in theology. من غير تعرض للتأويل, without exposing themselves to ta'wil, interpretation. Now today we were looking at the verses about ta'wil. وكل ناس أوهم التشبيه أوله أو فوض ورم تنزيها. Any nas that has tashbih, then you make ta'wil or you make tafwid. What he's saying here is the Sufiya made tafwid traditionally. They did not like to make ta'wil because this was their madhab, the wara'. But again, that ta'wil is called ta'wil ijmali, not tafsili. So they were in no way anthropomorphous or people that, like some of the modern schools say. وَلَمَيْلٍ إِلَى الْأَبَاطِيلِ. Nor did they have any inclinations towards these vanities and falsehoods. وَإِن تَكَلَّمُوا فِي شَيْءٍ مِنَ التَّأْوِيلِ بَعْدْ نَفْيِ الْمُحَالِ. فعلى سبيل العلم وإبداء ما عندهم من الفهم لا على وجه القطع به والجزم. But if they did indeed speak about things concerning ta'wil that had some ta'wil in it, they did so after negating what was impossible, which is the haqiqah, because asl al-kalam, al-haqiqah, the origin of speech is always haqiqah, unless there's some qarina or something in the speech that is impossible. If there's istihala, if there's something istahilu ala Allah, then the usuli, the mutakallim, is forced either to make ta'wil, ijmali, which is tafwid, or to make ta'wil. So even Ahmed ibn Hanbal, radiallahu anhu, there's a hadith that says, al-hajur al-aswad, yaminullah fil ard. The black stone is the right hand of God in the earth. And the ishara there, the indication there, is that traditionally when you visit a ruler, people would kiss their hand. It was an honor to kiss the hand of a king. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave us the black stone to represent symbolically. Now, Ahmed ibn Hanbal, who was the most strict about making ta'wil, he did not like to make ta'wil at all. He made ta'wil of that because it's absolutely impossible to believe that that literally means that the black stone is the yameen of Allah. If you believe that, it's shirk. You're a mushrik. If you believe that that stone is part of Allah, you're worshipping idols. So if they do, it was only to negate the impossibility, so nobody would think that that's what they meant. فهم يقولون في كل صفة سمعية ما قاله مالك في الاستواء. So in every صفة سمعية, everybody should know what a sam'iyya is. A صفة سمعية are those things that we know from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, from revelation. In every صفة سمعية, like Ar-Rahman ala al-Arsh istawa, they say the same thing that Imam Malik said for istiwa. إذ قال, when he said, somebody asked him, يا إمامنا مالك رضي الله عنه, they said, الله سبحانه وتعالى يقول الرحمن على العرش استوى. كيف الاستواء? Because istawa in the Arabic language means to descend down upon, to come to it. Istiwa means to sit down, to descend on something. Istawa ala al-arsh. So he asked, what does that mean in the Quran? Imam Malik radiallahu anhu said, al-istiwa'u ma'loom. Now this does not mean like ma'loom loghatan, which is what some people, modern people, interpret it to mean. He meant al-istiwa ma'loom annahu ja'a fil Quran. Istiwa is known that Allah said that in the Quran. Al-istiwa ma'loom. Wal-kayf ghayru ma'qool. He's saying it's muhal to ask how Allah did istiwa. Ghayru ma'qool. It's irrational. You can't ask that question. وَالْإِيمَانُ بِهِ وَاجِبٌ. And belief in it is an obligation. وَالسُّؤَالَ عَنْهُ بِدْعَةٌ. And to ask that question is a bid'ah. No, the Salaf didn't ask that question. And in one riwayah, Qadi Iyad says, فَقَالَ أَحْسِبُكَ صَاحِبَ بِدْعَةٍ. And then he said, فَأَخْرِجُوهُ. And I consider you a mubtadi', so get him out of this majlis. So the point is, that is the madhab of the Salaf. That's tafweed. Imam Malik could have said, الاستواء في اللغة العربية معناه كيت وكيت. He could have said that. If it really meant literally what it says, he would have simply said, باللغة العربية المعنى كيت وكيت. That's not what he said. He said, this is غير معقول. We believe in it. It's in the Quran. الاستواء معلوم. It's in the Quran. But to ask literally what this means is غير معقول. It's not something that you can comprehend. So just believe in it. على مرادلات تفويض, which is still ta'wil, but it's ijmali. He's not going to say that it means istawla, like some of the later ulama said, that it meant that his authority was complete in the tanjizi process of the creation. Everything was completed, something like that. He didn't say that. He didn't make any of those يعني من البدع الإضافية. So it's a bid'ah إضافية. Alright? In other words, it was added. It wasn't something there amongst itself. أو الخلافية, or the khilaf. وكذا الكلام في الاسم والمسمى. There's a debate in the ilm al-kalam. Is the ism عين المسمى? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, سبح اسم ربك الأعلى. do subhan of the ism of Allah. There's a hadith that says, ما تحركت شفتا عبدي بيا. The two lips of my servant are not moved with me, meaning with my ism. So this is a khilaf. Is the ism ayn al-musamma like this? He's saying that these things, with that, will sifa, are the sifat al-af'al makhluqa or ghayr makhluqa, created or uncreated? Would it tisab with tilawa wal matlu? When we talk about the Quran, kalam Allah ghayr makhluq, what about the tilawa? What about the matlu? All these type of issues. Wal qudra wal maqdur, the tanjiziyah, these things are all ilm al-kalam that we've been looking at some of them. Wal wujud wal mawjud, is al-mawjud ayn al-wujud? These are questions that came up. وفي أحوال الآخرة بالتفصيل, going into exact detail about the states of the akhirah. كحقيقة الموت والفناء. What is the haqiqah of maut? Do we go back into non-existence? Of fana? Do we go into complete non-existence and then are we re-brought back into existence? All these questions. ومعنى الذهاب والبلاء. All these questions. The fact that everything in the end, does it all completely go? Everything. وكيفية الميزان وتعدده. And also the mizan, the balance. And what's measured. إلى غير ذلك مما لا ينبغي الخوض فيه الآن. And etc. And on. Concerning all the other things that it is not appropriate that we should even be engaging in this discourse at this time. إلا على سبيل تعرفه نفيا للجهل به. Except that we learn it, if we're students of knowledge, we can learn these things, like I was saying to you today, when we learned about Kalamullah, غير مخلوق, and talking about the harf, the tilawa, these type of things. You learn it, maqam al-ta'lim. You don't go out and discuss it with people. You just learn it so you know what the issues are. You're not led astray by anybody. You learn it for that, but you don't learn it to discuss it, debate it, argue with people, because there's no benefit in that. Except for the big ulama that have an obligation at certain times to refute other people. مع اعتقاد ما يوجبه العقل ويثبته النقل. With the belief of what the intellect necessitates of it and what the transmission, textual transmission, revelatory transmission necessitates or affirms. كما ورد دون زيادة إذ ليس ثم ألحن من صاحب الحجة بحجته. كما ورد دون زيادة. Just as it's come in naql without adding things to it, like al-istiwa ma'lum lughatan. That's not how it came. So don't add that addition, because that's an anthropomorphic interpretation. إذ ليس ثم ألحن من صاحب الحجة بحجته, because nothing is more powerful than a man who has a proof with his proof. If a man has a proof, it makes the most sense. When you hear an argument, the Prophet ﷺ said, maybe some of you are more eloquent, more powerful in their proofs when they come before me. And so I'll choose for them, like a lawyer who learns the ways of logic and sophistry to argue his point. وَيَسَعُنَا مَا وَسِعَ سَلَفَنَا وَلَا يَضُرُّنَا الْجَهْلُ بِالْمُجْمَلِ بَعْدْ نَفْيِ الْمُحَالِ. So, what was good enough for the Salaf is good enough for us, and it will not harm us to be ignorant of what these particulars mean, as long as we negate what is obviously impossible, anthropomorphism. كما لا يضرنا الجهل بألوان الأنبياء وأنسابهم مع العلم بما هو عليه من كمال الاختصاص ونفي الانتقاص والكل بشر لا كالأبشار كما أن الياقوت حجر لا كالأحجار. So he says, and it will not harm us if we're ignorant of what color the prophets were. You don't have to know, was one light skin, was one dark skin, was one ruddy skin. That's not the point of the prophet. Although in our tradition, it's considered by the ulama prohibited to attribute to the Prophet ﷺ a color that was not. He's described very clearly in the text that he was, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was a light color, but light by the Arab standards. He was not like a European light skin. He did not have, ما كان أمهق, كان أزهر اللون ولم يكن أمهق. He was أزهر اللون. Murabit al-Hajj, when I asked him if it was like when they said Kal-Badri, on the horizon, not when it's full up, his color. And he said that's the color. That light, brilliant color. And also their ansab. You don't have to know the ansab of the Prophet, but you should know that the Prophet ﷺ is from the best lineage. But you don't have to memorize the lineage back to Adnan. You should know that he's from Ismail, and Ismail is the son of Ibrahim. You should know that he's from Quraysh. Those type things, the Muslim should know that. But he doesn't have to know the exact nasab and the ansab of the rest of the Prophets also. But you have to know that they have this distinction of perfection. And you must avoid and negate anything that detracts from their perfection. And this is an age where you'll hear intiqas. You'll literally hear detractions of the Prophet of Allah ﷺ by ignorant people. By ignorant people. They'll say he's a bashar. He's a human being. Yeah, he is a human being, but he's not like other human beings. And this is what those who negated the Prophets, they would always say that. مَا أَنْتِ إِلَّا بَشْرٌ مِثْلُنَا. You're just a prophet like us. That's something that the kuffar said. And the Prophet ﷺ said, إِنَّمَا أَنَا بَشْرٌ. I'm a man. But يُوحَى إِلَيَّ. Revelation is given to me. That's the distinction. So he's not like the rest of us. And we cannot associate that with him sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's a human being, but he's the best of creation. وَالْكُلُّ بَشَرٌ لَا كَالْأَبْشَارِ. All of them are human, but not like other humans. كَمَا أَنَّ الْيَاقُوتَ حَجْرٌ لَا كَالْأَحْجَارِ. Just as the ruby is a stone, but not like other stones. وَإِن فُضِّلَ بَعْضُهُمْ عَلَى بَعْضٍ فَبِحُكْمٍ مِّنَ اللَّهِ. And if some of them were preferred over others, that is because of a distinction, a judgment given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. إِذَا الْكُلْ وَفَّى بِمَا أُمِرَ بِهِ مِنْ غَيْرِ تَقْصِيرٍ وَلَا إِخْلَالٍ. Because all of them fulfilled what they were commanded to fulfill without any stinting and without any infraction or infringement of it. وَمَا وَرَدَ فِي حَقِّهِمْ مِنْ إِثْبَاتِ خِطَابٍ يقتضي ظاهره وجود العتاب نزهناهم عن قياسهم بما يقع من الغير. So anything that came down concerning their honor, their rights, that has been firmly established in either the Quran or the Hadith, the outward of which indicates some blameworthy quality or something that is to be censured, then we completely deny that and remove that. In other words, that outward interpretation from them in relation to other people. It does not mean what it means for other people. So in the Quran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, عَصَى آدَمُ رَبَّهُ, that Adam, عَصَى, we do not believe that that means عَصَى, which is disobedience, like other people. There's an interpretation for it. That's what you have to look at. When Ibrahim alayhi salam, outwardly the Quran says that he nadaratin fil nujum, he looked up at the sky and then he said, inni saqim, that I'm sick. If there's anything, or when he pointed to the idols, anything that would indicate a lie, there's an interpretation for it. And this is true of all the prophets. All of them. There's absolutely no relationship to the wrongdoings of average human beings and those things that the prophets do, like abasa tawalla wa tawalla in the Quran. There's no relationship to that and somebody who does something wrong, because the prophets are beyond that. That's not what they do. And Allah, if there's ta'deeb or something like that, it's for their maqam. Because they do increase in rank. The prophets, they do learn and they do increase and they grow. There is tarqiyah with the prophets. Their maqams change throughout their life. So that is true. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala teaches them new things. And then He says, وَأَقَمْنَا لَهُمْ حَقَّ الْمَنْصِبِ مِنَ التَّعْزِيرِ وَالتَّوْقِيرِ لِتُعَزِّرُوهُ وَتُوَقِّرُوهُ. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, He sent this prophet to be honored, exalted and respected. And this is what you've been studying in the Bab with Shaykh Muhammad in Bab al-Shifa. This is a wajib on the Muslims to have ta'zir. You have to exalt our Prophet and you have to have magnification of him. The people say that shirk those people are mubtadi'ah. The people that say that this is some kind of shirk, or that you're giving the Prophet ﷺ a status that is unwarranted, these people are mubtadi'ah. That's why the shifa is called Al-Shifa fi ta'rif huquq al-Mustafa. The healing in coming to know the rights of the chosen one. It will heal you from any disease of intiqas, of stinting in the haqq, in the right of the Prophet ﷺ. And then he says, راجعين إلى أن السيد يقول لعبده ما شاء وعلينا نتأدب مع العبد لنسبته منه. Knowing that the Master says to His servant, because the Anbiya are ibadullah, and the Master can say to His servant what He wants. وعلينا أن نتأدب مع العبد لنسبته منه. But we have to have absolute adab to the servant because of his relation with the Master. If you have a king in the dunya, traditionally, if he had a slave who was one of his muqarrabin, because the kings actually had slaves that were very close to them. And these slaves, like the Mamluk, actually became the rulers of Egypt. They were initially the slaves of the rulers. They ended up becoming the rulers. That's how powerful they can get. So a slave who's the slave of a king, you don't treat him like you treat normal people on the street, or you'll get in trouble with the king. Because he has a hurma, he has a sanctity that other people don't have. And this is just like the sacred forests, the sanctuaries, the hima of kings, like Sherwood Forest in England. It was actually a king's sanctuary. If you went in and hunted in it, it was death. That was the decree of the British kings. If you hunted in their forest, you got killed. Because it was a breach of adab with the king. This is what he's saying. Understand who this is Abdullah. This is Abdullah. The prophets are the highest manifestation of ubudiyyah, of servanthood, of slavehood to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is why their maqam is so high. And we learn that ubudiyyah from them. And then he says, وَنَتَّقِيَ الْخَوْضَ فِي ذَلِكَ بِكُلِّ حَالٍ. And we avoid engaging, entering into discussions, debates, and arguments about these things in any case. Wallahu subhanahu wa ta'ala al-muwaffiq lis-sawab. And Allah is the one who guides us and gives us success to what is correct. ومذهبهم في الأحكام تابع لعلمائها وهم الفقهاء القائمون بعملها وإبدائها. So, this is their madhab in kalam. He's telling you what the madhab of the people of suluk is in ilm al-tawheed. Their madhab is tafweed. Their madhab is to avoid khawd in these things because there's no benefit in it. Their madhab in the fiqh, in the outward ahkam, is that they follow the ulama of that science. And many of them were from that. They were fuqaha. Like Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, he was a great Maliki faqih. And he actually has a position in the Maliki madhab. He's quoted in the books of the Maliki. They say, وَقَالَ Zarruq, because he was a faqih. So he says, وَهُمَ الْفُقَهَاء الْقَائِمُونَ بِعَمْلِهَا وَإِبْدَائِهَا. The people that serve the thing, or in another nuskha it says, بِعِلْمِهَا. That those people who are protecting, guarding, establishing this science, keeping it going and teaching it and working, bringing it forward to the people, those are the people that we follow. وَيَخْتَارُونَ مِنْ ذَلِكَ مَا كَانَ أَمَسَّ بِالْحَدِيثِ. And they prefer those things that are closest to the hadith, وَأَقْرَبْ لِلْاحْتِيَاطِ وَأَدْعَى لِلتَّثْبِيتِ. And the things that are closest to the most conservative or cautious positions. So for instance, when you have a situation like photography, where you have some of the ulama say that it's haram, it goes under the hukum of taswir, which in the hadith says, أَشَدْ النَّاسَ عَذَابًا يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ الْمُصَوِّرُونَ. The people that have the worst adab on the day of judgment are the musawwirun, people that make forms. And some of them said that's what the hukum goes. Others said no, it's habs al-dhil. It has nothing to do with taswir. That just happens to be what modern people called it. But in reality, it's just capturing the shade, and its hukum is mubah. It has the hukum of whatever the picture contains. If it's something haram, it's haram. And if it's something mubah, it's mubah. If it's makruh, it's makruh, etc., etc. So it would go under the 5 categories. In that case, the ahwat, the more cautious position, would be to avoid it. And that's what he's saying the Sufi would do. He would take that more cautious position. وَأَدْعَى لِلتَّثْبِيتِ, and that thing which will be the one that brings us closest to the thing that will give us establishment, a firm foundation in what we're doing. It's the one that has the highest incentive for something that gives us tathbit, يثبتنا, give us a firm foundation. ما لم يكن فيه إنكار لإمامهم فيرجعون له في أحكامهم. As long as there's nothing in it that is rejected by their imam. So if you're a Maliki, as long as it's not something your imam rejects, or a Hanafi that Abu Hanifa radiallahu anhu, or Shafi'i and Imam Ahmed radiallahu anhum جميعا in their rulings, لأن علماء الأحكام قد هذبوا ونقحوا وأبطلوا في الأدلة وصححوا فلازم اتباعهم فيما أوضحوا واعتمادهم فيما صححوا. So he says, because the ulama of these legal rulings, they have rarefied, they have purified, they have rejected those things that are false. There's a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, يحملون هذا الدين من كل قرن عدوله. In every generation, the people who will carry this deen are trustworthy people. And they will ينفون عنه. They will reject the تأويل, تعطيل الغالين وانتحال المبطلين وتأويل الجاهلين. They'll reject تحريف الغالين, the changes made by the extremists. They will reject the things that people who try to negate the deen, intihal al-mubtilin, people that try to detract from Islam, to take the teeth out of it, to remove its rulings and its strength, and the ta'wil al-jahilin, the interpretation of ignorant people. So in every generation there will be people that will emerge to protect the deen. And because of that, the greatest of them were the four imams. After obviously the Sahaba radiallahu anhu, the Tabi'in, the greatest of them were the four imams and their rightly guided scholars. So we follow them because they rejected certain dalils and they corrected other ones and verified their soundness. فَلَزِمَ اتِّبَاعُهُمْ فِيمَا أَوْضَحُوا. And therefore it is necessary to follow them in what they have clarified to us and to depend upon them in what they have purified of this teaching and found to be true. فَالصُّوفِي لَا يُفَارِقُ السَّلَفِ فِي مُعْتَقَدِهِ. And therefore, the Sufi does not deviate from the first community in his belief. وَلَا يُخَالِفُ الْفُقَهَاءَ فِي مُعْتَمَدِهِ. And he does not disagree with the jurists, the scholars of jurisprudence, in what he depends upon from his legal rulings. لأن العقائد رأس ماله والأحكام أساس أعماله. Because the creedal beliefs that he founds his deen upon is his capital. And the legal rulings is the foundation of his actions. فَالْمُخَاطَرَةُ بِهِمَا ضَرَرٌ. So to take any risks with these two, by following things that are not sound, agreed upon, is dangerous and harmful. وَالْعَمْلُ بِغَيْرِ الْمَذْهَبَيْنِ الْمَذْكُرَيْنِ فِيهِمَا غَرَرٌ. And acting according to other than the aforementioned two schools or two methodologies has gharar in it. There's deception in it. You're being deceived. You're being tricked. ثُمَّ هُمْ فِي الْفَضَائِلِ عَلَى مَذْهَبِ أَصْحَابِ الْحَدِيثِ. As for the virtuous or meritorious acts, they follow the methodology of the people of Hadith. Now if you look at the book of Riyadh al-Salihin by Imam al-Nawawi radiallahu anhu, there are people now who say you have to follow the Hadith, brother. Now we say that that's true in Fadail al-A'mal, but we actually say it's prohibited for the Ammi, for a common person like ourselves, to follow the Hadith in legal rulings. We can't follow Hadith in legal rulings. We have to follow the scholars of Hadith. Whereas in Fadail al-A'mal, those virtuous and meritorious acts, when you read the Riyadh al-Salihin, and he says to do siwak before the prayer, though that's also mentioned in the books of fiqh, that's a good thing. He tells you to do certain things, days to fast that are meritorious. As long as the hadith is sound, or it's weak that has a strength that fulfills the conditions in which, like reading Yasin over the dead, things like that. If the ulama have agreed that even though the sanad might have some weakness in it, that it's nonetheless permissible for fadail al-amal, for virtuous or meritorious acts, we follow the hadith in that. And that's why there's a great benefit in reading those books, although they should still be read with somebody who knows, who has recourse to a commentary, so that they don't misunderstand the hadith. Because for instance, in the Riyadh al-Salihin, you will find a hadith that's related by Nu'man ibn Bashir, and it's a sahih hadith that says that during the time of the Prophet, some of us used to put our ankles next to the ankles of other people in the prayer. And so you'll get these people in the masjid, they read that in Riyadh al-Salihin, and they end up having their legs spread out like he's a big time wrestler. And he's in the prayer before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then all throughout the prayer, he'll be putting his feet next to your feet. And so you end up thinking more about this guy's feet than you do about your prayer. And this is haram. It's tashwish al musallin. He shouldn't have done that to you. I mean, I've had to repeat my prayer because of praying next to somebody. And that's my own naqs, because, people that have high maqam, some of the Sahaba, they waited to pull arrows out of them. They waited till they went into the prayer. And that's, confirmed. Because they were in total istighraq. So that was their bunj. Whereas one has to ask, why is it that not one of the 4 schools of Islam put that in the mandubat, or the sunan of the prayer? Not one. And then if you actually look at the hadith, analyze it, you'll see that it doesn't indicate, it says some of us. And he was actually a very young boy at that time. It might have been some of the boys in the back. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, tarasaw, to come close. The other thing also is in that hadith, Ibn Hajar radiallahu anhu says in his commentary on it, it was hyperbole. In other words, there's no hukm on it. And then he quoted one of the tabi'een who said if somebody tried to do that today, people would run away from him like a frightened mule. In other words, they weren't doing it by the time of the tabi'een, which must have meant that the Sahaba weren't doing it, because the tabi'een followed the Sahaba. لما هم عليه في ذلك من التحقيق والتثبيت, for the fact that these scholars in fact have confirmed and verified these transmissions. وبهذا الوجه يفهم ما أجمع عليه من التزام مذهب المحدثين. And from this perspective, it's understood what we mean by the consensus of following the school of the muhaddithin. This is what we mean. So when we say we have to follow the hadith, it's in fadail al-a'mal. It's in meritorious acts. It's not in the ahkam. In the ahkam, we follow the fuqaha. And the fuqaha follow the usuliyin. And the usuliyun, they're the ones that derive from the hadith the rulings. Because most of the fuqaha are not usulis. The usuli is a specialization. The faqih is somebody who learned the furu'. There are many fuqaha that were also great usulis, like Imam Al-Ghazali radiallahu anhu, Imam Nawawi. There are many, many great ones. Qadi Iyad. These people were fuqaha and usulis radiallahu anhum. And then he says, وَمَا يُذْكَرُ عَنْهُمْ مِنْ أَعْمَالِ الثَّابِتِينَ, and because of what's mentioned in the actions of those who are steadfast. كَانَ الْجُنَيْد ثَوْرِيًّا. Imam al-Junayd radiallahu anhu is called Imam al-Ta'ifatain, the Imam of the 2 groups, the people of the inward and the outward. In the outward he was a Thawri, and he was a Mujtahid Muqayyid within that madhab, so he reached a very high rank of outward fiqh. When Muhasibi Shafi'iyan, Imam al-Muhasibi was a Shafi'i madhab. Al-Harith al-Muhasibi was one of the great scholars of the 3rd century, and he was also a Sufi, and he followed the Shafi'i. Al-Shibli was Maliki. So Imam al-Shibli, who was a Qadi, he was also a great Sufi. He was a student of Imam al-Junayd. And even Ahmed ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, says, Taqiyuddin ibn Taymiyyah, says that Imam al-Junayd and Imam Shibli are imams that are agreed upon. There's no debate about their imamah. And these were imams. So there's no khilaf. And they were Sufis. And they did use that term. وَالْجُرَيْرِيُّ حَنَفِيًّا. Imam al-Jurayri was a Hanafi scholar. والجيلاني حنبليا. And Sidi Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, one of the greatest scholars of the history of Islam, who was both an outward and an inward scholar. He'd mastered the sciences of both the outward and the inward. He was a Hanbali. He followed the Hanbali madhab. إلى غير ذلك, and on and on. All of the Imams, the great Imams, Imam al-Ghazali was a Shafi'i, Imam al-Tahawi was a Hanafi. They all followed these. واختص مذهبهم في الآداب بأصل ترجع إليه مفترقات أحوالهم. And their methodology in matters pertaining to spiritual courtesy were by principles that were dependent upon their various states. So, depending on the state, that's what they would do in relation to their spiritual courtesies. وهو اعتناؤهم بإفراد القلب لله دون ما سواه. And that was due to their absolute concern with emptying the heart of other than Allah, of really singling the heart out for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. دون ما سواه. وكل ما يحقق لهم ذلك ينتهجونه رخصة كان أو عزيمة. And anything that would help them realize that, they would take that route. Whether it was a dispensation or whether it was something that had resolution in it. وإن دخله خلاف عالم أو اشتباه لا يقضي بوجود النكير المطلق. Even if there was some khilaf of an alim about it, or there was some ambiguity, لا يقضي بوجود النكير المطلق. That did not eliminate the possibility of somebody who totally rejected it. ومن ثم قالوا بأمور لم يقبلها منهم. Or rather, something that had ambiguity that would be rejected completely. ومن ثم قالوا بأمور لم يقبلها منهم من لم يعرف أصولهم وهو على حق في إنكاره. And for that reason, they did things and stated things that were not accepted by those who did not understand their principles. And those people were justified in their rejection. So for instance, the Malamatiyah, there were people that used to do things that were blameworthy on purpose in order to destroy the kibr in their hearts. Well, the Prophet ﷺ said, "Al-mu'minu la yudhillu nafsah." A mu'min does not humiliate himself. So something like going out and doing things, like some people sat in garbage heaps, some people, they did different things. He's saying that those things, if you understand what their principle was, it would obviously give you some sympathy, what they were trying to establish. But the Sharia point of view, those who rejected them were correct in their rejection. وَاقْتَفَاهَا قَوْمٌ عَلَى غَيْرِ هَذَا الْأَصْلِ فَضَلُّوا وَأَضَلُّوا. But another people came along and they followed them, not understanding the principles in it. And these people went astray and led others astray. So for instance, traditionally some of the Sufis used to beg as a way of breaking the nafs. But later it actually became, you joined a tariqah to become a beggar. Because you made more money as a Sufi mendicant beggar than you would as a normal beggar. Do you see? So that's what he's saying, that the principle was lost. And then he says, كَالسَّمَاعِ وَالْخُمُولِ وَتَرْكَ الشَّهَوَاتِ. Things like sama', which is taghbir, getting together. In some of these things, they didn't understand what the purpose of it was for, which was to move the heart, to open up the heart, and they would do it more like a social gathering, or worse. Or al-khumul, also obscurity, avoiding people, these type things. وَتَرْكَ الشَّهَوَاتِ. The idea, some people said they would never eat dates because they weren't able to show gratitude for it. They would never drink cold water. Some people said they would never look at the heavens, up at the sky, out of the ijlal of the haiba of Allah. These type of things. وَالْكَلَامِ فِي الْخَوَاصِ. And also, al-khawatir. Yeah. And also talking about the khawatir, which is the science of thoughts. And then, وَالْوَحْدَةِ فِي الْأَسْفَارِ. Also traveling alone. Which in the hadith it says, whoever travels alone is a shaitan. But there's a tradition of these wandering people that used to leave the people. So this is what he's talking about. Of doing those types of things. Not understanding the principles behind it, but taking them up.
And the fact that, when people say that he was perfect, people say what he was perfect and divine in a sense?
No, it's human perfection. Al-Kamalu Lillah is true. Perfection is Allah's. But in terms of human perfection, He achieved human perfection. He achieved what is the highest possibility of a human being to achieve in terms of perfected character. إِنَّمَا بُعِثْتُ لِأُتَمِّمَ مَكَارِمَ الْأَخْلَاقِ. I was only sent to perfect noble character. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala shahida lahu fi qawlihi وَإِنَّكَ لَعَلَى خُلُقٍ عَظِيمٍ. Indeed, you are upon a vast character, a vast ethos, a magnified ethos. Allah made the Prophet ﷺ great. So he is al-insan al-kamil. He is the perfect man. But hasha, and it's God forbid that anybody attribute divinity to the Prophet ﷺ. We don't do that. We understand he's a human being. He is not Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We understand that very clear. Muslims have never had that problem. Alhamdulillah. In fact, one of the greatest proofs to me of it is the fact that there's a deviant, heretical Muslim sect that actually said Sayyidina Ali was divine. Which is a proof that Allah removed the possibility of this ummah attributing divinity to the Prophet. There's a deviant Muslim sect that says the Aga Khan is divine. But nobody in the history of Islam has ever claimed divinity for the Prophet ﷺ because he made a dua to Allah that Allah answered. Don't make me an idol worshipped after I die. So we don't worship the Prophet. That doesn't mean that there's bid'ah. I mean, there is bid'ah. Like one of the things that certain people say, there's people make tawaf around the grave of the Prophet and that's shirk. It's not shirk, it's a bid'ah. It's a bid'ah sariha and it's a munkar and it's muharram, but it's not shirk. Because people make tawaf around the Kaaba. And nobody ever said they were worshipping the Kaaba. It has to do with what your i'tiqad is. What your belief is. I mean, it's a bid'ah. We reject that. It's ignorance. In the Maliki madhab, in all the books of ziyarah, you're not supposed to touch the thing, to wipe it, they reject that. If somebody is overwhelmed by a hal, which happens, people get overwhelmed. And they do something, that's another matter. Ma'dur, he's excused. But if somebody's doing it, with the i'tiqad, it's a bid'ah. I'tiqadu ma laysa qurba bid'ah. Believing something is a devotion that's not a devotion. Not because there's not barakah there. There is barakah there. We don't doubt that. There is barakah there. But that specific act was manhi anhu. The fuqaha said not to do it. And some of it is for sadd al-dhari'ah, to cut off the pretext of other munkarat coming, things like that. Did anybody else have a question? Mm-hmm.
How do you reconcile the heal to healing prayer, where also we don't want gaps in the prayer for shaitan to come through?
That's true. Al-katab bil-katab. You put your shoulder to your shoulder, and then you line up the heel. If you line up the heel with the heel of the person next to you, you're going to be lined up because the heel goes along that. Whereas if you line up the big toe, do you see what I mean? There's people that have bigger feet than other people. So if you line up the toes, you're going to have differences in your ranks. Whereas if you line up the heel to the heel of the person next to you, you're going to be at the same rank. The same with the shoulders. You line the shoulders up. And that has to do with gaps. Fajwa. And look at the illah behind it. The illah is, you might not like the person that's next to you. So you don't want to pray next to them. He might be a poor person and you're a rich person. His clothes might not be as clean as yours. That's letting shaitan come in between the two of you. So by closing the gap, you're stopping that shaitan from getting in there and saying, don't get too close to him, the guy smells. Something like that. Really? Do you see what I mean?
So shoulder to shoulder.
Shoulder to shoulder.
But nothing to do.
That's Maliki. Al-Katab bil-Katab. I don't know in the Hanafi Shaykh. Shoulder to shoulder. Yeah. But there's no imam that says putting the feet physically next to the feet. as a mandub or...
I speak of my madhab.
Jazakallah khairan. Alhamdulillah. I mean, I read a book on it, so that's what they said. So I don't know, I mean, the four madhab, and I just barely know what I know, the little I know in my own school. So that's a wise thing to say, because you just get in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, we follow the fuqaha and they follow the Sudis. The thing that nowadays, where an awam, ordinary person says that he's got a certain thing of the mufti. Now, in that condition, is it like mandub or wajib for us to ask that same to the mufti, or can we follow him?
No, you can't follow somebody, because a fatwa is a non-binding legal opinion. It might have been specifically for that person. So you can't take a fatwa from a ammi. It might have been just for him. The alim who gave him the fatwa might have gotten some dispensation for his special needs. So you can't take it. So if he told him he could buy a house with a mortgage that has usury, you can't apply that as a general thing. It might have been one specific circumstance, and he might have his proof with Allah. Allahu alam. But you can't take that as general, because the mufti is supposed to give the opinion of the mashhur of the madhab. Now there's a saying, madhab al-ammi man yufti. The madhab of a simple person is whoever gives him a fatwa, meaning the alim who gives him a fatwa. And I asked one of my teachers in fiqh, Shaykh Muhammad al-Amin al-Masumi, and he said it's true from one point, it's not true from another point. He said it's true from the point that if someone is indeed almost illiterate in Islam, that if an alim gives him a fatwa, he follows it. But he said that is not an acceptable state to be in. He's supposed to learn his fard ayn from a school. So it's not like an absolute type general idea to put out there. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. بسم الله. وشروطهم في ذلك ثلاثة لا بد من معرفتها مخافة الغضب. There are conditions concerning what was previously mentioned, and this was in relation to adab and behavior. There are conditions in that are three. لا بد من معرفتها مخافة الغضب, and it's absolutely necessary to have some knowledge of them in order to avoid any errors. أولها أن لا يكون الفعل والقول مخلا بالأصل الذي هو طلب الجمع كالمعاصي الصريحة والقبائح المتفق عليها والبدعة الصريحة أو الإضافية مع ما يحقق الابتداع فيها، فإنها ظلم كلها وظلمة لا تجلب النور. فإنها ظلم كلها وظلمة لا تجلب النور بل تترف عينه. ومن أراد النور منها فقد أراد ما لا يصح وجوده. So he said the first is that any action or any words not in any way compromise the principle, which is the attempt to join the Sharia and the Haqiqah, such as wrong actions that are clearly wrong, any things that are inappropriate and it's agreed upon that they are considered inappropriate, any innovation that is absolutely explicitly an innovation, and also an innovation that is an additional innovation if the ulama have determined it to have elements of bid'ah in it. Because all of this is darkness, and darkness does not bring light. Rather, in fact, it eliminates the possibility of light coming in. And so whoever desires light from this, then he has done something that is not sound. It has no basis. So if you're seeking light from things that are essentially darkness, then it won't happen. That's the first one. The second one, تصحيح القصد في التوجه والوجه والبساط والمناط, is to rectify one's aims and ends, what one's attending, the goal, in terms of moving towards that goal, the means by which you move towards that goal, the ground upon which you move towards that goal, and also those things that are related to it. فلا يخل بالأدب بأدب الوقت ولا يتوجه قبل التحقيق بالإفادة واقتداء الحال لها. So one should not compromise whatever the adab of that specific time necessitates, nor should one attempt to move towards certain things before one has had realization, before one has determined absolutely what the benefit of that thing is, and also what its state necessitates. So before you do anything, you understand what the benefit of it is, and also what the state necessitates. الثالث الاقتصار على مقدار الضرورة من ذلك فيما قصد له لأن ما أبيح للضرورة قيد بقدرها في الجملة والاسترسال من المباحات مخل بأصل القصد وممكن في النفس استحلاءها حتى تدع النفس إلى طلبها. So then he says also one should restrict oneself to the absolute necessity only concerning this, in terms of what he is seeking to realize from it. Because when necessities are concerned, it's only permissible to do the qadr of that necessity, and to in any way be lenient about these things, and also to allow the nafs to slip into those prohibited, permissible things, is actually a compromise of the principle of what one is intending in this path. And it also is something that empowers the ego and causes it to actually enjoy such things, and therefore the ego then will demand more and more of it for you to seek it. So what he's saying here is that if you do have some necessity to do something, because here he was talking about obviously making things easier, if you do have some necessity to do that, he's saying then it should only be in accordance with whatever your necessity is. You shouldn't go past that, because what you're intending from all of this is still the same. And he said that darurat by their nature are limited to only the degree that you need it. And this is a qaida usuliyya. It's a principle in usul. For instance, if in any situation it was permissible for you to do something with usury, it's only permissible for you to do exactly what you need to do, and nothing beyond that. So if you had to take a loan that had interest in it for some reason where you did have a valid sharia situation, it wouldn't be permissible to take also a bigger loan for some other project that you had that just happened to be another project. Or for instance in eating, if you need to eat a carrion, dead carrion, it's only permissible for you to take what you need. You can't go beyond that. Unless you were in a desert or some far off place and you could actually take some with you to continue eating on the journey. But once you found halal food, that becomes haram. So the necessity is only permissible as long as that which made it necessary is still happening. Once that stops, it's over. وهذا الوجه هو الذي قعد بكثير من المريدين عن الوصول ورد كثيرا من الواصلين إلى أسفل السافلين. And he said this aspect is something that has caused many of the seekers of this path. It's actually withheld them and stopped them in their path to arrival. And it has also sent back many of those people who had arrived to the lowest of the low. وإليه أشار الجنيد رضي الله عنه بقوله ليوسف ابن الحسين رحمه الله لا أذاقك الله طعم نفسك فإنك إن ذقته لا تفرح بعده أبدا. May Allah never allow you to taste the pleasure of your own nafs, because if you taste it, you'll never have success after that, ever. وهذا الأصل الذي ذكرناه مستشعر من جواب الجنيد رحمه الله الذي سأله عن السماع فقال كل ما يجمع العبد على مولاه فإنه مباح. And this is also derived from the answer that Imam Junaid rahimahullah gave to the one who asked him about spiritual singing and gathering for that, when he said anything that helps gather a servant unto his Lord is permissible. Now this is obviously not to be taken, it's obviously permissible within the Sharia. That's his point. Because people could claim all kinds of things with that type of statement. But Imam al-Junayd radiallahu anhu was somebody who had extraordinary taqwa and wara'. So he's saying that if that's something that is bringing yourself nearer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then it's a good thing for you. If it's not, then it's not. وقد ذكر السهرة وردي في كتابه آداب المريدين رخص المذهب وذكر منها هذا ولا رخصة لمن لا يأخذ بالعزيمة. So these are all about dispensations, and he says that Imam Suhrawardi, in his book Adab al-Muridin, The Courtesies of the Seekers, he said the dispensations of this school, and then he mentioned some of them like this, but then he said, and yet there is no dispensation for the one who does not take his actions with resolution. In other words, the dispensation is an exception. That your normal situation should be resolution in what you do. The dispensation, the ease, the facilitation should be when you need it with a good reason. It shouldn't be what you're always looking for. In fact, it should be quite the opposite. So then he says, إِذْ تَتَبُعُ الرُّخَصِ مَذْمُومٌ إِجْمَاعًا, because to seek out dispensations, meaning easier ways, is madhmoom. It's a blameworthy trait by consensus. Now there's a hadith in which the Prophet ﷺ said, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ أَن يُؤْخَذَ بِرُخَصِهِ كَمَا يُحِبُّ أَن يُؤْخَذَ بِعَزَائِمِهِ. Allah loves that a slave takes dispensations just as He loves that he takes azima. If the dispensation is sunnah, then it's actually better that you take it. And there's a khilaf about this, but about certain things. But just speaking from the Maliki madhab, and you'd have to check other madhab. For the traveling prayers, it's a sunnah to shorten the prayers. It's actually sunnah mu'akkada in the Maliki madhab. And there's a qawl bil wujub. Some of the Malikis actually said it was an obligation. For you to pray for while you're traveling would actually be mukhillun. That's what he's saying. You're doing something that you shouldn't be doing. You should actually be praying the two. It's not haram to do that. In other words, if you prayed for, your prayer is valid, it's not haram. But you've left a sunnah mu'akkada, which is makruh. Now, the only time they differ about that is if you came to a masjid and the imam was a righteous person, then it's mandub to pray behind the imam. So you would give up your sunnah of doing 2 rak'ats and join the jama'ah. But in normal circumstances, even if you have a jama'ah where some are praying full and others are praying traveling, the travelers, according to the Maliki school, are better to pray on their own too than to pray with the jama'ah that's praying for. So there's an example of the rukhsa, you should take the dispensation. You actually shouldn't leave it. Now on the other hand, in the jama'ah, it is not the sunnah to join the prayers together in your traveling, unless there's a rukhsa. Now this is not Shafi'i madhab, because they let you join it any time. In the Maliki and the Hanafi madhab, the circumstances have to exist. So in the Maliki madhab, the circumstance for it would be if, for instance, if I came here for one day, I'm a traveler, and I'm going to Granada, and it's Dhuhr time, and Asr has not come in yet. But I know that I'm going to arrive at Granada after Asr time, and I'm going to be in Sayr, like moving the whole way. Then I can actually do what's called jama'. But it's a rukhsa. It's a dispensation. I could also stop on the road along the way. So I have both choices. So there's an example where it's your choice, it's your call to take the rukhsa or the azima. And then he says, فَتَمَسَّكُوا بِأَحْكَامِ التَّقْوَى وَالسَّلَامَةِ. Cling to the rules of taqwa and of safety. Cling to them. وَالسَّلَامَ, in peace. That's the best thing to do. I mean, that's what you have to do. It's not just the best thing, it's the only thing. الطرف الثاني في موقع التقوى من العادات وما يداخلها من قبيح الإرادات وذلك يدور على 3 مواقع. The second aspect here in terms of taqwa concerning normative matters, habits, and those things that impose themselves on it from the unpleasant desires. These revolve around 3. أولها وجه الأخذ والترك ويدخله الحلال والحرام والمنع والجواز. The first is the aspect of either taking or leaving something, doing something or either abstaining from it. And this concern with what is permissible and what is impermissible, the halal and the haram, what is prohibited and prevented in the sharia, and what is, there's license given for it. فإن أنضاف إليه تغير الحكم كان بدعة وإلا فهو بحسبه. So if the hukum changes, if there's a change in the ruling, then it becomes an innovation. وإلا فهو بحسبه. Otherwise, it's in accordance with it. وأهمه المتشابه. And the most important of all these matters are those things that are gray areas, the doubtful areas. فإن الحلال بين والحرام بين ومن ترك الشبهات استبرأ لدينه وعرضه. And this is in accordance with the hadith, because the halal is absolutely clear and the haram is absolutely clear, and whoever leaves doubtful matters has maintained the purity, the innocence of his deen and of his honor. ولكن الواجب من مجانبة الشبهات مجانبة ما قوي وجوده كاختلاط محظور بمحظور. But the obligation in concerning avoiding doubtful matters is the avoidance of what is very clearly exists in that thing. Like the mixture of mahdur with mahdur. Like the mixture of something prohibited with something else that's prohibited. وَمَا وَرَى ذَلِكَ وَرَى. So if it's the doubtful matters when you have mixtures of things, some of it's clear, some of it's unclear, some of it's actually clearly haram, there's mixture of things. Those things, whenever that's strong, you actually have to avoid it. When it's not strong, when it's indeed a gray area, what he's saying is, at that point, it becomes a matter of wara'. It's a matter of scrupulousness in the person. The more scrupulous a person is, the more they're going to avoid those gray areas in which it's not clearly haram, where somebody can say that's haram. You can't do that. It's going to be those areas where there's some gray matter there. And then he says, إِلَّا أَن يَكُونَ عَلَى أَصْلٍ. Unless there's some foundation for it. فَشَكٌّ بِلَا عَلَامَ وَوَسْوَسَ. And then, in that case, it's doubt without really clear signs for it and obsessive compulsiveness. So people can become obsessive compulsive about this, and that's when it's not wara'. It's something else. And he's really talking about sicknesses where somebody becomes spiritually neurotic. It's no longer about wara'. It's really a type of neuroses, which is actually quite common with a lot of people. So, in terms of food and things like that, al-halal bayyin wa al-haram bayyin. Haram bayyin is things that, ham, that's clearly haram, ham. Now, gelatin, if you see gelatin, that's something that the vast majority of gelatin in the West is made from pig. And so, it really becomes the type where it's ikhtilat. Obviously, most of the food is halal, but there's something there that's haram. At this point, you should leave it. On the other hand, there are things like rennet in cheese. There's proofs that say that the cheese of the Europeans is permissible, and then there's other people like Imam al-Tartushi, who wrote an entire book on the prohibition of the cheese of the Romans, or the Europeans, which includes the Western people. And Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, he mentioned the Risala of Ibn Abi Zayd al-Qayrawan in his commentary, he said, whoever swears that he will never eat the cheese of the Europeans at the grave of Imam al-Tartushi, then he'll have his dua answered. If he makes a nadar. Because that was the Imam's opinion. He was a great Imam. He was a great Maliki Imam. He's one of the teachers of Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi. But the point is, for the cheese of Rome, the European cheese, like in this country, it's considered alright to eat the cheese. But if you left it tawarru'an, in other words, you don't have to. But if you did, that's not a bad thing. On the other hand, if you don't drink their milk, people become very upset. There's a book you can get. It literally has everything. And people become totally obsessed with this. So if there's some like MS5 or something like that, this is what he's talking about, where you go to such an extreme that your life is no longer functioning. You're completely paralyzed. And at that point, there's another impulse going on. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal mentioned in his book on Zuhd, one person came and asked him about the honey of the bees of Rome. Was it halal or not? And he said that it was. But the reason he put it in that book was to show the wara' of the people. But on the other hand, that time, that age that they were living in, you have to take things also within the context of the time. There are many stories, like even of Imam Ahmad of his incredible wara'. If you try to take those early people and apply it in a time like today, when most people aren't doing the major things, and you start becoming obsessed with the little things, there's people that are so obsessed with really minor things, and they have bank accounts, they have mortgages on their houses, their jobs are not sound jobs. You have to prioritize, you have to get things in the right order. And so first, you have to eliminate the haram from your life. And then you work on the makruhat and the mubahat. This should be the focus on those things that actually there's adab or iqab. There are punishments mentioned in relation to those things. We have to eliminate those first. And that should be the focus. Once you eliminate those, you move to the next level and the next level. And he talks about that earlier, about looking at the end without completing the beginning. That's actually a reason for not arriving. وَرُبَّ وَرَعٍ كَانَ إِذَايَةً. And maybe types of wara', scrupulousness, are actually harmful. فَتَفَقَّهْ بَعْدَ الْفِقْهِ فِي الْأَحْوَالِ إِنْ أَرَدْتَ السَّلَامَةِ. So learn discernment after fiqh concerning the ahwal, the states, the ahwal of the self. إِنْ أَرَدْتَ السَّلَامَةِ. If you want peace or safety. This man was a serious psychologist, and he knew the nafs. And spiritual nafs also have illnesses. But you see this a lot, even in Western people. A lot of these types of sicknesses that he's describing, you find them in Western people. There are people, for instance, if they shake hands, they have to go wash their hands with somebody. Really. If they drink a glass, they pull out like a handkerchief from their own pocket, and they'll only touch it because they become obsessed with germs and things like that. This is what he's talking about. That type of level in spiritual matters, where it's become actually an idaya. It's harmful, it's not beneficial. الثاني وجه التناول وفيه تحريم كالحرير ونحوه وإباحة وندب تغيير الحكم ابتداع والاقتصار على المندوب استقامة والأخذ بالمباح تقوى وما وراء ذلك محرم ومكروه والله أعلم. The second one is the aspect of how one is taking these things, and in it there are things that are prohibited, like harir, silk, and those type of things, gold rings. And then there are things that are mubah, that are permissible, and then there's things that are recommended. So changing these type of rulings is innovation. And only limiting yourself to what's recommended is istiqamah. This is uprightness. This is like a salih. And taking what's permitted is taqwa. That's what's expected from all of us. Because at the first level of taqwa, well, it's actually the second level. The first level is taqwa al-kufr. The second level is taqwa al-kaba'ir. Every Muslim should be avoiding major wrongs. The third level is taqwa al-sagha'ir. So that's taqwa. Istiqamah comes when you're actually now seeking out recommended things. وَمَا وَرَى ذَلِكَ مُحَرَّمٌ أَوْ مَكْرُوهٌ. Anything beyond that is either prohibited or makruh. الثالث مواقع التقلب وهي بساط الآداب. The third is the places of the vicissitudes of life, and that is the ground of courtesy. So spiritual courtesies, these are the places where they manifest. كَبِرَّ الْوَالِدَيْنِ, like filial piety towards your parents, wujuban, as an obligation. وَالْمُعَلِّمْ بِرًّا وَأَدَبًا, out of birr and also out of courtesy. وَطَاعَةَ الْأُمَرَاءِ فِيمَا لَمْ يُخَالِفِ الشَّرْعِ, and also obedience to our rulers in anything that does not go in contradistinction to the sacred law. وَهُوَ السَّمْعُ وَطَاعَةُ وَإِنْ كَانَ عَبْدًا حَبَشِيًا مُجَدَّعًا, and this is hearing and obeying, even if it was an Ethiopian slave with a mutilated face. قال عمر رضي الله عنه إن شتمك فاصبر وإن ضربك فاصبر وإن أخذ مالك فاصبر وإن راودك على دينك فقل طاعتي في دمي دون ديني. Umar رضي الله عنه said, if he curses you, be patient. If he harms you physically, be patient. If he takes your property, be patient. But if he attempts to seduce you from your religion, say, at this point my obedience is in my blood, not in my deen. In other words, you have to take my blood before I'm going to disobey Allah. You can take my body, you can't take my deen. وَلَا تُخْرِجْ يَدًا مِنْ طَاعَتِهِ, don't remove one hand from his obedience. وَقَالَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم اسمع وأطيع وإن ضرب الظهر وأخذ المال. Hear and obey, even should he strike your back and take your property. وقال صلوات الله وسلامه عليه فأعطوهم ما سألوا وحسابهم على الله. Give them what they ask, and their reckoning is with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وقال صلوات الله وسلامه عليه ما مشى قوم إلى سلطان شبرا ليذلوه إلا أذلهم الله. No people march against a ruler, even a handspan, in order to humiliate him or degrade him, except that Allah will humiliate them. وقال عليه السلام ما سب قوم أميرهم ولا إلا حرموا خيره. No people ever curse their ruler except they are prevented from his good. They are prohibited gaining any good from him. وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام المؤمن لا يذل نفسه. The Prophet ﷺ said the believer will not humiliate his own soul. وقيل وكيف ذلك يا رسول الله قال يتعرض للسلطان وليس له من النصر. He said that he would expose himself to authority, in other words opposing the authority. There's no expectation of any justice being shown from the ruler, or he himself really doesn't have a just reason for doing that. The ruler ends up humiliating. So he's humiliated himself by going up against authority. Now, just to stop here for a second, there's a lot of people, and particularly in the Rafida tradition, that accuse the Sunni people of that they incline towards the rulers, that they didn't condemn the rulers. That's not true. It's a slander against the scholars. And some of them actually will claim that a lot of these hadiths were fabricated during the early period by rulers and these things. Again, that is a complete lie also. There are a number of reasons. One, anybody who studied the science of hadith knows that it was almost impossible to get a hadith in and slip it past the scholars of hadith. It does occur, but it's very, very rare. It's very rare. And just to give you a good example, the Mu'tazilite for 100 years were in power, 100 years, and yet you will find no hadith that substantiates their most important claim, that the Quran was created. If the rulers could just invent hadith like that, then you would have had a hadith that said the Quran is created. But there's no hadith that says that. They couldn't substantiate it. And many, many other examples. There are many things that the rulers would have loved to have hadith to substantiate, and they didn't. So that claim is a false claim. But he goes on to say other things. But one of the things Imam Malik radiallahu anhu said is that one moment of anarchy is worse than 60 years under tyranny. Imam Malik said, a short period of time under anarchy, sa'atun min fawda. He said, 60 sana fi dhulm khayrun min sa'atin fi fawda. 60 years in oppression is better than a very short period of time of anarchy, where Muslims are killing each other, things like that. Now, this is an athar, but it's very powerful and people should listen, because it's true. By aqidah, it's absolutely true. وفي بعض الكتب يقول الله تعالى أنا الله لا إله إلا أنا ملك الملوك قلوب الملوك بيدي فمن أطاعني جعلتهم عليه رحمة ومن عصاني جعلتهم عليه نقمة فلا تشغلوا أنفسكم بسبهم وادعوني أعطفهم عليكم الحديث. He mentions this, that it's a hadith, Allahu A'lam. There's not a takhrij of this, but the meaning is true. The meaning is absolutely true. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, so it's like a Qudsi, I am Allah, there's no God but me. I am the King of Kings. The hearts of kings are in my hand. Whoever obeys me, I will make those hearts a mercy to them. I will make those kings a mercy to them. And whoever disobeys me, I will make those kings a tribulation for them. So don't preoccupy yourselves with cursing them. Call on me, and I will make them compassionate towards you. I mean, that is the essence of the Sunni position. Is that the hukam, a'malukum, ummalukum, a'malukum. Your rulers are a reflection of your own actions. كيفما تكونوا يولى عليكم. However you are, those are the people put over you. والحق أن الملوك رحمة من جانب نقمة من آخر. And in reality, this is Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, kings are a mercy in any case. Even if they're a tyrant, they're a mercy from one aspect and they're a tribulation from another. فمن أهمل حقوقهم هلك في الدنيا والآخرة ومن تعرض لهم خسر في الدنيا والآخرة ومن اعتمدهم فاتته الدنيا والآخرة والسلام. So whoever neglects their rights is destroyed in this world and the next. And whoever exposes himself to them loses in this world and the next. And whoever depends on them, then he will lose this world and the next. Wassalam. So rulers, even if they're tyrants, if there's some order that they're maintaining, because even under tyrannies there's order, that itself is a blessing from Allah. Because human beings in a state of anarchy, it's a disaster. This is what happens when anarchy occurs. You can't go out and buy things at a store. There's rioting in the streets. There's plundering and pillaging. Women are raped. Children are killed. Who would want that type of situation? Nobody. You would rather be under a tyranny than have that situation. Because in a tyranny, some of your freedoms are limited. For some people, all of them. Because tyrants will often take intellectuals, take people that threaten them and put them in jail. But even under a tyranny, there are benefits for the people. This is what he's pointing out. And so, none of these imams either were close to the rulers. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu he was tortured by the people of his time. And yet, despite that fact, look through all of his writings, all of his works, you'll never see him curse the rulers. You'll never see him say anything bad about them. You can go through the whole Mudawwana, he'll never even mention them. He doesn't mention any of them by name, ever. He only talks about the Sharia aspects, because those are the important things. And people have to know what you want to go on. Once you recognize that your life is very short, you're given a very short time on earth, and there are certain things to do. One of the most important things is ensuring the transmission of Islam to the next generation. So if that's not happening, if people aren't carrying on these sciences, which is what's happening now, because a lot of the people that are very devout Muslims have abandoned studying. They're involved in a lot of other things. So you're losing all the sciences of Islam. So say there is some Islamic state that comes about. Say it does actually come about. Who's going to be there to tell them how to actually implement Islam? Who's going to be there to tell them what the Sharia says about this or that? Because you can't work it out. You have to have people who have been trained to do those things. And this is one of the real losses of this century, is that the institutions were shut down and the teachers died off, and there's very few left. And really it's incumbent upon a certain amount of people to do that, to take those knowledges from those people. الطرف الثالث, the third aspect, في الأخلاق الذميمة وما يعرض للأخلاق المستقيمة والناس في ذلك الثلاثة. This relates to bad characters. What happens to somebody concerning good character? And people are three concerning these things. So in bad character, and also what happens when somebody's attempting to maintain good character, people are three types. رَجُلٌ عَلَتْ هِمَّتُهُ, a man whose himma, his spiritual aspiration is very high. وَارْتَفَعَتْ عَزِيمَتُهُ, and his resolution has risen to a very high level. فَعَظَمَتْ رُتْبَتُهُ, this is somebody whose rank is very high. وَغَلَتْ قِيمَتُهُ, and his value, his worth is great. فَعَرَضَ لَهُ فِي ذَلِكَ ثَلَاثَةٌ مِنْ أُمَّهَاتِ الْمَهَالِكِ. Three things will happen to him that are from the matrices of those destructive matters on this path. They're at the foundation of the destructive matters of this path. So when you have a lot of resolution on this path, when you have a lot of determination, your rank is high, you're moving towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, three things will occur. And these will literally destroy a person's spiritual movement. The first, الطمع, the first is covetousness, desire, desiring what other people have. And some of the people of Tasawwuf said that this is the foundational illness, الطمع. Some said it was kibr, some said it was hubb al-riyasa, love of leadership, some said it was hasad, some said it was riya. They're all related. But طمع is desire. It's desiring what somebody else has. It's the first noble truth in the Eastern tradition. وَبِسَاطُهُ ضُعْفُ الْإِيمَانِ, its ground upon which it emerges is the weakness of faith. Your faith is weak. When you desire what Allah has given to others, your faith is weak. وَمَادَّتُهُ الْوَهْمُ, and it's the stuff that it's made of is illusion. وَغَايَتُهُ الْحِرْمَانُ, and its end result is that you are deprived of that thing you are attempting to achieve. وَبَاعِثُهُ الْغَفْلَةِ, its incentive is heedlessness. وَالْأُلْفُ لِلْأَسْبَابِ, and also being comfortable with material means. فَقَدْ قِيلَ لَوْ قِيلَ لِلطَّمَعِ مَنْ أَبُوكَ, and it's been said that if you said to this desire, this covetousness, who is your father? He would have to answer, الشَّكُّ فِي الْمَقْدُورِ, doubt about the divine decree. وَلَوْ قِيلَ لَهُ مَا حِرْفَتُكَ, and if it was said to him, what is your occupation? لَقَالَ اكْتِسَابَ الذُّلِّ, he would have said, the acquisition of humiliation. And this also comes from a hikmah that Ibn Ata'illah radiallahu anhu said, that the high trees of humiliation only grow in the grounds of desire. So somebody's humiliation comes from tama', this desire. This is what will destroy people. وَلَوْ قِيلَ لَهُ مَا غَايَتُكَ لَقَالَ الْحِرْمَانِ, and if it was said, what is your end? What's your aim? He would have said, deprivation. So that's the first one, al-tama'. The Mauritanians, they have a proverb, they say, al-tama'u yadhhab bil-aql. Desire literally will remove the intellect. People can't think anymore. They get so desirous of what somebody else has. They lose their... And they'll go to extreme ends to get something that somebody else has. And that's why really it's, in a sense, the root disease. Desire. It is the root disease in a sense. I mean, no disobedience ever occurred except that desire, tama', was at its root. You wanted something. And the point is, what he's saying is, hirman is the result. Whatever you wanted, if by drinking you wanted to forget your problems, they're just worse when the drink wears off. If material comfort was what you wanted by attempting to acquire all this wealth, you'll never get that material comfort. It won't happen. Because you always want more. Ithnani la yashba'ani. Two people will never be satiated. Talib al-dunya wa talib al-ilm. A seeker of dunya and the seeker of knowledge. So if you go out seeking the dunya in order to get satiated, you'll never get it. So it's hirman. Tama' is hirman. You're deprived. The second one is thani al-bukhlu wa bisatuhu khawf al-faqr. The second one is miserliness. And its ground is fear of poverty. That's why somebody's bakhil. He's afraid he's going to get poor. And the Prophet ﷺ said, هَلْ هُنَكَ دَاءٌ أَدْوَى مِنَ الْبُخْلِ. Is there a disease more diseased than miserliness? Because the thing about giving out is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increases you in your generosity. When you don't give to others, it's fear. وضعف اليقين وغايته الحسد وغرضه التعدي والظلم والإخلال بالحقوق. And then he said, it also comes from weak certainty. Your certainty is diminished. And its end, in reality, is envy. And its goal and purpose, its means is ta'addi wa dhulm, aggression and oppression, wal-ikhlal bil-huquq, and depriving others of their rights. Because a bakhil will end up depriving people of their rights. Al-bakhil shar'an, the definition of a bakhil shar'an is somebody that doesn't pay zakat. That's a bakhil shar'an. If you're not giving the haqq of Allah on your wealth, you're bakhil. But there's a bakhil muru'atan, and some would add to that, like Imam Muhammad Mawlud adds to that, not just zakat, but if somebody comes to you in need and you have the ability to help them without harming you, and you don't, then that's also bakhil. But there's also a bakhil in terms of just, even though shar'an it's not bukhl, but the idea of always having other people pay for you. There's people that will never want to pay for something. They'll always wait till somebody else. There's bukhl there. I mean, if he's capable, I mean, he might be poor. He can't do it. That's another thing. But somebody who's capable and yet he'll wait for somebody else to do it. That person, shar'an, is not really a bakhil, but socially, if he's known to do that, he'll get the label of stingy. Right? The Mexicans say coda, like that. It's like he doesn't have a hand to give, he's just got an elbow. And then the third one, الثالث الكبر وبساطه التعزز ومادته الرضا عن النفس وغايته فقد الإنصاف ودوام الانحراف وعدم التوقف في الحقوق وعدم التوبة في الحقوق. The third one is arrogance. So the first one is tama', desire, covetousness. The second one is bukhl, miserliness. And the third one is arrogance. He's saying that these will destroy people. Even people that have high himma, have azima, resolution, their rank is high, they have high value. These three things will literally stop them on their paths and destroy them. Desire, miserliness, and then kibr. Because often what will happen if somebody does a lot of spiritual work or intellectual work, in many, many ways, they're open to kibr, to becoming arrogant, to thinking they're better than other people because they're doing more than other people, these type things. وَبِسَاطُ وَتَعَزُّزُ وَمَدَّتُهُ الرِّضَى. And its ground is in this overweening sense of the self. And the stuff that it's made of is contentment with the soul, with the ego. And the result of it, it's the loss of objectivity towards others, that you begin to be biased in your opinions. And also, its result is that one is constantly deviating and will forget, will lose tawbah in relation to the huquq. Because part of tawbah, we went through radd al-mazalim, is redressing wrongs that were done. If you become arrogant, you won't think you've done any wrong to anybody, even if you've wronged them. Or you won't think you've done something wrong in the haqq of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that becomes very dangerous. وَإِنْ كَانَ صَاحِبُهُ فِي غَايَةِ صُوَرَ الضَّعَ فَإِنَّهُ مُتَكَبِّرٌ. And even if the companion of this was in the most extreme state of degradation, he's still arrogant. So in other words, he's saying, you could be somebody in the most extreme state, lowly state, and yet you have these affections. In that case, فَإِنَّهُ مُتَكَبِّرٌ فَعْرَفْ ذَلِكَ. So know that. Because generally kibr comes from money, from lineage, from beauty. It comes from material things. But he's talking about spiritual pride. Like the muezzin said to the imam, look who thinks he's nothing. That's spiritual pride. And the thing about spiritual pride is it can actually be in somebody who in societal matters is still very low. In terms of class, consciousness, things like that. It could be somebody who's very low. But he has this spiritual pride. He might not have any wealth. He might be a faqir. He might be damim al-wajh. Somebody who's damim, he's ugly or unpleasant. He might be somebody without any really societal status, but he looks down on other people because of his nafs. الثاني رجل, so that's the first type of person. الثاني رجل حصل له شيء من الرفع وأثر من مبادئ ارتفاع القطعة. The second type person is somebody who has achieved some rank, some portion in terms of the foundations of those things that exalt a person, in terms of jah, having a mansib. And the foundation of this is three. أحدها قلة المبالاة في الحال اعتمادا على رتبته. Lack of concern about his state because he's dependent upon his rank. So because he has a rank, he has some rifa', he's been raised up, he's been elevated by his state, he begins to not really be concerned anymore because he's achieved a rank. And so he depends on that rank. It's what they call in the West resting on his laurels. Somebody who's resting on his laurels. الثاني الاستظهار بالدعاوى استشعارا لمزيته. The second quality of this person is beginning to make claims because he is aware and senses his distinction from others. So this might be somebody who starts believing that he's a wali of Allah, starts making claims about it. And this is one of the problems on this path. Shaykh Ibn al-Habib, one of his qasida begins, فَإِنْ شِئْتَ تَطْهِرًا مِنَ الشِّرْكِ وَالدَّعْوَةِ وَتَشْرَبَ مِنْ تَسْنِيمِ الْوَصْلِحَةَ التَّرْوَةِ مِنَ الشِّرْكِ وَالدَّعْوَةِ. He begins the qasida, if you want to free yourself from riya and da'wah. Because on the spiritual path you can get riya. You start wanting to do these things so that other people see you in a certain light. وَالدَّعْوَةِ, and making false claims. And Imam Al-Ghazali radiallahu anhu said, Imam Sidi Mayyara mentioned it in his commentary on Ibn Ashur's Bab of Tasawwuf. He said, مِنَ الذُّنُوبِ, there are some wrong actions. لَا تُكَفَّرُوا إِلَّا بِسُوءِ الْخَاتِمَةِ. They're not removed except by a bad seal. And then he said, وَمِنْهَا إِدِّعَى الْوِلَايَةِ, claiming to be a wali of God. And then Sidi Mayyara adds to that, and by Allah, I don't know if this also includes those who claim others to be walis of God. He said, I'm not sure whether this is included in those who claim others to be awliya, mahabbatan fihim, out of their love for them. Now what that means is that is not i'tiqad. People have a belief about people and that's accepted. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ, in that famous hadith about tazkiyah, if you say about somebody that you reckon him to be like that. وَلَا أُزَكِّ عَلَى اللَّهِ أَحَدًا. And I don't claim anybody is pure before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In other words, Allah knows the real states of people, but you have an i'tiqad, a belief about people, that they're closer to Allah. Now, obviously in the past, there are people that are mujma' ala wilayatihim. The great imams of our ummah, these are awliya of Allah. And we don't have any doubt about that. Imam al-Ghazali, Imam al-Nawawi, Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, radiyallahu anhum, Qadi Iyad, all these, Imam Malik, Abu Hanifa, Imam al-Shafi'i, Imam Ahmad, these are awliya. We don't have any doubts about that. In terms of people, you have a belief about them. And that's why you ask them for dua, things like that. That's from i'tiqad. So he's saying that da'wah, that this is one of the things, these people will make claims of da'wah. And you'll see this, unfortunately, with people. Or they'll claim it for their shaykh. They'll say their shaykh's the qutab. They'll say their shaykh is the greatest living shaykh. Have they gone all over the world and met every single shaykh? I mean, it's good to have a belief about somebody. It's not a bad thing. But to make jazm, that's the danger. I mean, there's a saying, they say only the wali knows the wali. So in a sense, to make that claim about somebody else is a type of claim also. الثالث الاستصلاح الاصطلاح للمخالفات انتصارا لهواه في حالته. And the third one is that he's at peace with his act of disobedience, as a way of justifying his own affections in the state that he's in. So he's at peace with those things that he's doing that are against the path, against the Sharia, as a way of justifying his own passion. الثالث, the third type of person, رجل تهور مع المتهورين وتجبر مع المتجبرين وقواعد آفاته ثلاثة جامعة وهي التي بها النفوس والعة. So he says the third one is somebody who rushes headlong into danger with those who do so, and has become arrogant, tyrannical with those who do so. And the foundation of his pitfalls is three: comprehensive, and these are also things that the nafs, by their nature, are inclined to and have strong desire for. الأولى التجسس ومنه ينبعث كل فعل خسيس. The first is spying or seeking out information about others, and from this manifests every lowly action, كالغيبة والنميمة. So somebody's concerned about other people. They become obsessively concerned about other people, and from this results things like backbiting, dissembling, وَكُلُّ إِذَايَةٍ وَذَمِيمَةٍ, and every harm that occurs to people, and every foul and ugly deed. لأن من تطلع للأخبار لم يعدم الشرور في الإخبار. And the reason for this is because the one who is constantly seeking out news about others will not be safe from the evil of what he finds out. So if you're always looking to find out bad things about people, you're going to find them out. And that in itself is dangerous. Because whereas before, that person was veiled, and then you begin to have bad opinions about those people, there's all these things that come from it. You start thinking that you're better than those people. There are a lot of real problems with that. And for that reason, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, لا تجسسوا. Don't spy on other people. Don't seek out their faults. I mean, Allah said, إِنَّ بَعْضَ الظَّنِّ إِثْمٌ. some suspicion is wrong. So if you suspect, لا تجسسوا. Don't go and find out, because you might find out. And then if you find out, لا يغتب بعضكم بعضا. Don't go tell other people what you found out, unless there's a حكم شرعي. And then الثانية, the second one, is الاسترسال مع الطبيعة فيما يأتي به من شنيعة من غير تفصيل في الأحوال ولا التفات للنقص والكمال، وهذه من حمق غالب أو هوى طالب أو قلب عن الحقيقة غائب، فإن أفعال العقلاء مربوطة بالمقاصد متوقفة على المراصد، ومن أرسل نفسه وقع في أودية الهلاك كما ورد في كل واد من قلب ابن آدم شعبة، فمن تتبع قلبه تلك الشعب لم يبالي الله في أي واد أهلكه. Hadith. So the second is allowing the self to freely roam in the pastures of its nature concerning those things that result in ugly things, without really going into details about the states of the soul, nor being concerned about the deficient things of the soul and those things that perfect the soul. And this is from overwhelming stupidity, حمق غالب, أو هوى طالب, or a demanding affection or craving, أو قلبا عن الحقيقة غائب, or a heart that is completely absent from reality. Because the actions of those people who are intelligent, who have aql, is always connected to the aims and purposes. And it's always rooted in looking for those things that are going to harm it. In other words, there's a type of vigilance in the actions of people with intellect. There's a type of deliberation that they have that prevents them from going into things that will harm them. وَمَنْ أَرْسَلَ نَفْسُهُ وَقْعَ فِي أَوْدِيَةِ الْهَلَاكِ. And those people who unleash their souls will always fall into the valleys of destruction. Just as it's come in the hadith, in every valley, في كل واد من قلب ابن آدم شعبة. In every valley of the heart of the son of Adam, there is an inlet, there's a branch, there's a road going off. So whoever seeks out and allows its heart to follow those byways, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has no concern about which valley He destroys him in. So if you're always letting your heart roam and wander without being vigilant about it, holding it back to those things that are harmful, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not concerned. If you're not concerned in the destruction of your heart, then what He's saying is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not concerned either. نَسُوا اللَّهَ فَأَنْسَاهُمْ أَنفُسُهُم. They forgot Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so Allah caused them to forget their own souls. التعزز والاستبداد بالرأي. This is the third, الثالثة. This is of this type of person. This is the impetuous and arrogant person. التعزز والاستبداد بالرأي ومنه يتولد حب المدح وتوقف في مواطن الذبح. This is somebody who is extremely proud and also completely opinionated, believes that his opinion is the only valid opinion. And the result of this are love of praise and also exposing oneself to the places of dhibh. Because the Prophet ﷺ in the hadith called the people who praised people that it's as if they slaughtered their brother. Dhibh. So if you're always seeking out praise, it's like you're seeking to get your throat slit. It's going out looking to be slaughtered. So his warning here is that this type person, this opinionated person, filled with himself, thinks that nobody else has a valid point of view. This type of position results in loving to be praised. Excellent. What a great opinion you presented. And then that leads to kibr, intifakh. They get bigger and bigger. And so they kill themselves. Because with just a mustard seed of pride, somebody's prevented from entering paradise. تَنَبَّهْ أَيُّهَا الْأَخ. So wake up, oh my brother. Pay attention to this. لهذه الأصول التي رسمت لك تجد جميع المعاصي دائرة عليها. So wake up to these, oh my brother, and you will find in these principles that I have just described to you all the roots of all wrong actions. So he's saying that what he's just given you, all of this material up till now, this is the root of all wrong actions, is in one of these principles that he's laid down. And part of being cured from the disease is knowing its etiology. By knowing what causes a disease, you can remove the disease. So that's why what he's done is he's given us all of the causes of wrong actions. So this facilitates the ability of treating the soul with the tawfiq of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, coupled with the mujahada of the individual. And then he said, وَخَارِجَةً مِنْهَا وَعَيْدَةً إِلَيْهَا. It emerges from them and it returns to them. وَاعْلَمْ أَنَّهَا تَحْدُثُ مِنْ أُمُورٍ ثَلَاثَةٍ. And all of them occur from three things. أولها الاقتداء بالناس المعتقدين الذين يظهر منهم ذلك. The first is imitating people who one has some type of belief in them, and those wrong actions manifest from them. And this is the foundation of Western now, ads and all these people that people are imitating. The reason you see all these young girls wearing shirts where their belly buttons are exposed is because they see this singer Britney Spears who wears this type of thing. I mean, this is what, they had an article in Newsweek that said when this woman was, she's 18 years old or something, when she was plastered all over America, suddenly all these girls started wearing these shirts. They weren't wearing them before, but when they put this person up there, everybody starts imitating. He's giving you the three reasons why people do these things. One of them is because they're following people who do those things, and they have some belief about them. So they think he's great or she's great. The origin and their origins in one's actions, because of the lack of taking the soul to account, because there's no soul reckoning. So one doesn't reflect on what one's been doing. One doesn't see where one's states are emerging from and the actions that result from those states. الثالث حسن الظن بالنفس والاسترسال معها. The third is having a good opinion of the self and giving the self free rein. فاحذر نفسك. So beware of yourself. أولا. واحذر الناس ثانيا. And beware of other people. Secondly. من غير أن تسيء الظن بهم. Without having a bad opinion of it. Just beware of people. One of them said, حسن الظن في الزمان منقصة فظن شرا ثم كن منه على وجري. Like in these days, it's dangerous to have a good opinion of people. Think the worst and then just watch out. Don't have a good opinion, don't have a bad opinion. Just beware of people. In the old days, when you had a lot of good people, الناس محمول على العافية is a principle in usul. الناس محمول على العافية. You should think first that people are okay before you think something's wrong with them. When they say, when the time is corrupt, people are bad, generally, you have to be really wary. You have to watch out. Because you'll just get burnt again and again. بل كما قال مالك رحمه الله تمسك بالذي لا تشك فيه ودع الناس ولعلهم في ساعة. Cling to what you know to be true and have no doubt about. And leave people, and perhaps they have some valid position. In other words, follow what you know to be true. Like the Shaykh, the Moroccan Shaykh, who somebody asked him what was the hukm of men wearing gold. And he says haram. And then the man asking him said, well, why does the king have a gold bracelet we always see in the pictures and things? And the Shaykh said, Sayyidina Faqih, the king's, he's a Faqih. He knows what he's doing. As far as I know, it's haram. Maybe he knows something I don't know. Just leave people. People have sa'a with their Lord. You don't know. That's why Imam al-Ma'ziri, they said, من اتساع علمه قلما أنكر على أحد. From the vastness of his knowledge, he rarely condemned anybody of anything. I mean, he had so much knowledge. He would always say, oh, that's an opinion of so-and-so. There's a madhab that says such and such. So-and-so said that that was permissible. That's what he's saying. Cling to what you know to be true. And then consider maybe he has some other fatwa or something like that. Obviously this is not about haram, something clearly haram, something like that. And then he said, وَلَا تُقَلِّدْ دِينَكَ الرِّجَالِ بل قلده العلم الذي لا يمكن الغلط فيه وبرهانه في نفسه وهو ما جاء عن الله ورسوله حسب ما فهمه أولي العلم والحكمة وحاسب نفسك فيما دق وجل واجعل ذلك آخر كل يوم لتعرف ما فيه ولا تعتمد بالأمور العامة. So he said, with your deen do not imitate men, but rather imitate true knowledge, which does not have the possibility of a mistake, and you have a proof with it in yourself. And that is what Allah and His Messenger ﷺ have brought. So what he's saying is, don't imitate people because they can make mistakes, they can be right. Follow Allah and His Messenger. But then he qualifies it by saying, حَسْبَ مَا فَهِمَهُ أُولِي الْعِلْمِ وَالْحِكْمَةِ, in accordance with what the people of wisdom and knowledge have understood. Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Abu Hanifa, and Imam Ahmed, like that. So he's not saying don't say like some modern people say, لا تقلد المذاهب. No. He's saying follow the Kitab and the Sunnah if you're not a mujtahid, in accordance with what the mujtahidun, mujma' alayhim, that are agreed upon, have understood. And then take your soul to account in every little thing and major thing, and make that practice at the end of your day, in order that you can know what occurred in your day. And then don't depend on general matters. ما لم تحقق أصولها وتعرف طائرها ومحصولها بوجه صحيح. As long as you have not clearly determined what its principles are, and you don't know what its benefit is, and what its result is from a sound point of view. فإن الهوى في هذه الأزمنة قد غلب, because people's affections, caprices and desires in these days have overwhelmed them. والحق قد عفت آثاره وذهب, and truth in reality, its traces have disappeared and gone. إلا عند أهل العصمة والعناية, except in the people who have been protected from Allah and have divine providence with them. وذوي الكرامة والولاية, meaning the prophets, the people of Isma and Inayah. وذوي الكرامة والولاية, and those people who have this karama with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the wilayah, the divine protection. الذين ربطوا ظواهرهم باتباع السنة, those who have tied their outward forms with absolute adherence to the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. وحققوا بواطنهم بشهود المنة, and have caused their internal states to realize the station of witnessing the gifts and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فالتزموا خاصة نفوسهم, and so they من غير زائد, they were able to maintain this special distinction in their souls without any excess. وأخذوا بالأحوط في العبادات والعوائد, and they took the most cautious positions in devotional practices and in their normative patterns or their habitual practices. عملا بقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم إذا رأيت شحا مطاعا وهوى متبعا وإعجاب كل ذي رأي برأيه فعليك بخويصة نفسك or خاصة نفسك. If you see greed being obeyed and caprice being followed, and every opinionated person amazed at his own opinion, then take care of your own special concerns, the concerns of your own soul. فلا يضرهم من خالفهم ولا يضيرهم من خذلهم كما وقع في الحديث جعلنا الله منهم بمنه وكرمه. And you will not be harmed by those who go against you. They are not harmed by those who disagree with them, nor will they cause any evil to occur to them, those who betray them and abandon them. And it is just as it has occurred in the hadith. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us from them by His bounty and His generosity. الحمد لله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. يقول المصنف سيدي أحمد زروق رحمه الله تعالى ونفعنا الله به. الطرف الرابع, the fourth section, في تعريف المجهول من المواقع وما يعرض للمحامد من القواطع, ومداره على 3 أوجه. أولها في معرفة الوجوه المحمودة التي يعرض لها ما يعرض, وذلك في موقف الاستقامة أظهر. الطرف الرابع, the fourth section, is in concerning the definition of those things that occur that are unknown and what happens with praiseworthy qualities from among the impediments on the path. So this section is in defining those areas that tend to be unknown to most people, in things that will affect those people, and those things that will occur as impediments on the path of praiseworthy wayfaring. And the axis around which these revolve is 3. The first one, في معرفة الوجوه المحمودة التي يعرض لها ما يعرض. The first is knowledge of the various praiseworthy aspects among those things that these impediments occur. وذلك في موقف الاستقامة أظهر. And when he gets to the section on uprightness, it's going to be clear. So he's letting us know that he's got something coming. Because right now we're in which موقف? اجتناب المحارم. Right? What was the first موقف? تحقيق النية, and then what? رد المظالم, redressing wrongs. Right. So avoiding wrongs. So now he's still talking then, and later when he gets to the section on istiqamah, it's going to be clear. So that's the first. الثاني في كيفية العمل في استخراج المجهولات واستنباطها وهو بالركن الثالث أمس. And also concerning the methodology of deriving those things that are unknown, so how to actually discern the unknowables. And he says, and that in the third rukn is even more tangible or more important. So what were the 4 arkan? Which qutb are we in? In the mawqif al-awwal, we're in the third, right? We're in the third one, which is ijtinab al-maharim. And it had 4 arkan, right? Ijtinab al-maharim had 4 arkan. And which one are we in now? We're in the first one here, which is al-ilm al-ba'ith alayh, right? That's where we're at. So he's saying, concerning the methodology of deriving and discerning these unknowables, it's going to be even more important in the third rukn. We're in the first one, it's the third one, which is tafasir ahwal al-taqwa. So, moving along. الثالث from these is في مقاصد الأمور التي بها يظهر الخلل والكمال, وهو بالموقف الثالث أولى, وسننبه على كل في محله إن شاء الله تعالى. He's saying this is concerning the aims of matters in which both the shortcomings and perfections manifest. وهو بالموقف الثالث أولى, and it's more appropriate to be in the third mawqif, which is related to realization. And he says, and I'm going to call your attention to it when we get there, in its place, insha'Allah ta'ala. So he's letting us know that this is something to recognize about how to discern unknowables, and we'll get there. This stuff is dense, but there's a lot of benefit here. So now the rukn al-thani. So we did the first pillar. Now we're on the second pillar. في وجوه العمل بالتقوى وما يضعف به أصلها وما يقوى. This relates to the different aspects of action in accordance with taqwa, and what weakens it and its foundation, and what strengthens it. ومداره على ثلاثة سوابق. And its axis or pivot is on three, revolves around three that have been previously mentioned. But they return also in the end because there are also consequences. They follow. So he's mentioned these three before. Al-awwalu, the first one is تمكن العلم بفائدة التقوى. It is the fact that knowledge becomes firmly rooted by the benefit of taqwa min al-nafs, from the nafs, from the self. وذلك بالفكرة في حسنها. And this results from reflection in its beauty, the beauty of taqwa, of doing this, the beautiful results of it, the excellence of it. وقبح الذنوب تفسيرا في الأول وجملة في الثاني. And also in reflecting on the ugliness of wrong actions. One of the ways that the knowledge of the benefit of taqwa gets firmly rooted in the self is by reflecting on its beauty. Just the beauty of being in a state of taqwa with Allah. And also reflecting on the foulness of being in a state of disobedience with Allah. تفصيلا في الأول. Do this in detail in the first one. In other words, when you reflect on the beauty of taqwa, do it in detail. Doing prayer on the time, making the pilgrimage, being in a state of dhikr, recitation of Quran, helping those who need help, charity, all these things. Look at it in detail and look at all the beauties and the benefits that come from that. وَجُمْلَةً فِي الثَّانِي. But generally in the second one, don't look at it in detail. لأن التفسير يولد ارتسامها في الخيال. Because by reflecting in it in particulars, this engenders its visualization in one's imagination. And it's not good to visualize wrong actions. So he doesn't want you to go into details in thinking like drinking alcohol, fornicating, doing all these things. Don't think of those in detail. Just generally think of the ugly effects of all those things. But don't think of them in detail because of مع غلبة الهوى, because of the fact that a human being's caprice is so overwhelming. والشهوة, and also his shahwa. فيغطي العقل والعلم والبيان. And this results in affecting one's intellect and the knowledge and also the clarification of these things. So that's the first one in the rukn al-thani. The second, الثاني الدفع لأول عارض من الذنب. Now this is really important. It's all important, but this one in particular is an extremely useful one. The second one, الدفع لأول عارض من الذنب, is to repel the first impulse of doing wrong. Repel it at its outset. إذ قد قيل أول الذنب الخطرة كما أن أول السير القطرة. Because it's been said that the outset of a wrong is a thought, just as the outset of a flood is a drop. فإن تعاهدها بالكراهة وإلا صارت معارضة. So if you accustom yourself to repelling it immediately with disgust, it will cease. Otherwise, it will become something that's constantly challenging you. فإن قوبلت بالكراهة وإلا صارت وسوسة. If you respond to it with disgust, you can repel it. If not, it becomes waswasa. It will be obsessive compulsive. فإن قوبلت بالمجاهدة وإلا هاجت منها الشهوة. And if you respond to it with struggle, you struggle against your soul, in other words, you'll get the good benefits of it, or else the shahwa will become inflamed. Your desires will become inflamed, impassioned. مع غلبة الهوى, coupled with the overwhelming power of one's affections. فغطى العقل والعلم والبيان. So it overwhelms, it covers your intellect, your knowledge, and the clarification of these. الثالث, the third one, الاحتياط في الامتناع بترك ما يدعو إليها جملة ومفتاحه التأويل بذكر النعمة بنفسها أو إخماد النفس بذكرها أو تجوير النفس في دعواها. The third one is absolute cautiousness in abstaining from your wrong actions by leaving all of the incentives, everything that calls to wrong actions, leaving them totally. So those things that call to wrong actions, and you should know them. What he's trying to teach us is the psychology of the self, so that you begin to know when the nafs, when these thoughts begin to happen. You see, for instance, One of the things about the West is music. And the thing about music, particularly most Western popular music, it's all calling to ma'asi. If you actually, and don't, well, if you think about it, listen to it, think about it, it calls to ma'asiyah. It's all about inflaming the passions. The same with alcohol. These are very crude things, but they do. People drink, they do things they'd never do otherwise. People go to bars and they drink, and they get courage to do things they wouldn't otherwise do, which lead to disobedience. This gets more and more subtle, the crudest level. As you move away from crudeness, the wrong actions become more and more rarefied. And so the things that call to them become more and more rarefied. So for instance, if you get to a level where it's about riyah, and it's about i'jab, and it's about hubb al-riyasa, love of leadership, about these type things, it gets finer and finer. And so you have to be more and more aware of the nafs. Because the nafs is amara bis-su', and it's always attempting to seize every chance that it gets. So he says, you do this cautiously abstaining from your wrong actions by leaving anything that calls to them in its totality. وَمِفْتَحُهُ التَّأْوِيرُ بِذِكْرِ النِّعْمَةِ فِي نَفْسِهَا. And the key to this, the ability to doing this, is by interpreting, when you think about these things, you remember the great blessing of being able to abstain from wrong actions. That in and of itself is a great blessing. The ability to abstain from wrong actions. Also, أو إخماد النفس بذكرها, putting out, extinguishing the fire of the ego by remembering this blessing of being in obedience to Allah, of avoiding wrong actions. أو تجوير النفس في دعواها, by deeming the self to be transgressing in its claims, in what it desires and its calls. وَكُلٌّ هَالِكٌ, and everybody is going to be destroyed. كُلٌّ هَالِكٌ. Human beings, they're just in a wretched state, if you look at them. None of them are using their intellect. Allah has given this massive intellect to a human being. It's massive. It can make all of these aqmar al-sana'iyya, these satellites floating around in space. You can talk going 70 miles per hour down the road in California to somebody who's in Saudi Arabia driving 70 miles per hour. He's talking on his phone to you. It's night where he is, it's day where you are. You're both driving 70 miles per hour, and it's instantaneous. And it's even, you can speak in Arabic. The fiber optic, it doesn't care. It can translate all these sounds. French, German. And it goes instantaneously. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Aina anta? California. Aina anta? Abu Dhabi. Subhanallah. And then what do they start doing? Backbiting, thinking how they're going to... Really? The human beings are insane. They can do all these things. They have all this power. They have all these things Allah's given. وَكُلٌّ هَالِكٌ. They're all destroying themselves. They're all going to destruction. لَا تُلْقُوا بِأَيْدِيكُمْ إِلَى التَّهْلُكَةِ. Don't throw yourselves to destruction. Don't throw yourselves to destruction with the very tools that were created to take you to salvation. You were given these things not to destroy yourself, to save yourselves by Allah. Hands, eyes, ears, tongue, genitals, stomach, all these things, they were given to you to save yourself, not to destroy yourself. إِلَّا مَنْ عَصَمَ اللَّهِ, except those who Allah protect. وَقَلِيلٌ مَا هُمْ. How few they are. تنبيه, note of warning. مدار هذا الركن على إثار السلامة في جميع أبوابه. The pivot or the axis of this last pillar that he just mentioned is in preferring safety in all of its sections. ومفتاح هذا, the key to this, التشوف, is desiring to be safe, but لإثار الغنيمة عليها, because one will prefer ghanima, some benefit, over this. لأن ذلك داعية العمل فيها مع إمكان وجود العطب بوجه يستخف به. Things that call to action by their nature often can be risky things, because there's some benefit, there's some ghanima, there's something to be gained. So you have to be very careful with taqwa. You don't want to risk your deen Dunya is another matter. People risk their dunya all the time. It's perfectly good. It's a good thing to risk your dunya. And that's what tijara is. Commerce is risking your dunya. It's a good thing. But akhirah, you don't risk your akhirah. Especially when there's the ability to destroy yourself by something that is deemed to be light. وَلَا خَفِيفَ فِي الذُّنُوبِ. There's no light thing in wrong actions. وَإِنْ اُخْتُلِفَ فِيهَا. Because you can say, khafif, this is a little thing, it's no big deal. There's no little thing in wrong actions. وَإِنْ اُخْتُلِفَ فِيهَا. Even if there's difference of opinion, and you're aware of that, he's saying, you've taken the path of taqwa, so don't belittle these wrongs. That's just a warning. الركن الثالث, the third rukn, is في تفاصيل أحوال التقوى وما يتجدد فيها. And he had mentioned earlier in the second one of the fourth section is the methodology of determining and deriving the unknowables. And in the third section is going to be even more important. The third section is في تفاصيل أحوال التقوى, in the particularizations of the states of taqwa, the details of the conditions of taqwa. وَمَا يَتَجَدَّدُ فِيهَا. What he's saying here is that we're looking at the ahwal al-taqwa and what is constantly reoccurring from those states. Those things that are really important to constantly be reassessing. مِنْهَا وَمَا يَقْوَى. And also those aspects that are strong. وَمَرْجِعُ ذَلِكَ لِإِعْمَالِ الْجَوَارِحِ. The frame of reference where you return to is those things that are activating your limbs. وَمَا يَعْرُضُ مِنَ الْمَرْجُوحِ وَالرَّاجِحِ. And those things that occur from things that you should be leaving and things that you should be taking. So look at which aspect is overwhelming you. Not in good, it's actually the opposite. Look at which aspect overwhelms you. And then make your concern with that one, and don't concern yourself with the other ones at this point. حتى إذا فرغت من ذلك الأهم وَلَمْ تَنْتَقَلْ عَنِ الَّذِي قَبْلَهُ. So once you've finished with that thing that was the most important, and you haven't moved on to the thing that was less than it, but أَمْرَ الْأَعَمْ فَجَعْلُكَ الْهَمْ بِهِ مُتَعَلَقًا مُقَدَّمًا. Your concern with that should always be override your concern with the lesser things. And in that, there are three things in particular that are overwhelming for everybody that you should be concerned with. Alright, so does everybody understand that? So, أولها إرسال اللسان في الغيبة والهذيان مما لا يعني ولا يغني. The first is letting loose the tongue in backbiting and excessive speech in matters that don't concern you and are of no benefit. So he's putting that right at the top, because this is the big one, people. If you can get this one, you don't have a whole lot to worry about in your life. The second, الثاني عدم التوقف في التناول أخذا وتركا وحبا وبغضا ومدحا وذما إلى غير ذلك. The second is never ceasing to partake, to take in both commission, omission, things that you love, things that you hate, praise and blame. Always wanting to be praised, always wanting to blame. إلى غير ذلك. So, الثالث تعلق القلب بالخلائق والغفلة عن التعلق بالخالق. The third is the heart being attached to created things and mindless about its attachment to the creator of things. So this is غفلة, heedlessness, mindlessness. ولكل هذه موارد جمة نذكر منها العامة المهمة. Each of these have abundant places of origin, and we will mention from among them the general ones that are most important. فَأَصْلُ الْأَوَّلِ الْمُوَافَقَةُ وَطَرْبِ الْأَخْبَارِ. This is so amazing. I mean, he's really giving us something great here. The foundation of the first one, which is what? The tongue, ghiba and hadayan. The root, the etiology, the origin of backbiting and excessive speech is al-muwafaqa wa tarab al-akhbar, is conformity and asking for news. How's so-and-so? Oh, you know what he did? This is how it opened. That opens the door. And muwafaqa, conformity with people. Somebody starts backbiting. Yeah, I know what you mean. Muwafaqa, it's conformity. This is a human being. It's all happening all over the place. They get into these situations. Yeah, I know, I told him too. This guy never listens. Instead of saying, wait a second. I mean, I had an idea of getting badges. So you wear a badge that says, ask me how you can help me get to paradise. Right? So right when you first meet the person, he's going to look at that and say, how can I do that? That we don't backbite during this entire exchange. So right off the bat, you set the rules. And then after that, once it starts, no, remember you said you were going to help me. Oh. And then you end up helping that person as well. Have a nice day. So those are really important. Remember those. Muwafaqa. And one of the things the Arabs say, shart al-murafaqa al-muwafaqa. The condition of companionship is conformity. I'm okay, you're okay. That's what most friendship is based on. It's not based on taqwa. It's based on, I'll stroke your back, you stroke my back. And that's why you lose friends when you start to change. Because they don't change with you. You'll lose them, I guarantee you. You become Muslim, suddenly people that were your friends, they don't want to be around you anymore. Can't do that. Don't do that. Don't drink anymore. Etc., etc. So, muwafaqa is a big one, conformity. It's really hard to go against the grain. It takes a real resolution, determination to go against the grain, not to be like everybody else. And some people Allah helps by just making them bizarre, so they don't conform. I mean, there's people like that, and they think initially it's like this terrible thing, but later on down the road they realize that it was actually a gift, that they didn't fit in with the crowd, the in crowd. I mean, there's all these things, and in the West, I mean, it's everywhere now. It's in Arabia, it's all over. The in crowd. You definitely want to be out of that group. You don't want to be in. You want to be out. وَأَصْلُ الثَّانِي. So what was the thani, the second one? And he said the ideology of the second one, the origin of it is عدم الاحتبال وحب الاستكثار. It is not being content with what you've been given, and also not being concerned with your own self. احتبل هبلك, like the Arabs say. Be concerned with your own business. وحب الاستكثار. And also love of acquisition. Always wanting to acquire more and more goods. وأصل الثالث الغفلة عن تقلبات الليل والنهار. And the origin of the third, which was what? تعلق بالخلائق. Yeah. وغفلة عن تعلق بالخالق. Is being connected to the creation and unmindful of one's connection with Allah. The origin of that is heedlessness or mindlessness about the vicissitudes of night and day. In other words, the fact that تقلبات الليل والنهار. You don't know when you're going to be taken. You don't know when you're going to be removed from this dunya. You don't know what's going to happen, what calamities are going to befall you. There's an interesting story, a book written by Ram Landau. But he wrote a book called Seven. And he wrote it about octaves and how every seventh year he saw something totally changed in his life. There was one good thought in the whole book. So I'll give it to you so you don't have to read the book. One of the things that was so interesting for me was he was from a very wealthy family from Poland. His father was very successful, and they were in Germany on the eve of World War II. He was young, he was like 12 years old. They were in Germany having a great time. Every night they'd go down to the Corniche and they would listen to the band play. There was a band out there in a gazebo. And then one night they went out and there was no band. What happened? Why is the band? Haven't you heard? War broke out. They went to the train station to go back to Poland. There were no trains. And their banks, all their funds were cut off. His mother ended up becoming a washerwoman, a Polish washerwoman in Germany. And they lived through the war in just this horrific time. So suddenly from all this blessing and ni'mah and all this thing, everything, they were living in a one-room apartment after staying in a really nice hotel. You know how many money to pay for it? ended up getting a one-room apartment, and they lived out the war years in terror and fear. That's the way life is. It just changed overnight. And the fact that you're heedless of Allah is an act of stupidity on your half. Because the only security you have in the world is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's the only security you have. And if you're always with Allah, you don't mind. If you're with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, khalas. Nobody can shake you up. But if you're not, everything can suddenly fall apart. فَالتَّرْكِ الْأُولَى بِالْاقْتِصَارِ عَلَيْكَ. The way in which you abandon the first one, which was ghiba and backbiting, بِالْاقْتِصَارِ عَلَيْكَ. By really limiting your exposure to other people. If you have good company, you're very lucky and he's going to get into that. But generally, most company, it's not good for you. So the better thing is to preoccupy yourselves with things that are beneficial, study, dhikr, doing good deeds, doing things that are going to benefit you. And also when you talk to people, don't talk about other people. It's really interesting how limited conversations for most people are when you eliminate talking about other people. Suddenly nobody has anything to talk about. It's amazing. وَالتَّرْكَ الثَّانِيَ بِالْقَنَاعَةِ مَا مِنْكَ وَإِلَيْكَ. And the abandonment of the second one, which is this preoccupation with stuff and acquisition and praise, is by being content with what comes from you and what comes to you. Being content. Al-qana'atu kanzun la yafna. The Prophet ﷺ said, Al-qana'atu kanzun la yafna. Contentment is a treasure that's inexhaustible. It's inexhaustible. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وَالتَّرْكَ الثَّالِثَ بِالْفِكْرِ فِي مَا لَدَيْكَ. And the abandonment of the third is by reflecting with what your state is. What's your real condition? إِذْ تَجِدُ أَقْرَبَ مَا إِلَيْكَ بَعِيدٌ. The closest thing to you is far. The closest thing to you is the next moment, and you have no certainty that you're going to enter into it. The only certainty you have is death. There's no other certainty in the world. Right now, I guarantee you, if you think about this, you will find this to be absolutely true. The only certainty that you have right now is that you will die. You have no other certainty. We don't know if we're going to get through tonight. We don't know if we'll get through this dars. Somebody could drop dead. There could be an earthquake. The whole thing, la qadar Allah, fall on us. That's it. It's over. Pompeii. They were all having a good time. Pompeii was where the elite of Rome used to go, and it was like a seaside resort for the Romans. And one day, Mount Vesuvius, it erupted, and suddenly they're all buried. You can find them. You can go there and see them. They're just trapped. The ash came so quick. There's women holding their babies. There's faces grimacing. There's people exactly the way they were. That was the only certainty they had, and they were heedless about it. Everybody's thinking what I'm going to do, and when I finish university, I'm going to, and then after that, I'll probably work maybe for about 5 or 6 years for a law firm, and then I want to branch off on my own, and then after that, and then what, and then what, and then what, and then I die. End of the story. So even if you extrapolate out as far as you go, it's still death. That's the one. So that's what he's telling us. Reflect on that. What's near to you is still far. وَأَعْظَمْ مَا فِي وُجُودِكَ غَيْرَ مُفِيدٍ. The greatest thing that you have in your existence is of no benefit to you. In reality, if you reflect on it, it's of no benefit to you. وبانقطاع هذه الثلاثة تسمو الهمم وتكمل النعم. And by cutting off these three things, this is why this book is so valuable. By severing these three things, the spiritual aspirations rise and the blessings are completed. وبالأولى تحصل سلامة الصدر وحسن الظن بالمسلمين. In leaving the first one, what is achieved is a sound heart and a good opinion of Muslims. When you stop backbiting and speaking ill of people, you will get a sound heart. And what is that? قلب سليم. يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم. إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم. That's what you want يوم القيامة. he's saying this is how it's going to be achieved. وَحُسْنَ الظَّنِّ بِالْمُسْلِمِينَ, and a good opinion of the Muslims. وَبِالثَّانِيَةِ يَتَحَقَّقُ الْوَرَعُ وَيَتَنَوَّرَ الْقَلْبِ. With the second one, you will achieve scrupulousness. Stop desiring what other people have, and Allah will love you. Stop desiring what they have. They'll love you, Allah will love you. If you leave the dunya, abandon it, don't be concerned with it. What comes to you, alhamdulillah. What passes you, alhamdulillah. I mean, that's even the Stoics said that. This is aql. You don't need revelation to realize that. This is aql can understand that. That's why they say, a'qalun nas fi dunya zuhad. The most intelligent people in this world are the people that do without the world, that give it up, that abandon it. They don't want it anymore. What's in it? It's empty. وَيَتَنَوَّرُ الْقَلْبِ, and the heart becomes illuminated. وَبِالثَّالِثَةِ يَنْتَفِي عَنْكَ أَلَمَ الْمُوَاجَهَةِ وَالْمُقَابَلَةِ لِلْخَلَائِقِ رِضًا بِحُكْمِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. And with the third one, the pain and suffering of having to interact with other people is finally extinguished. Just give up. Why do you empower people so much? Why do we do that? Why do we let them get to us? Why do we do that? People fume. Let it go. Just to give you an example of this. I was at an airport. This very rude person was very cruel to this ticket lady because he had a problem. He had a problem. Wasn't her problem. But it was in that she's her job. And she started fuming and she was getting more and more anxious and this and that. And he finally left and she was in a total state. He literally had her in a complete state. And I was the next person in line. So I looked at this poor lady, and I said, you know what? Don't let people do that to you. Don't let him do that. That's your heart. Don't let him get in there. He's not worth it. Just let him go on. He's got his problem. Just deal with it. And I just started talking. She just started telling me all her stress. I mean, she was having a hard time. And I just said, just let it go. Just let it go. Too blessed to be stressed. Right? Abrak an yaqlaq. It works in Arabic too. She came later on down the thing to the airplane. She said, I just want to thank you so much. Because, she just started relaxing, and this is what people forget. They really do. And when you have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you've always got that. You can recenter. They don't have that. La ilaha illallah. La ma'bud illallah. It's all a test. This is a test. This is only a test. Had this been a real emergency, it's just a test. The worst thing you can do is get stressed out in a test. Every test taker who's good at taking tests knows that. It's true. The worst thing you can do. You go blank. Your mind goes blank. You can't relax. You just have to relax. How do you relax? By knowing your subject. The reason people are stressed out is because they crammed the night before. Know your subject. And what you have to do is know life. Know the subject of life. It's not that complicated. There's some basic rules that you need to learn and practice them. And it works. And that's what he's telling us. That's all he's telling us. So all that pain of other people goes away. رِضًا بِحُكْمِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Because now you're content with the decree of the Lord of the world, with His judgment. You're not interested now anymore with, I don't really care what that person thinks. I can't care. رَزَقَنَا اللَّهُ ذَلِكَ بِمَنِّهِ وَكَرَمِهِ. May Allah provide us with that. And it doesn't mean that you don't care about other people, things like that. Alright? What it means is your heart's no longer attached to it to the point where it's going to be painful. It doesn't mean the awliya are the most helpful of people. They help other people. That's what they do. But they do it with a type of detachment that enables them to do. And that's why it's so extraordinary to see people who could take all these people just coming constantly with all their problems. And he was just that vortex that could just, he was capable of doing it all. And he was concerned, and he did listen, and it was all real, and it was genuine. But he's with Allah. That's where the heart's focused. Al-Rukn al-Rabi', the fourth Rukn, pillar, في مداخل العلل وما يتعرف به مجهولات الزلل فأما مداخل العلل فثلاثة. How these faults, the inroads of these faults, how they get in, and then how the hidden faults of the self or the slips of the self are known. As for the inroads of these faults or blemishes, there are three. أولها غلبة الشهوة ولا وجه لدفعها إلا بالمجاهدة. The first is the overpowering of one's concupiscent appetite, the shahwa of one. It overpowers you. It comes on, you do something, and then you regret it later. When it comes, it just takes you with it. It's like a tidal wave that comes and it just takes your rationality with you. At the crudest level, it's people that are the people of addictions. People that drink, use drugs. That's a very crude level. It gets higher and higher, more rarefied, but it's something extraordinary. The only way to do that is through struggling with the self, mujahada. والفرار من محلها جملة وتفصيلا, and fleeing from the places where they occur. Generally and in particular, you have to flee from the places. So if you know that there are certain places where certain things happen, for instance, every time you go to the cafeteria, if you're at the university, you end up talking about other people. It happens every time. You sit down, even if you want to eat alone, somebody sees you, they come, they sit down with you, and suddenly you're talking about other people. Start avoiding that place. Bag your lunch, whatever. Do what you have to do in order to get out of that situation. The second, الثاني غلبة الهوى ولا دافع له إلا بالعمل بالاحتياط وسد باب التأويل. The second is the overpowering of one's idiosyncrasies. The hawa, the affections of the self, the caprice of the self, the idiosyncrasies of the self, and nothing can repel that except by acting with cautiousness and by closing the door of interpretation, of justification, of rationalization. الثالث استيلاء الغفلة ومقابلتها بالتشمير والتفطن لمواقع الأحوال ولا سبيل إلى ذلك إلا بمعادة نفسك والبحث عن مكان عيوبها التفصيلية من حيث العلم أولا ثم من حيث الوضع آخرا. The third is the appropriation of unmindfulness, istila al-ghafla, the overpowering of unmindfulness. You become unmindful of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, heedless. وَمُقَابَلَتُهَا, one's response to this is بِالتَّشْمِير. Tashmir in Arabic, you shammiru, roll up your sleeves, get to work. Mujahada, struggling. وَتَفَطُّن لِمَوَاقِعِ الْأَحْوَالِ, and mindfully awakening to the range of one's states. We're often not aware of what's going on. Literally getting into a state of mindfulness. This is something that's in our tradition, but this is really the focus of Buddhist tradition, is mindfulness, becoming mindfully aware. If you look at the Sunnah, we have this. And the Westerners, they're very interested in this. We have it in our tradition. The Prophet ﷺ was mindful in his state. When he went into the masjid, he went with his right foot first. When he came out, his left foot first. He had a dua. When he got up in the morning, he had a dua. When he put on his pants, he put on his sirwal sitting down with the right leg first and then the left leg. He put on his robe. The way he tied his turban was specifically from the right to the left, like this, takwir. When he ate with his right hand. He used 3 fingers. He ate what was close to him. He began Bismillah. When he left his house, Bismillah, tawakkaltu ala Allah. When he got on his riding beast, Alhamdulillah alladhi sakhara lana hadha, wa ma kunna lahu muqrinin, wa inna ila rabbina munqalibun. When he saw the new moon, Allahumma ahilla alayna bil amni wal iman, wa salamatu wal islam. He was being mindful of something. The Prophet ﷺ was in an absolute state of wakefulness. Fatana is one of the necessities, the wajibat of the Prophet. He'll get to that. And it has the idea of sagaciousness, but the fatan is also somebody who's really in a wakeful state. He's somebody aware, he's present. His intellect is fully active. وَلَا سَبِيلَ لَكَ إِلَى ذَلِكَ, and there's no way to that except by opposing the self. and ardently examining the areas of its faults, both general and specific. من حيث العلم, firstly in regard to knowledge, and finally in regard to its situation or its customs or state. فأما العلم, as for knowledge, فقد ذكر منه المحاسبي والغزالي والسلمي في كتبهم جملة. The scholars such as Al-Muhasibi, Imam Al-Ghazali, Imam Abd al-Rahman Al-Sulami, they have mentioned them in their books, generally. وأحسن ما في ذلك ما للمحاسبي والسلمي فعليك به. And the best that was mentioned about this knowledge of these states is coming to know the self, is in what Imam Al-Muhasibi wrote and Al-Sulami, and also Imam Al-Ghazali is extraordinary. So, مستعين بالله في الجلب والدفع لا بنفسك. And also, you are seeking help from Allah in this. Don't depend on yourself. If you depend on yourself, you've already lost before you've begun. You're seeking help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in warding off evil and accruing benefit. وأما الوضع فهو تعريف المجهولات ويكون بأربعة أوجه. As for one situation, it is identifying those unknown things in yourself that you need to remove, and you do this. There are 4 aspects to this. أولها, the first, أن تكون لك بصيرة نافذة يعضدها قلب حاضر. You have to have a penetrating inner sight, and you have to have a present heart. ومراقبة تامة, and you have to have a complete vigilance about these things. تدرك بها ما هي عليه في الحال وما تهيئه للمآل. And through it you come to know, you come to discern what is against the self in the condition that you're in, and what will prepare it for your future. وهذا لا يصح إلا بإسقاط الرضا عنها جملة. And this will never work except by abandoning contentment with the self, by removing it completely. وهذا متعذر. And this is almost impossible. This is extremely difficult. لما جبلنا عليه من حبها. Because we have been naturally inclined to love ourselves. People love themselves. We're naturally inclined to self-love. It's part of our nature. And Allah has made that for a reason. وَلَازِمِهِ الَّذِي هُوَ الْإِغْضَاءُ عَنْ عَيْبِهَا. And the consequence of that, love of the self, is the condemnation of its faults. You begin to condone the faults of the self out of love. الْحُبُّ يُعْمِي. Love blinds. Like the Arabs say, وَعَيْنُ الرِّضَاءِ عَنْ كُلِّ عَيْبٍ كَلِيلَةٌ كَأَنَّ عَيْنَ السُّخْطِ تُبْدِي الْمَسَاوِيَةِ. That the eye of contentment on every fault is weak. It can't see the faults. Just as the eye of discontentment will constantly bring out faults. One of the things they notice in divorces, when people are in love, they don't notice the other person's fault. When they start falling out of love, suddenly it's like, I never noticed how big her nose is. Right? This is what happens. I never noticed how much he talks. I never noticed what stupid questions he asks. Right? It's those things. This is what they tell. You won't believe it, Marge. I don't know what I saw in that guy when I first met him. That's what they say. What did I see in him? He's a loaf. He's such an idiot and this and that. Why? Because now it's hatred. Whereas when she was in love, he could do no wrong. And vice versa. What about the self? The problem is you don't fall out of love with yourself. If you're an intelligent person, you do. That's why you're here, really. I mean, most people, they're not interested in this until they get to the point where they're just so frustrated with themselves. So, love is blind, and people love themselves, so they're blind to the faults of the self. وَإِن تُصُوِّرَ وِجْدَانُ هَذَا الْوَجْهِ فَفِي خُصُوصٍ لَا عُمُومٍ كَمَا هُوَ مُشَاهَدٌ مَعْلُومٌ. Now, this is important. If the sentiment of this aspect of the self is conceptualized properly, it is understood to be in particulars, not in generals. What he's saying is, if you really understand this sentiment of one's love for oneself, it's in particulars that it manifests, not generals. In other words, most of us do have a sense that we need to change. But it's very difficult to see those particular areas. That's where we really need help, in identifying those things. Because Allah will force you within yourself, you will feel the frustration of your wrong actions. It's the nature of the soul. And that's why, no matter what people say who do wrongs, somewhere something's going on. No matter how dark they get, somewhere something is going on. So the particulars are very difficult to discern. So how do we do that? الثاني اتخاذ شيخ فصيح صاحب عمل وعلم صحيح يقيمك مقام نفسه ويعمل معك ما يجد في رمسه فلا يألوك نصحا إلا بذله ولا وجها من التكميل إلا استعمله وهو الآن معدوم في المشرق والمغرب. This is one of his amazing lines. The second way to do this is you need to take a shaykh. In other words, especially if you don't have that basir, take a shaykh who's very articulate in articulating these illnesses. He has sound action and sound knowledge. And he will take you to a station, maqama nafsi. He'll raise you up to the station of his self, and he will act with you in what will benefit him in his grave. In other words, he's doing this for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَلَا يَأْلُوكَ نُصْحًا إِلَّا بَذَلًا. That he will not refrain from anything that benefits you, from any advice, except that he will expend himself in it. وَلَا وَجْهًا مِنَ التَّكْمِيلِ إِلَّا اسْتَعْمَلَ. And no aspect of anything that will help perfect you, except that he will utilize it. وَهُوَ الْآنَ مَعْدُومٌ فِي الْمَشْرِقِ وَالْمَغْرِبِ. And unfortunately, he no longer exists in neither the east or the west. So, that's a big disappointment. وَإِنْ وُجِدَ فَأَغْرَبُ مِنْ عَنْقَ مُغْرِبِ. And if he is indeed found, consider it more wondrous than the wondrous phoenix. The phoenix was a bird that arose out of the Arabian Peninsula. Every 500 years, it would fly to Egypt and steal babies. It's called the anqa, the phoenix. It rises up from the ashes also. The Arabs use it, أغرب من عنقى مغربي, to use it for something very rare. So he says, لأنك لا تجد إلا صاحب حال وهمة أو صاحب علم وعمل بلا همة. You'll find either somebody who has a hal with Allah and he has some himmah, but he doesn't have knowledge and he doesn't have action. Or you'll find somebody who has knowledge and action, but he doesn't have himmah. His inward state with Allah is not high. I mean, he's saying you don't find perfected people anymore. وَإِنْ كَانَ نَفْعُ حَاصِلًا بِهِمْ فَلَا مِنْ هَذَا الْوَجْهِ الْمَذْكُورِ بَلْ مِنْ وَجْهٍ مُنْبَهِمٍ. And if you do indeed benefit from these people that are incomplete in their mashakha, he's saying that the benefit is derived not from the aspect that was mentioned, rather from some other unknown means. There's barakah there, but it's not in the same way. الثالث, the third way. So the first way is your own self. The second way is a shaykh. The third way is اتخاذ أخ صالح أو أخت صالحة, for the sisters, to take a righteous brother who also has inner sight. كذلك بصير بما يسمح ويحرك ما هنالك. He knows about those things that should be overlooked, but he will also be able to motivate you. ويواليك بالشفقة والنصيحة ويحميك من النقص والفضيحة. He will help you with his compassion, his sound advice. He'll protect you from deficiencies and disgrace. ويعظمك تعظيما يقتضي الإغفال. And he will give you your place, exalt you in a way that's appropriate. In other words, overlooking faults and things like that. وَلَا يُحَقِّرُكَ تَحْقِيرًا يُؤَدِّي إِلَى الْإِهْمَالِ. And he will not have contempt for you in a way that leads to his neglect of you. بَلْ كَمَا قَالَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ وسلم. It is indeed just as the Messenger of Allah صلى الله عليه وسلم said, مَنْ أَرَادَ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا رَزَقَهُ صَدِيقًا صَالِحًا إِن نَسِيَ ذَكَّرَ وَإِن ذَكَرَ أَعَانَهُ. Whoever Allah desires for him good, He will provide for him a righteous friend. If he forgets, that friend will remind him. And should he be in a state of remembrance, that friend will help him. Al-Hadith. وَهَذَا أَيْضًا أَغْرَبُ فِي الْوُجُودِ مِنَ الْغَرِيبِ. And this, unfortunately, is more strange in this world than even a strange thing. وَأَبْعَدُ مِنْ بَعِيدٍ. And more distant than a distant thing. لِفَسَادِ الزَّمَانِ. Because of this corrupt age we live in. وَوُقُعَ الْمُدَاهَنَةِ مِنَ الْإِخْوَانِ. And because people are so engaged in flattery. It's hard to find somebody who really be sincere with you and tell you, look, you need help. You've got this, and they do it out of nasiha. There's plenty of people that will find fault in you. They're all over, a dime a dozen. But people that really actually do it out of care and concern and love for you, they're very rare. And if they do it, you shouldn't get upset. And they should expect it from you as well, if they're genuine. Like for instance, if you get mad, he says, Ya akhi, asbir shwaya, and then you see him later get mad, don't think of it like he's a hypocrite or something like that. It's just he was reminding you at that time. Now it's your turn to remind him. And that's what ikhwa is about. That's what brothers are about. It's not that I'm perfect and you're perfect, or you're imperfect and I'm perfect so I can tell you what to do, or you're perfect and I'm imperfect, you can tell me. No, it's that we're both imperfect and we're in different states. So when your imperfection is manifesting, I can see it and I can help. الرابع أن ترجع لترجمان الحق بالحقيقة هو ما يجري على ألسنة الخليقة لأن ألسنة الخلق أقلام الحق وأحوالهم مترجمة بما هو الحق أو قريب من الحق. He said the fourth thing that you can do is to return to the translator of the truth, which is Allah, al-Haq. Allah's tarjuman, the interpreter. بالحقيقة, in reality. وهو ما يجري على ألسنة الخليقة. And that is what is on the tongues of the people. لأن ألسنة الخلق أقلام الحق. Because the tongues of the people are the pens of truth. وأحوالهم مترجمة بما هو الحق. And their states also interpret what is true. أو قريب من الحق. So Imam Shafi'i was once asked, how did you perfect your character? He said, I listened to people, what they faulted other people in, and then I looked in myself and I removed those things. So he would just notice, like people will say, I can't stand that person, he talks too much. A lot of people say that. So you start noticing that. It must mean people don't like people that talk too much. Or, the problem with him, he's always finding fault in other people. People say that. So people don't like people who find fault in other people. I mean, these are all qualities. You can learn them from people. If you just actually listen to what people talk about, you can learn what they don't like. I can't stand that person. He's so rude. Oh, really? What's he do? Well, he always interrupts you in the middle of your sentence. These are things that you learn that people don't like. فَكُلُّ مَا نَطَقَ وُجُودُكَ بِاسْتِقْبَاحِهِ مِنْ غَيْرِكَ فَدَعَهُ مِنْ وُجُودِكَ. So everything that you hear, مَا نَطَقَ وُجُودُكَ بِاسْتِقْبَاحِهِ مِنْ غَيْرِكَ, everything about yourself that other people speak of, that's qabiyah. When you hear other people saying things and yourself, its state, its hal is speaking that thing, دَعَهُ مِنْ وُجُودِكَ. Remove it, leave it from yourself. فِي سِرِّكَ وَجَهْرِكَ. Both in secret and openly. وَلَا تَتَأَوَّلْ اخْتِصَاصُهُ بِاخْتِلَافِ الْحَالِ. And don't try to interpret the reason it's there because of some different situation. It's justification. Don't go into justification. فَإِنَّ أُصُولُ الْعُيُوبِ لَا تَتَقَيُّدُ بِالْأَحْوَالِ. Because the roots of faults are not about conditions. Oh, I only get angry when people make me angry. Ghadab is a fault. People say that. No, I don't get angry just for anything. I get angry because people make me angry. So don't justify those type things. وَوَجْهُ الْكَمَالِ فِي تَرْكِ النَّقْصِ فِي كُلِّ حَالٍ. And really perfection is in leaving deficiency in all situations. فافهم. So understand it. وَكُلُّ مَا نَطَقَ بِهِ وُجُودُ غَيْرِكَ عَنْكَ أو عن سواك فلا تهمله فإنما هو عيب بذاته هناك. And everything that you hear being articulated in other people in their states, either about you or about other than you, don't neglect it. Because it's a fault by itself. So when you see it in other people and you recognize it, don't neglect it. See it for what it is. That is a fault. And then look to yourself. Do I have that? Before you fault the person. I mean, this is also in the Christian. They have that thing. Before you take the sliver out of your brother's eye, take the 2x4 out of your own eye. I mean, which is a plank. Clear up your own faults before you start worrying about other people's faults. And then he says, فَلَا تُغَارِقِ الْوُجُودِ فيما بعضه فيك موجود. Don't start finding fault in existence if those faults are existent in you. واعلم أن سنة الله اقتضت لكل مبتدئ في التوبة بثلاثة تنبهه على ذنوبه وتبصره بعيوبه وتفكره فيما مضى وتمرنه على التسليم للقضاء. And know that the Sunnah of Allah has necessitated that for every beginner in Tawbah, and we're all mubtadi'un in Tawbah, there are 3 things that will constantly remind him about his wrong actions, expose him to his own faults, and cause him to reflect on what has passed, and will give him practice in learning to submit to divine providence, to the decree of Allah. It's a beautiful statement. أولها تسلط الخلق عليه باللوم والتعييب. The first is that the Sunnah of Allah is that He actually will subjugate others to finding fault in you. It's a gift from Allah. That's why you should never get angry. In fact, what you should really do, and this happened to me once. People came, they had a whole list of complaints about me. And I really felt, I said, Alhamdulillah, alladhi satarani. I praise Allah that He really veiled the real stuff. Because I was like, that stuff was like, I was like, you don't know, the real lowdown. Don't see that as something negative. See it as a gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He will do that. He will make you feel totally alienated from His creation. That's a gift from Him. The response is to turn to Him. That is a gift from Allah. And you feel like you can't turn to anybody, is a gift from Allah. And that's what you have to see it as. The second one, and then he said, لِيَنْقَطَعِ إِلَىٰ رَبِّي لِمَا يُذَكِّرُونَهُ بِهِ مِنْ عَيْبِهِ, because they keep reminding him of his faults. الثاني اشتداد نفسه عليه بالتلون والوسواس والجموح على مر الأوقات والأنفاس ليرجع منها إلى مولاه ويتفطن لمواطن الغلط فيما به يتولاه. The second one is اشتداد نفسه عليه بالتلون والوسواس, is that the nafs becomes so unbearable. It becomes unbearable for you because of all of this trickery and because of all of this waswas, this whispering, والجموح, and because of its recalcitrance, its defiance, in all these different times and in the breath that you're taking, لِيَرْجَعْ مِنْهَا إِلَى مَوْلَاهُ, in order that you can return, leave it, abandon it. Just recognize, I can't deal with it. You can't. There's a reason. You cannot do it. And don't think you can. Abandon it and go to your Lord. لِيَتَفَطَّنْ وَيَتَفَطَّنْ لِمُوَاطَنَ الْغَرَض فِيمَا بِهِ يَتَوَلَّهُ, in order for you to become aware of these areas of errors that He can take over. Allah can take over for you. الثالث توجه البلايا والمحن وتخلف العوائد والمؤن. The third one is the assault of tribulations and calamities from Allah. This is a gift from Allah. He's saying this is a gift from Allah. If we could just see it. This assault of calamities that comes from Allah, and then the fact that the absence of the advantages and benefits, the provisions that come from Allah to help you, they don't show up. So the tribulations come and you get into this state where it's تخلف العوائد. They've delayed themselves. لأنها مذكرات ومكفرات, because these are reminders in order for you to return to Allah, but they're also things that remove your wrongs. That's why Allah is giving them to you. So it's a gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There's a hadith that the son of Adam, if a rank is decreed for him with Allah, and he doesn't achieve it by his own mujahada and efforts, then Allah will help him achieve it through tribulation, loss of wealth, of health, of family. And if he's patient, he achieves the rank. So better we should struggle. But it's coming either way. And that's why the Muslims have more tribulation now than anybody. Look at the Muslim world. They don't understand it. These are mudakkirat wa mukaffirat. Look at your state. Look at our state. Seriously, look at it. It's pathetic. Unbelievable. That we can keep doing what we're doing. It gets worse and worse, and everybody keeps doing what they're doing. Or worse. Why is Allah doing that? جُعِلَتْ عَذَابُ أُمَّتِي جُعِلَ عَذَابُ أُمَّتِي فِي دُنْيَاهَا وَعَافِيَتُهَا كَانَتْ فِي أَوَّلِهَا. The punishment of my ummah is in this world. And its health was in the very first period. That's a lot, isn't it? Alright, well I guess we'll stop here inshallah. The next, I'm almost to there's one more page till we get to what's called the mawqif al-thani. Remember there were 3 mawaqif. So we're almost done with the first mawqif, which is the majority of the book. The second 2 are actually quite short. And then the last section is a khatima that's extraordinary. It really is amazing. So, alhamdulillah, it looks like we're going to finish the whole book. So, جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين ورحمة الله رب العالمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. So last night he was talking about the sunnah of Allah, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives to the mubtadi in tawbah, the beginner in tawbah, 3 things that will constantly remind him about his wrong actions, give him insight into his faults, and cause him to reflect on what's gone on in the past, and give him insight and give him practice in submitting to the divine decree. The first one, he said, was the fact that his creation will blame you, find fault in you. The second one is that his nafs will become unbearable. The increasing unbearability of his self on him due to its fickleness, obsessions and defiance with the passage of time. And then tawajjuh al-balaya, the third one is the fact that he will direct at him tribulations and calamities. And then with them will be also the absence of help from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and benefits. He won't see these forthcoming, because the purpose of it is to get him to respond to it, to reflect on it. And then he says, these tribulations will be of 3 types. Al-masaibu ala thalathati awjuh. Awwaluha mukaffirat. The first type of calamities are those that expiate wrong actions. Al-mukaffirat. وذلك في حق من صبر وسلم دون منازعة ولا ضجر من غير زائد. So the first one are mukaffirat, and this occurs or is the right of the one who has patience, the one who has resignation, without opposition, without vexation. So that's the first one. الثاني مذكرات. Those are reminders. وَذَلِكَ فِي حَقِّ مَنْ تَذَكَّرَ بِهَا وَجْهَ التَّذْكِيرِ. And that is due to the one who remembers, who recollects, who takes from this, he remembers why this is happening to him. In other words, what is the aspect of this reminder? Where is it coming from? وَهُوَ لَا يَنْحَصُرُ فِي الْوَجْهِ الَّذِي وَقَعَ عَلَيْهِ. And this is not contained in the actual thing that caused it. In other words, think about this. Tribulations will come from a wrong action. Alright? Tribulations will come from a wrong action. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا أَصَابَكُم مِّن مُّصِيبَةٍ فَبِمَا كَسَبَتْ أَيْدِيكُم. No calamity afflicts you except from what your own hands have done. وَيَعْفُ عَنْ كَثِيرٍ. And He forgives a lot. So, whenever an affliction, a calamity comes, there's 3 aspects. This is what He's reminding us. The first one is mukaffira. It removes wrongs of the past. The second one is mudhakkira. The danger of this one is in other people. Here's what will happen, especially mutakabbirun. If somebody causes somebody problems, and then some terrible thing happens to that person, he said, that's what he deserves. He got what he deserves. He did this to me, so that's Allah getting him back. That is absolutely haram to do that. Sometimes people ask me, this happened many times actually. People have done things. You'll have a situation, for instance, somebody will say, I was committing adultery and I got AIDS. Do you think that is a punishment from God? Now, it's haram for me to say that to him, because it's not my business. I don't know what Allah does. You see, maybe it's a mukaffira. But for him, it's a mudhakkira. In other words, he should think about things. And the thing about it is, it won't happen the first time, because that's usually not how it works. And that's what he says. And this is what he's saying here. The mudhakkara will come from previous wrongs. When the calamity afflicts you, it's not actually the wrong in the calamity. It's for previous wrongs. بل جرت سنة الله سبحانه وتعالى بالستر لعباده فيما هم به. In fact, the sunnah of Allah is to veil people in that which they're in. That is the sunnah of Allah. فلا يسلط عليهم البلايا من الوجه الذي أساءوا به. What it means is, calamities are a result of your wrongs. Masa'ib wal balaya are a result, they are tribulations that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends His servant because of what he was doing. But the tribulation will not afflict you in something that you were doing at that time. The tribulation actually comes for past things. Because it's not the sunnah of Allah to try you in that thing in and of itself, in the disobedience. Generally. So, in other words, when some calamity happens, what you say, why is this happening? That's an important question for you as an individual to ask yourself. Why is Allah doing it? And one of these people asked me, we're having this problem, this and that. And I said, you know what? You all need to meet and just ask yourselves one question. Why is this happening to us? Why? And nobody will ask that question. They'll let things just happen again and again, and they won't ask that. Why is this happening? One of the things that people will do, very common, just to give you an example, it's a very common thing. People will get into the same relationships with other people. You'll have somebody who'll say, every time I get a friend, he does the same thing to me. Every time. I've had this friend, this friend, this friend, this friend. They all did the same thing to me. They think it's the other person. And this is the point. You have to learn the lesson that you're being told at any given moment. It's all about you. This whole thing is about you. Each one of you. The whole thing. Even my being here right now, talking to you, is about you. It's not about me. But that's the truth. Every single one of you, this whole thing, Allah is doing it all for you. And that's the miracle of the world we're living in. The whole thing is for you. Everybody, it's all for you. Allah is doing that. And at a certain point, you begin to realize why He's doing that. He's doing that to teach you that it's all for Him. You see, you have to go through that stage. You have to go through that egocentric stage, because at that point, that's going to force you back to yourself in a real way. In other words, there's two types of egocentricity. There's a type of egocentricity that's always projecting outward. And then there's another type of egocentricity that always begins to project inward. And that's the beginning of spiritual development, where you actually turn inward. You do recognize, yes, this is all about me. But I can't project out anymore. I can't blame it on all these people. It's all his fault. The reason I'm unhappy is because this person, my parents were toxic parents. I read this book, now I know why I'm all messed up. These type things, this is the self-indulgent Western infantile nafs. And at a certain point you have to give up that. And at that point spiritual development starts happening. But it's still egocentric. What he's doing here is it's all about dismantling this ego. But you have to get to that stage where, yes, it is all about you. And you have to start seeing creation as all happening to teach you. It's lessons that you have to learn. The thing about school, one of the tragic things about Western school, which is now the dominant paradigm all over the world, is that you can just keep going ahead even if you don't really understand the material. They'll just let you go to the next grade. In Allah's madrasa, that doesn't happen. You get the same lessons, like Kumon, mathematics, Japanese math. Until you get 100%, they give you the same lesson over and over again. You get the same lesson. Allah will give you the same dars over and over again until you get the point. And the thing about the Sahaba, They got it immediately. They did not wait for another lesson. That's why there's no repeat of Uhud. Look at the seerah. There's no repeat of Uhud. They got the lesson. We don't get the lesson, so we get the repeat. Bosnia, Kuwait, Kashmir, Philippines, wherever. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing over and over again because the Muslims don't learn. So Allah keeps giving us the same lesson over and over again. Sabr, yaqeen, mujahada. They're basic lessons. We haven't, sabr, after tawbah, sabr is the first maqam. We haven't made tawbah and we haven't gone into sabr. So we're getting all of this mudhakkirat. They keep coming. In other words, the mudhakkirat are not about that thing that you're in at the time that it happens. When the car breaks down, it's not because you were listening to music or something on your tape deck, driving down the road. That's the point. No, there's something else going on. What's happening? Why is that happening? That is not a coincidence. Don't think it's a coincidence. Right? I mean, I've seen somebody drive, and this is the truth. I've seen somebody drive without gas. I've seen that happen. Without gas. There was no gas in the car. The car ran out of gas. And the car, we kept going. It went out of gas, did that thing that they do. And then, Bismillah benzine. Khalas. And it just started up again. So when things happen, just let them happen. Don't fight it. What people do, the car breaks down, they get out, they kick the car. The car did nothing. It's like you're kicking the decree of Allah. That's what you're doing. It's like kicking the decree of Allah. MashaAllah. What's the lesson here? Just think about it. Because things do happen for a reason. And if you start letting that happen, the person that stops the car is going to end up either being somebody you've been looking for, or they end up talking to you about Islam, they become a Muslim. Something's going to, if you allow that to happen, you can stop that from happening. But if this is the approach that you take to existence, Allah will start showing you why. See, the kuffar cut themselves off from this completely because they're frustrated. And so they can't see what's happening. They don't allow it. See, Musa alayhi salam, he went to get fire. He saw some fire, he had his family, and he said, you know what, I'll go get a qabas so we can start fire here. And maybe I'll find some news, because he thought there were some travelers there. No, that was not what Allah intended. Now when Musa got there, Allah spoke to him. He did not say, you know, I'm not making light of this at all, but I just want to point this point out. He did not say, I didn't come for this. I came for the fire. I need to go back to my family. No. At that point, you go with where Allah is taking you. This is the secret of being in submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah's creation will take you where you're supposed to go. And it will all unfold for you. And you'll start seeing the signs of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You will see them. Allah will show you His sign. The unseen will start impinging on your life to the point where you say, Subhanallah. And you start saying, Subhanallah. And this is what happens. You enter into a state of conformity with reality, and Allah continues to show you reality. When you reject this, then you start throwing wrenches in the works. You're throwing your own wrenches in the works, and you just trip yourself up, and it won't happen. What's supposed to happen will not happen. If you miss the airplane, there's a reason you're supposed to miss it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's all just let things happen. It doesn't mean that you just sit back. No, you do all the asbab. But when you do the asbab and the thing does not happen, the musabbib, the real musabbib is that He's the one now that's putting the impediments there, and there's a reason for that. If you don't do it, blame yourself. You see, in other words, if the airport's an hour away and you're supposed to be there and you leave without the time that you need and then you miss the fight. No, you blame yourself. But if you did everything you could and it all goes wrong. I've been on amazing things where it's just you have to say, MashaAllah. Because it's not about anything you could have done. You did all the asbab and Allah didn't let it happen. And there's another reason. So you just submit to that and then Allah will show you. But if you don't submit to it, you get veiled. And then you just become frustrated by the qadar. You're frustrated by it. You don't see the wisdom in it. That's why the kuffar can't see the wisdom in it. Because they're fighting it. So Allah will not let them see the wisdom. And a lot of Muslims are fighting it as well, so they don't see the wisdom in it. They get as frustrated as the kuffar. This is a mudhakkira. Allah is reminding us of something and we have to take the reminder. Now the third one is uqubat. See, this is what happens. And this is the horrible one. So here's the three reasons. Mukaffirat, that's a good thing. Mudhakkirat, that's a good thing. Uqubat, bad thing. And this is وَهِيَ الَّتِي تُزِيدُ صَاحِبَهَا ضَجَرًا وَضِيقًا وَسُخْطًا بِالْقَضَاءِ. These are those that will increase the one that it's happening to in vexation, in constriction, and in anger towards the decree. He'll just get angry. He'll get out and smash the hood of his car. And then it becomes an uquba. It's a terrible thing. The other one, you're allowing it to be a mudhakkira and a mukaffira, and then it's something else happens. You get sick, masha'Allah. You lose your money, masha'Allah. Who cares? Seriously, what can you do? If you lost all your money, what can you do about it? You can sit there and fret and fume, become vexated. It's all being angry at the qada and the qadar. That's all it is. You're just angry at the qada and the qadar. So just let go. There's a lesson here. Learn the lesson. Mudhakkira, mukaffira. Learn it, benefit by it. Don't make it an uquba. So that's his third one. And then we enter the khatima. This is the end now, the khatima. Furu' at-tawbah. So he's given us this. We're ending the mawqif al-awwal, right? The mawqif al-awwal, we're coming to an end, which is tahqiq at-tawbah. And what he's saying here, and that had qutb al-awwal was tahqiq al-niyya, qutb al-thani was radd al-madalim, and qutb al-thalith was ijtinab al-maharam. So he's finished that. He's basically giving you all that now, tawbah. This all, what just preceded was all about tawbah. How to realize real tawbah. Many of us, what's happening in our lives, it's just the same thing over and over again. Like the rat that spins the wheel, doesn't go anywhere. He's trying to get you out of that cycle. Tawbah that is real. Tawbah that's not falling back on the same patterns. Because we're like automatons. We're like robots. Most of us are in deep sleep, and most of our lives are led in this somnambulant state where we're simply going through the motions. People can push your buttons. Husband and wife learn these early on in marriages. They learn buttons to push. You're just like your mother. Why do you always say that? You see? He knows. You see? Or she knows what to say. Whatever it is, people know their tapes. These are all tapes. They're pre-recorded. Usually the discs came from their parents, but not always. They're pre-recorded tapes. No copyright. They're transmitted, passed on. And then you just turn it on and you get the tape. And this is what people do. Same characters come into the mosque. Every time you see them, same exchange happens. It's just tapes. That's the way most people are. They go through their lives like that. They never wake up to what life is about. They never wake up to what this is all really about. What he's saying is, wake up time is wake up call. The alarm's going off. That's what happened over 1420 years. نَسْمِعْنَ مُنَادٍ يُنَادِي لِلْإِيمَانِ. A caller came calling to Iman. Wake up. مُوتُوا قَبْلَ أَن تَمُوتُوا حَاسِبُوا قَبْلَ أَن كونوا كأصحاب القبور عدوا أنفسكم من أصحاب القبور. Prepare for death by killing yourselves now, your egos. Consider yourselves, Sahih Muslim, consider yourselves already in the graves. Do it now. Don't wait till it happens later. Do it now. This is the message of urgency. All the prophets, this is what they're saying. Don't wait till suddenly you wake up and realize it's all true. هذا ما وعد الرحمن وصدق المرسلون. This is what the Merciful told us. He said it was going to happen, and the Prophet spoke the truth. Don't wait till that moment. Do it now. That's all he's saying. That's his urgency. So the Khatima, فروع التوبة كثيرة. The branches of Tawbah are many. ومداخلها غزيرة. And its inroads are abundant. وتصحيحها أصل صحة كل مقام. And its تصحيح, rectifying your Tawbah, is the foundation of the soundness of every station on this path. In other words, you're not going anywhere. This is the vehicle by which you start this journey. If you're not doing this, and that's why what we just went through, all of that which we just went through, He's giving you the vehicle to start your journey to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Your individual journey. Each one of us has a journey. Every one of us has a moment in time. There's a door somewhere. There's a door in this world waiting for you into the unseen world. It's waiting for you. None of us knows where it is, but we're going to meet that door. And the angel of death is at the door. He opens the door for you. I was with, and this is an amazing thing, I was with Shaykh Abdullah Al-Qadi in Dammam. I think we prayed the Eid. And we had a flight, it was before Fajr. And it was probably about 4:30. I was in his house, he had this room for me in the back. And it was right before Fajr. I was half between sleep and wakefulness, but I was thinking about death really strongly. And Shaykh Abdullah Al-Qadi opened the door. And all my luggage was there, right there. And he said, "Musta'id lis-safar ya Shaykh." I mean, literally. He said, "Are you ready for the journey, Shaykh?" And I was looking at my luggage and looking at him. And I just realized, one day, the angel of death, he's going to come and say that. If we're lucky. Because he's nice to believers. He's horrific to non-Muslims. To believers, he's actually gentle. Because the Prophet made him promise that he would be gentle to his followers. Musta'id ya Shaykh? You ready? And I'm looking at my luggage thinking, it's your actions. That's your luggage. You're going to carry your actions into the next world. That's your baggage. And it's a real journey. Don't have any doubts about it. It's going to happen. So, nothing's going to work without Tawbah. A sincere Tawbah. Tawbah Nasuh. This is Tawbah Nasuh. It's not the Tawbah where you keep falling back. And don't get despaired because you keep doing that. But if you take this seriously, it works. And many people have done this. مجراها في المقامات مجرى الأرواح في الأجسام. The place of Tawbah in relation to the stations of this wayfaring to Allah is the path of Tawbah, is like the spirits to the body. It's what animates your journey to Allah. And that's why Allah loves Tawbah. And that's why Tawbah will continue throughout this entire journey. But it gets more rarefied. You keep making Tawbah. It never stops. The Messenger of Allah ﷺ said that he asked forgiveness of Allah at least 70 times a day. The Messenger of Allah ﷺ. And his wrong actions were better than our right actions. The best thing that we can do is not as good as the dhanb of the Prophet ﷺ. His dhanb is not a wrong action. It's actually a right action that is not as high as it could be. And that's the point. He was moving up in stations as well, towards his perfection. So, look at your body. It's all moving towards this perfection. Your eyes, everything, it's all developing towards perfection. It's the nature of the body. Look at the child. The child begins, it can't move. And then it starts to learn how to turn on its side. And then it begins to crawl. Nobody taught it any of this stuff. But at a certain point, this is the amazing thing. At a certain point, when the child begins to crawl, it needs to see a human being on 2 feet. It won't take that move. And that's why the wolf children, feral children, children who are raised by animals, they don't walk on 2 feet. They literally crawl like animals. Because they never saw a human walk on 2 feet. And this is one of the tragedies of our age, because it's so rare to see human beings that actually have achieved what he's talking about. Because it's hard to imagine this type of perfection. But it is possible. The soul yearns for it. It's yearning for it. It's trapped in your body, yearning for this journey. The soul is yearning for it. So he says, إِذْ لِكُلِّ مَقَامٍ أَحْكَامُهُ وَلِكُلِّ حُكْمٍ إِحْكَامُهُ. Because every station has its appropriate rulings. And for every ruling has its mastery. In other words, you learn the hukm of prayer. You learn the ahkam of prayer. Those ahkam have an itqan. They have a mastery. Think of just making your life, think of just mastering your prayer in your life, in your lifetime. Look at your prayer. Each time you make a prayer, see what does a musician do? I mean, just to you, because musicians are amazing metaphors, I think. What does a musician do? Every time they go to their instrument, these master musicians, what do? They're practicing, right? Why? To perfect. That's really what they're doing. They're not doing the same. That's a hacker. Something that does the same thing every time, that's a hacker. They never improve. They get to a certain level and they stay there. That's not what masters do in anything. The master martial artist, every time he goes to the mat, he goes to perfect his technique. He goes to increase his mastery of his art. Every time the calligrapher he wants improvement until he masters it. And the nature of most things is that there's always room for improvement. And so imagine being a person who is on the path of mastery in his prayer. Every time you go to the prayer, there's an effort to make it better than the last prayer that you prayed. Going actually with that intention, I'm going to have more presence in my prayer. I'm going to do my prayer more properly. I'm going to be aware. Somebody asked, I think it was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, when he used to play basketball. They said, when you miss, what do you think of? And he said, too long, too short, too much to the left, too much to the right. In other words, readjust. You don't get frustrated. It's, how can I make it better the next time? And that's the way this whole thing should be. Our lives should be that. You're Arabic, when you go to it, go to improve it. Don't settle for getting to proficiency. I mean, in some things, yes, because not everything, obviously, you can't master everything in your life. But there are certain things, like one of them said, ما رأيت عيب من عيوب الناس كنقص القادرين على التمام. I never saw a fault worse than the fault of people capable of perfecting something and they didn't do it. And then another one said, the fault is not that you have mastered everything, but that you haven't mastered one thing. That is a fault. That there hasn't been itqan. Because Allah yuhibb al-itqan, katib al-ihsan ala kulli shay. Ihsan is written on everything. And the ancients were like that. Look at the museums of the kuffar are filled with Islamic domestic appliances. The museums of the kuffar are filled with Ottoman bowls. Things that people used to drink out of. Why? Because they know that whoever made that did it with itqan. Why do they go to the Alhambra? Why do all those kuffar go? Millions every year. What are they going there for? What are they seeing there that they're not seeing? Because all this kafir architecture now is all functional. Bauhausian. what these people did, these people had perfection. It's the dimensions are perfect. When architects go there, that's what they see. And when non-trained people, they get a glimpse of it. See, a master poet, when he hears another master poet recite his poetry, he sees the mastery of his technique. But the person who has a feeling in his heart for poetry, he senses it. He can't see the perfect alliteration. He can't see the perfect meter and the rhyme. But he senses whatever it is. It doesn't sound like that doggerel I heard the other day. That's what he senses. And this is what those people sense. That's what they're seeing there. And that's what you sense when you see somebody. If you see Marabt al-Hajj pray, for instance, if you pray behind him, your prayer is different. They say that the hudur of the musallin is based on the hudur of the imam. Which is why traditionally you're supposed to put the person who has the most hudur as the imam. There's a famous story about a jama'at of Libyans. This is an older story. But there was this abd there. He was black, Libyan. And in Maliki madhab you say Allahu Akbar out loud. Everybody does it. So he used to go to this mosque every day. And the imam say Allahu Akbar. And then all the people praying say Allahu Akbar. And then like about halfway through the first, the Fatiha and the Surah, they'd hear this guy, Allahu Akbar. And he'd always do this, every single prayer. So they finally went up to him and said, can we ask you something? Why are you always delaying the takbir? He said, MashaAllah, you people are so righteous. You get the Kaaba right in front of you immediately. It takes me a little while. So they wanted him to be the imam. وَحَسَنَاتُ الْأَبْرَارِ سَيِّئَاتُ الْمُقَرَّبِينَ. The good actions of righteous people are the bad actions of those in the divine presence. وَحَسَنَاتُ الْمُقَرَّبِينَ سَيِّئَاتُ أَهْلِ الْكَمَالِ. And the good actions of the people in the nearness of Allah are the bad actions of the people of perfection. So it gets finer and finer. What he's saying is Tawbah is endless. You will always make Tawbah. If you're in the maqam of sabr, when you move to the maqam, a higher maqam, suddenly you realize within that maqam how much wrong you did in the previous maqam. Even though when you were in that previous maqam, those wrongs were rights. Do you understand? In other words, it gets more and more rarefied to the point where for certain people, it's that for a moment they go into heedlessness. That becomes a wrong. For a moment to go into heedlessness. كان يذكر الله في كل أحيانه. Aisha said the Prophet ﷺ remembered Allah in all of his states. He was always in the dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Always. And then he says, وَكَذَلِكَ التَّقْوَى تَدْخُلُ فِي كُلِّ مَقَامٍ. Because he was speaking about taqwa, also taqwa enters into every station. So tawbah and taqwa are with you on your whole journey. You'll never leave them. وَتَجْرِي عَلَى قَدْرِ نِسْبَتِهِ. And it proceeds in accordance with the degree of its relationship to that maqam. It gets higher and higher. وَإِنَّمَا التَّوْبَةُ وَالتَّقْوَى عَزْمٌ ثُمَّ حَزْمٌ ثُمَّ حُكْمٌ. Tawbah and taqwa are firm intention, unwavering determination, and then finally authority. Allah gives you the ability to control yourself. But it comes first with absolute determination. This is it. You have to have azima. Min azam fatawakkal ala Allah. Once you make that azima, then you have to trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then you have to have hazmun. And then finally you get hukmun, thumma hukmun. وَكُلُّ أَمْرٍ فِي الْوُجُودِ يَقْوَى وَيَضْعُفْ فِي سَبْهِ وَمَدَّتِهِ. Every matter in existence is strong or weak in accordance with its means and material. So a building is strong or weak in accordance with the means by which it was built and the material you used. أَلَيْسَ كَذَلِكَ? That's the way it works. So if you use strong material, you have a strong building. The material of this path, وَمِنَ الْمَوَادِّ. The material of this path, لُزُومَ الْإِسْتِغْفَارِ. Constantly doing istighfar. وَدَوَامُ الصَّلَاةِ عَلَى النَّبِي الْمُخْتَارِ. And constantly doing prayer on the Prophet. That's how you're building this spiritual path. to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is the fuel that will move your vehicle on this path. وقد قال الشيخ عبد الحسن الشاذلي رضي الله عنه إن أردت صدق في الأقوال فأعن على نفسك بقراءة إن أنزلناه في ليلة القدر. Abu Hassan al-Shadhili, this is called a hikmah. This is not a hadith. This is a hikmah. Alright, this is a wisdom, it is not a hadith. I want to emphasize that. These are wisdoms that are mujarraba. They're things that people, either by ilham, and this is in accordance with the hadith. Al-ulama warathatul anbiya. The ulama are the inheritors of the prophets. Inheritors yatasarrafu fi mulk. In sharia, if you inherit something, you can use it to your discretion. The ulama have this ability. And this is why the ulama have put together like awrad. They did it in certain ways. The awrad should be from the book and the sunnah. But the Prophet ﷺ did many dhikrs, and we don't have the tartib in which he did it. So there are ulama that put a tartib. And this is tasarruf. The same with verses in the Quran. There are verses in the Quran that help in certain things, and some of the ulama have taken out these fa'idah and have used them in those places. So that's what he's doing. It's a hikmah from Abu Hassan al-Shadhili. Inna anzalnahu fi laylat al-qadr. If you want to help with sincerity in your speech, then help yourself by reciting Inna anzalnahu fi laylat al-qadr. If you do a lot of recitation of that surah, it will help you in sidq. وإن أردت الإخلاص في العمل فأعن على نفسك بقراءة سورة الإخلاص. Surah Al-Ikhlas will give you ikhlas. Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah said that his fath came from Al-Fatiha. He used to do Al-Fatiha. His wird was Al-Fatiha. And he said Allah gave his opening from Al-Fatiha. Different ulama have had different futuhat. But Surah Al-Ikhlas is one of the surahs used for ikhlas. قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدَ اللَّهُ صَمَدَ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُن لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. Doing this a lot of times, 100 times, 1,000 times. I mean, you don't want to specify numbers. It can enter into a type of bid'ah idafiyya. Ala kulli hal, some of the ulama have mentioned numbers, but this is one of the secrets of this surah is ikhlas. It's called Surah Al-Ikhlas. إن أردت النعمة أو المنع في المظهر فأعن نفسك على قراءة قل أعوذ برب الفلق. If you want protection in the outward, protect yourself by reading قل أعوذ برب الفلق. And this is in the hadith. The Prophet used to use it as a protection. وإن أردت السلامة من شر الناس. And if you want protection from the evil of people, فأعن على نفسك بقراءة قل أعوذ برب الناس. If you want protection from the evil of people, help yourself by reciting قل أعوذ برب الناس. 3 times in the morning, 3 times in the evening, 3 times before you go to bed, after your prayers. Some people do them after every prayer. It's useful. So these are protections. And this is an age where we need all the protection we can get. قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن أردت أن تسلم من جلي الشرك وخفيه فقل في صبيحة كل يوم ومسائه اللهم إني أعوذ بك أن أشرك بك وأنا أعلم واستغفرك لما لا أعلم. 3 times. The Prophet ﷺ said, if you desire to be safe from outward shirk and inward shirk, explicit and implicit shirk, overt shirk and secret shirk, hidden shirk, which is riya, then say every morning and every evening 3 times, Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu wa astaghfiruka lima la a'lam. Did everybody get that? Allahumma inni alif nun ya inni a'udhu alif ayn waw dhal a'udhu bika ba ka an alif nun ushrika alif shin ra ka ushrika mansub bi an ushrika bika ba ka wa waw ana alif nun alif or hamza nun alif ana a'lamu alif or hamza ayn lam mim a'lamu wa astaghfiruka wa waw hamza sin ta ghain fa ra ka wa astaghfiruka lima lam mim alif la a'lamu La, Lam Alif, Hamza, Ain, Lam, Mim. 3 times. Allahumma inni, so everybody say that. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu wa astaghfiruka lima la a'lam. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu wa astaghfiruka lima la a'lam. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika an ushrika bika wa ana a'lamu wa astaghfiruka lima la a'lam. And that will protect you, because if you look at that dua, I seek refuge that I should associate with you and I know about it. That's riya. وَأَسْتَغْفِرُكَ لِمَا لَا أَعْلَمُ. And I ask forgiveness of things I'm not aware of, because as you progress in your path, you realize that things that you didn't even know were riya. This is the way it works. So, by doing that, because the heart is in the hand of Allah, that you protect yourself, inshallah. وَبِالْجُمْلَةِ فَحُسْنُ مَقَامِ التَّوْبَةِ بَعْدَ تَحَقُّقِهَا لُزُومُ الْإِسْتِقَامَةِ وَتَحَقُّقُ فِيهَا فَلْنَذْكُرْهَا وَبِاللَّهِ التَّوْفِيقِ. So he said, in totality, the security in the Maqam al-Tawbah, the fortress in the Maqam al-Tawbah after it's been realized, is luzum al-istiqamah, is to maintain your istiqamah. In other words, once you're upright, you have to maintain your istiqamah. وَتَحَقُّقُ فِيهَا. Now I just want to say this. There are people who have achieved Maqam al-istiqamah. There are people that have achieved Maqam al-Tawbah. Really. I guarantee you, Marabt al-Hajj, nobody's ever heard him say anything about any other human being that was makruh. Ever. Nobody. There's people there who've been with him over 70 years. Not once did they ever hear him speak ill of anybody. Nor will he allow any ghiba in his company. He will not allow it. One student was studying with him once. In Mukhtasar Khalil, there's mentioned a type of horse that has a big head and it's slow. The Arabs don't really like it. And he said, oh, is that like the horse of so-and-so? And Marabt al-Hajj, he really got upset. And he said, Astaghfirullah. He said, I fled people because I didn't want to hear about other people. And he said, you want to study with me? Don't mention people with su. Because it's ghiba to say something about somebody's animal that they wouldn't like. It's ghiba to say something, even their car. Like you say, so-and-so's car is really lousy. That's a ghiba. That's another book, Maharam al-Lisan. You study that and you'll just weep. Really, that book will, it'll make you weep. If it doesn't, you're dead. But, it really, and you're dead anyway. That book will really frighten you. Maharam al-Lisan, the prohibitions of Lisan. Shaykh Muhammad Mawlud, al-Musawi al-Yaqubi. You need to learn the rules of ghiba, and not just ghiba. There's so many things about the tongue that people are unaware of. If you speak ill of somebody, you're supposed to do istihlal of their children. Like if you speak ill of somebody who has children, it would hurt them if they heard it as well. So it becomes backbiting of the family. Backbiting is like compounded interest. Because it's dhikru akhaka bima yakrahu idha sami'a. It's mentioning your brother, right? ذكرك أخاك بما سمع لو سمعها أو سمعه كرها. It's making mention of your brother in something, had he heard it, he would dislike it. So if you speak ill of somebody who somebody else really loves, they would be really upset to hear that. So it's not just that person. You've made ghiba of other people. It just goes on and on and on. And ghiba is a kabira. It's not a minor thing. That's why Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said, if you don't learn some of this science, من لم يتوغل في علمنا هذا مات وهو مصر على الكبائر. Whoever does not learn something of this science will die, and he is immersed in the major wrong actions without making tawbah. He's not even aware of it. And think how the majority of our ummah is in major kaba'ir without making tawbah. The vast majority. And we wonder why we're getting all this tribulation. This is all rahmah from Allah and we don't even recognize it. It's all mukaffirat and mudakkirat. And for a lot of people it's uqubat because they just get angry. They don't see the wisdom in it. MashaAllah. So now that's all the mawqif. And then he says, وَبِاللَّهِ التَّوْفِيقِ Tawfiq is through Allah. That was all موقف الأول. تحقيق التوبة. It had 3 أقطاب. Right? تحقيق النية, رد المظالم, and اجتناب المحارم. We finished that. Now, istiqamah. So he's saying, I mean, technically we could stop the book here. We could, because we're in that first section. In other words, you could say, when I get there, I'll read this next section. Alright? Because technically, the work that we have set out for us is in this first section. But it's good to know what lies ahead, inshallah. And it relates also to what we're doing now, because all of us, inshallah, have some level of istiqamah in our lives, hopefully. الموقف الثاني. الموقف الثاني في الاستقامة وما تدعو إليه من الهداية والكرامة وبسطها 3 جامعة محصرة لذوي الهمم نافعة. So he says, the second موقف, station or platform for all of this is uprightness, istiqamah. The Prophet ﷺ, what did he say? آمنت بالله ثم استقم. Say, I believe in Allah, and then istiqamah. آمنت بالله tawbah. I believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Belief in Allah is tawbah from kufr. Do you see, that's the first tawbah. Is tawbah from kufr. And then tawbah from kaba'ir. And then tawbah from sagha'ir. And then tawbah from mubahat which have israf. And then tawbah from ma siwa Allah. Those are the maqamat of tawbah. 5. There's 5 maqam of tawbah. So, the ground of this is 3. It is comprehensive, achievable. Muhassala, it is achievable. لِذَوِي الْهِمَمْ, for people of high himma, you can reach it. That's what he's saying. Don't think you cannot reach it. And the thing about it is, all of us should aspire to this. If for anything, for the sake of this ummah. The ummah of the Prophet ﷺ. This ummah needs awliya. It needs righteous people. For the sake of this ummah, we need people whose prayers are answered. We need people that yutawassal bihim. We have drought all over the world. We have wars all over the world. We need people that really are awliya, that are people drawing near to Allah, that are rejecting all this materialism. There needs to be people out there who are not sending their children to kafir schools to learn the ways of kufr out of their love of dunya. That they're actually willing to change the cycle, to break these cycles. Really, we need people that are willing to break these cycles. Look at the Muslims. We are in a pathetic condition. We've never been in a more pathetic condition. And our youth are being lost everywhere. We've got debates going on in mosques that have no meaning whatsoever. It's like 2 guys arguing about how long their robes are. Your robe's not short enough, brother. What do you mean? Look, it's as short as yours. No, it isn't. And this is the type of stupidity that Muslims are engaged in right now. So, recognize that this is possible. And the thing about istiqamah, the power of istiqamah, I mean, wallahi, anything that the blessings all go back to the Messenger of Allah. This ummah, everything, it all goes back to the Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Everything goes back to that human being who, at the age of 40, was given a revelation. Prior to that, he rarely spoke. He was known for uzla. He had no dunyawi aspirations. He had no desire to become some wealthy, powerful potentate of the Arabian Peninsula. He was living a very simple life, a naturally ascetic individual who had really no dunyawi aspirations. He went to a cave to yatahanna, to avoid the shirk of his people and to empty his soul in order to draw closer to his Lord. He was a Hanif. He believed in one God. And an angel came to him, Hum fa'andar. Arise. Arise. You're an awakened human being. Go wake up other people. That's your task. Go wake up other people. Here's a human being that had that not happen to him. Really. But it did. It happened to him. What did he do? He went and that's what he did. He went and they laughed at him. They spat on him. They chased him out of his own city. Somebody who'd never harmed them before. Al-Amin. They chased him out of his own city. Their children threw rocks at him. They poured entrails of animals on him while he was praying in sajda. All of that, when after 5, he said, Allah abuthu ilayka shakwaya. My complaint is to you, not to people. My complaint is to you. If you're content with me, I don't care if the entire creation, I don't care if the entire creation is upset with me, if you're content with me. Khalas. And that's why this thing is all still going on. That's why it's still going on. That's why people are still becoming Muslim. That's why it's all going on from that. And that sacrifice, he is our qudwa. Uswatun hasana. لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ إِسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ لِمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو اللَّهَ وَالْيَوْمَ الْآخِرَ وَذَكَرَ اللَّهَ كَثِيرًا. He's the uswa. He did all of that. Any human being would say, Nafsi, Nafsi. He was saying, Ummati, Ummati. That's what he was saying. Ummati, Ummati. And so this moving away from egocentricity. The first thing is all about you. But then at a certain point you realize, look around. This is all from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's about Allah. And what Allah wants us to do is serve His creation. خَيْرُكُمْ أَنْفَعُكُمْ لِعِيَالِ اللَّهِ كُلُّكُمْ عِيَالُ اللَّهِ وَخَيْرُكُمْ أَنْفَعُكُمْ لِعِيَالِهِ. All of you are dependents of Allah, and the best of you are those who show the most service to His dependents. And then it becomes the opposite. It's all about the other person. That's the realization. Once you stop projecting and you start introspecting, looking inward, taking that inward, suddenly you realize, I know what I'm supposed to do now. I'm supposed to be in khidmah. Because that's what he was, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. He was servicing everybody else. That's what he was doing. I mean, they heard a massive boom in Medina. And they went out to defend the city. And all the Sahaba get out with their swords. And here's the Messenger of Allah coming in on a horse. They said his hair flowing in the wind. His sword strapped to him. La tura'u, la tura'u. Don't be alarmed, don't be alarmed. I've taken care of it. The first one out to defend his city. The first one out. He said if the Dajjal shows up, now one man was so frightened that the Dajjal would come. He said, Ana hajijukum. If the Dajjal comes, don't worry. I'll take care of the Dajjal. I'll protect you from the Dajjal. But if he comes and I'm not here, every one of you is his own hajij. You have to protect yourself with what? With his guidance. Because he's still with us. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So the point is, at a certain point, you have to realize not only is istiqamah possible, it is wajib. الَّذِينَ قَالُوا رَبُّنَا اللَّهُ ثُمَّ اسْتَقَامُوا. Those who said, our Lord is Allah, and then they istaqamu. It's a wajib on us. It's an obligation to become people. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. Are we lying every time we say that? Are the angels saying, كذبت يا عدو الله? You're a liar. You're not asking for guidance. Every single time we say that, اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. طيب. The hidayah is there. هدى للمتقين. ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين. There's the guidance. I gave you the guidance. I gave you everything. It's all there for you. So it's achievable if you have himmah and it's beneficial. The first bisat, al-bisat al-awwal for ibadat, is in the ibadat. Because that's the foundation. Ibadat, adat, and then akhlaq wal mu'amalat. That's it. So inshallah, we'll do that tomorrow. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام، ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. يقول المصنف سيدي أحمد زروق رضي الله تعالى عنه ونفعنا الله به. الموقف الثاني, we entered to the second station after Tawbah, which is al-istiqamah, maintaining uprightness. قُلْ آمَنْتُ بِاللَّهِ ثُمَّ اسْتَقِمْ. Man came to the Prophet ﷺ. He said, Ya Rasulullah, Usini, give me some advice. He said, Dullani ala kalimatan, indicate some word that will benefit me. And he said, قُلْ آمَنْتُ بِاللَّهِ ثُمَّ اسْتَقِمْ. Say, I believe in Allah, and then have istiqamah. Istiqamah comes from a root word which qama yaqum means to stand up. Istiqamah means to stand up straight. Mustaqim is straight. Mustaqim. Asbaha qa'ima. It's become straight or upright. فالاستقامة ما تدعو إليه من الهداية والكرامة. And then he said its ground is three. Comprehensive, achievable for those who have high aspiration, and beneficial. The first bisat is for ibadat. Al-bisat al-awwal for ibadat. So the first ground of this, the carpet spread of this, is in devotional practice. وَهِيَ فِيهَا بِالتَّحْقِيقِ وَالزِّيَادَات. And this is done by realizing what has to be done, and then also بالزيادات, by increasing it. وَلَا يَخْلُو إِمَّا أَن تَكُونَ الْعِبَادَةُ مَفْرُوضَةً أَوْ سُنَّةً مَطْلُوبَةً مَعْرُوضَةً أَوْ نَافِلَةً ثَابِتَةً غَيْرَ مَنْقُوضَةً. So he says, this is one of the following. It's either devotional practice that is an obligation, such as Dhuhr, Fajr, Asr, or a sunnah matluba, ma'ruda, or it's some sunnah that is desirable and has been presented by the scholars as being the practice of the Prophet ﷺ, or it's a nafila thabita ghayra manquda, or it's some supererogatory practice that is confirmed and has not been abrogated. فالاستقامة في الفرائض بالتزام التقوى. Al-istiqamah, uprightness in the obligations, is through the adherence to taqwa, adhering to taqwa. وَنَفْيَ الْعَوَارِض, and rejecting impediments and obstructions. فَتَقْوَاهَا إِقَامَةُ الْوَاجِبِ لَهَا مِنْ غَيْرِ إِخْلَالٍ وَنَفْيَ الْعَوَارِضِ بترك المكروهات وفعل وجوه الكمال ولا يتحقق ذلك إلا بالورع في الاتباع وترك العمل بما فيه ترخص وابتداع. The Shaykh says that establishing the obligation in this station of uprightness without stinting, in other words, taqwa in this istiqamah, because he's saying istiqamah in the obligations is by adhering to taqwa, and taqwa in this case is by establishing the obligation, whatever is obligated to do, without stinting in it. And negation of the impediments is by leaving the makruhats, those things that are detestable in the acts of devotion, and by doing the mustahabbat and the sunan. So, nafi al-awarid, you remove your impediments by avoiding those things that are detestable, and also by doing those aspects of that devotional practice that relate to kamal, the mukammilat. For instance, there are many hadiths that are about mukammilat. Just like in usul, you have darurat, you have hajiyat, and you have tahsiniyat. You have things that are darura, necessity, the 5 things that we've gone over several times. You have the hajiyat, those things that they're not necessities, but they're needs. Without them, life is difficult. And then you have tahsiniyat, those things that are not needs or necessities, but without which life loses its beauty, its enjoyment. For instance, the house here is a darura to protect you from the cold of the winter, the heat of the summer. You need that. The doors and the windows are hajat, they're needs. without which it would be difficult. The tahsiniyat are the tiling, the carving of the wood. This would be an ugly room if it was just blank walls and wood without the designs in them, things like that. There would be no beauty to it. And Allah intended all of these for the human being. But we triage. The most important is the darura, and that overrides the haja. And then the haja overrides the tahsiniya, the adornments. And the adornments come last. The same is true in ibadat. You have the fara'id. They're like the darurat. You have to do them. And then you have the sunan. These are like the hajiyat. And then the last one are the mustahabbat. These are the tahsiniyat. These are the things that adorn your ibadah, that give it that beauty. Embellish it. So we want all of them. That's perfection. We don't want the loss of any of them. But before you're worried about the tahsiniyat, putting on the tiles, get the walls up. This is the point that he's making here. وَلَيْتَحَقَّقُ ذَلِكَ إِلَّا بِالْوَرَعِ فِالِاتِّبَاعِ. This is not achieved except through scrupulousness in adherence to the path of the Prophet, in following the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وَتَرْكَ الْعَمَلِ بِمَا فِيهِ تَرَخُّصٌ وَابْتِدَاعٌ. And abandoning those actions that have in them dispensations and innovations. So you don't want to go the easy route. Now the Prophet ﷺ, there's a famous hadith, Aisha radiallahu anha said, مَا خُيَّرَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ صلى الله عليه وسلم بين أمرين إلا اختار أيسرهما. The Prophet ﷺ was never given the choice between two things except he chose the easiest. This is not in the ibadat. In general matters, don't make things hard on yourself. But in the ibadat, you go with the azima. You should go with fasting when you're traveling is better than to break your fast. It's actually better. وَأَن تَصُومُوا خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ. To fast is better than breaking the fast. But if there's mashaqqa, if it's really difficult, لَيْسَ مِنَ الْبِرِّ الصِّيَامِ فِي السَّفَرِ. It's not from righteousness to fast while you're traveling. That's another hadith. So if you're traveling and there's going to be great difficulty, don't fast when you travel. Allah gave you that rukhsah. But He's saying that if you want to achieve istiqamah, don't look for dispensations. But take Allah's dispensations when they're appropriate to take. And it's hikmah, it's wisdom. And then ibtida'. Now he's going to go into innovations. Now Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, one of his main concerns during his lifetime was to fight innovations. It really is. This is one of his major concerns. And he wrote not one but several pieces on innovation. His most famous one is called Uddat al-Murid al-Sadiq, or Umdat al-Murid al-Sadiq. There's two narrations. The reliance of the truthful seeker. And in there he opposed the bid'ah of his time. One of the great mujaddidun of 2 centuries ago, Shaykh Uthman Danfodio, who was from Nigeria, northern Nigeria, based a lot of his opposition of bid'ah on Sidi Ahmed Zarruq and Ibn al-Hajj's works. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq based his on Ibn al-Hajj's works. So Ibn al-Hajj, who wrote Al-Madkhal al-Abdari, he was a great early 8th century scholar from Fas, later Egypt. He moved to Egypt. He was Qurayshi. And his teacher was Ibn Abi Jamrah, who you're studying Bahjat al-Nufus. So these people are all linked in the same tradition. This is what the Isnad, and Ibn Abi Jamrah was another one, very much opposed to bid'ah. Very much opposed to bid'ah. Despite his deeply dyed tasawwuf, he was very much opposed to bid'ah. Because tasawwuf is one of the areas where a lot of innovation has come in. And it's just a fact. And Sidi Ahmed Zarruq radiallahu anhu was somebody who wanted to purify tasawwuf of a lot of the innovations. But also fiqh, because there's innovations in fiqh, there's innovations in aqidah. This is Islam, Iman, Ihsan. All of them have innovation. But people who say tasawwuf, throw it out, it's not from Islam. It's like saying ihsan is not from Islam. And the thing is not to throw out the tasawwuf, it's to purify the tasawwuf of those things that have tainted it from bid'ah. And that is the job of the fuqaha. You have to look at the fuqaha. And that's what Sidi Ahmed Zarruq did. So now he's going to go into a section about bid'ah. So he says, وَمِنَ الْبِدْعِ فِي الطَّهَارَةِ. He begins with tahara, that's the asas. وجود الوسواس مع اعتقاد مع اعتقادي أن ذلك من عمل الناس, is that having obsessive thoughts, believing that that is actually from the actions of righteous people. And what that means is people who have in their tahara, they doubt a lot, they go back, they do tahara over again, they get obsessive compulsive about their tahara. And they believe that that's actually a good thing. He said it occurs from three things. The first, and that's not in this book, by the way. This is another book that he says this. That he said it's in Nasihat al-Kafiyah. مِمَّنْ خَصُوَ اللَّهُ بِالْعَافِيَةِ. He actually says two things, but there is a third thing that he mentioned later. He said it's either jahlun bis-sunnah or khabrun fil-aqal. He said it's either ignorance of the sunnah or it's a mental disorder, which now we have a term for it in the Diagnostic Statistical Manual 4 or 5 or 6 or wherever they are now. They call it obsessive compulsive disorder. So this is actually a psychological disorder that was identified a long, long time ago by the people of Tasawwuf. People who are obsessed with cleaning, it's a sickness. So it's either ignorance of the sunnah, you think that it's sunnah to be obsessed about this, or it's actually a disorder. But he said it's also a beginner's wara'. He said usually people in the beginning of their path, if they have a lot of scrupulousness, they do have wara'. And I've seen it's like somebody, I had a student, he'd just become Muslim. He was showing signs of a lot of wara', but he had a lot of waswasa about his wudu. And that's exactly what Sidi Ahmed Zarruq said. Now if you know that, alhamdulillah, I mean that's the benefit of knowing, having knowledge about these things. You can know that it's not necessarily a bad sign at the beginning of a path, but you don't want it to be maintained because it can lead to neuroses, neurotic disorders. Alright, is that clear? So then he says, وَاخْتِصَاصُ كُلِّ عُضْوٍ بِذِكْرٍ مَعْ اعْتِقَادِ السُنِّيَّةِ مَعْ اعْتِقَادِ السُنِّيَّةِ لَا مَعْ عَدَمِ اسْتِشْعَارِ هَذِهِ النِّيَّةِ. Now this is really important. Specifying for every limb certain dhikrs or prayers or things that you say, and you'll find these in some of the books. When you do your arms, you say this. There's none of that is from the sunnah. That's all bid'ah. None of that is from the sunnah. It's all bid'ah idafiyah. Now if you believe it's sunnah, it's a bid'ah. You've made a bid'ah. But there's nothing wrong with doing dhikr during your wudu. That's the point. So if you don't call this intention to mind that you're doing a sunnah, then to do dhikr in your wudu, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's mustahab to do dhikr in wudu. I know one of the shuyukh in Mauritania, he does a hizb of Quran in his wudu. He recites a hizb of Quran in his wudu. Murabb al-Hajj recites Quran usually in his wudu. And he does dhikr. So, obviously not in the bathroom. I mean, do it outside or wherever. But the point is, as long as you don't believe there's specific du'as to do, then it becomes a bid'ah. So that's the important thing. وَلَا مَسْحُ الرَّقَبَةِ. Nor is wiping the neck a bid'ah. Like in the Hanafi madhab, they wipe the neck. Isn't that? There are some Hanafi, right? They wipe the neck. وَإِطَالَةُ الْغُرَّةِ. Also, there's a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ said on the Yawm al-Qiyamah, people will come, ghurr muhajjalin, they'll come piebald with the white on their faces, like horses. There's a type of horse that has all four legs have white on the bottom, and then they have white on their face, but the rest of the body is black or brown. That's how the mu'minun come on Yawm al-Qiyamah. And then there's a hadith in Al-Bukhari, whoever wants to increase in that whiteness, let him increase. And Abu Hurairah, radiallahu anhu, who transmits the hadith, used to go do his wudu up past his elbows. Now Ibn Battal and others, like from the Maliki madhab, they say it's a bid'ah. They didn't take that understanding of the hadith. They said it meant doing wudu on wudu. In other words, if you were in wudu, you did wudu. Even though you're in wudu, you do wudu for every prayer. And a lot of the Salihin, that's their practice. They do wudu for every single prayer. And then the Prophet ﷺ also would do wudu after he finished prayer. He would actually go and do wudu. So wudu is a good thing. Now don't get obsessive compulsive about that. Don't do wudu all day long. But it's a good thing to do wudu. If you're angry, it's a good thing to do wudu. Like if you're studying and you can't work something out, go and do wudu and do 2 rakat. Dua of haja is to do wudu, tahsin wudu, and then go do your whatever you're doing. So wudu is good, it's all good. وَتَرْكُ مَسْحَ الْأَعْضَاء بِالْمِنْدِيلِ. Also, not wiping your limbs with a towel or a handkerchief. That is also not a bid'ah. In other words, there's people who leave it. They don't wipe, they just let it keep dripping. That's not a bid'ah to do that. You can use a towel if you want, but if you leave it, believing it's a good thing not to dry it, that is actually in accordance with the sunnah. It's not makruh to use a towel, but he's saying if you leave it in order to follow the sunnah, it's a good thing. But then he says, وَإِنْ كَانَ لَا يُنْدَبُ عِنْدْ مَالِكٍ لِمُعَارَضَةِ الدَّلِيلِ. Even though this is not recommended by Malik, he's a Maliki. Malik radiallahu anhu did not recommend any of these things because he felt that it was in contradistinction to the proofs that he had. So Malik doesn't wipe the neck. He doesn't say it's a bid'ah, makruha, with him to go past the elbow in the wudu, and also to leave the limbs like that. So the point is, fihi wasa' sa'a, there's room in all of these things, but he's just pointing this out. And you have to look into the books that point out bid'ah. He's just giving us some examples, not all. I mean, his other book is very extensive. And then bid'ahs differ from period to period. Like we have bid'ahs now, for instance, the people forcing other people to put the feet together in prayer. I mean, that's definitely a bid'ah. That is a bid'ah. Because there's nowhere in the fiqh. There's a hadith that says that. That's in the sahih. But there's nowhere that it tells you to do it all through the prayer. The hay'ah of how you do that is not in the hadith. And did they begin the prayer like that, and then after that did they stop? Because some of these people, they'll do it all through the prayer, and they'll keep putting their foot next to your foot. And that's tashwish, which is ma yajuz. It's not permitted. You're disturbing your brother who's praying. And the Hanafis put their feet very close together. They don't have that, a spread foot. The Malikis, they put them at the level of the shoulders. The Hanafis, they have a shivr between the feet. But none of them have this idea of spreading the feet. None of them. Because it's tashwish. I mean, it's not appropriate. The prayer is a natural thing. All the limbs go to their natural place. The Prophet ﷺ, that's how he was described as praying. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. In any case, so there's bid'ahs now. You could write whole books on what people do now. Watches. Prayer times based on watches. For me, that's a really questionable thing. You know, this loss of phenomenal signs for prayer. People have completely forgotten about phenomenal signs for prayer. I saw people pray when the sun was still up. They prayed Maghrib. We were outside at a graveyard. We just finished burying somebody, and somebody had a schedule, and they said the time prayer came in. I could see, you couldn't see the sun because there were hills, but I could see in the east all the low-lying clouds were bright. I mean, the sun was still up. And I said, you know, I don't think it's Maghrib. The guy gave the adhan, the man did the prayer. I ended up looking like this, you know, and that's what they say. There's Hamza again, right? Going on. But it's haram to pray if you don't take the time in. I went to the imam afterwards and I said to him, Ya akhi wallahi, look, do you really think? He said, you know, I've got my doubts. That's what he said. I said, well, yahrumu alayk, it's not permissible. He said, well, the prayer time. And people said it was time. How can you pray? You can't pray if you have doubts. Read fiqh, you know, study fiqh. You can't pray if you have doubts. But this is what's happened to people. That's a bid'ah. To follow a taqweem, a schedule, when your phenomenal signs are telling you something else, if that's not a bid'ah, then I don't know what bid'ah means. I mean, imagine a sahabi, really. Somebody saying, it's right here, it's written in the schedule. And an engineer did this. And what's he going to say? They were ummiyun. Most of them couldn't read or write. You're going to tell him to follow a piece of paper and he can see that the sun's still up to pray Maghrib? So, I mean, you have a lot of modern bid'ahs. That's a whole other problem. And then he says, and also from the bid'ah, وَمِنْهَا لَطْمَ الْوَجْهِ بِالْمَاءِ is slapping the face with water, as opposed to, some people do that when they do, it's a bid'ah. وَنَفْطُ الْيَدَيْنِ قَبْلِ إِيصَالِهِ إِنْ اعْتُقِدَ حُكْمًا. And also to shake off the water from the hands before the hands get to the face. I mean, that's a bid'ah to do that. Muharrama. كذا الاستنجاء من الريح. Also doing istinja, which is cleaning around your private parts, the rectum, from wind, from passing wind. That's a bid'ah. And all those things like that. والتكبير عند غسل الوجه. Saying takbir when you wash your face. Allahu Akbar. Bid'ah. وما كان مثله. And things like that. كالتشهد عند ذلك. Saying the tashahhud when you do that. إذ لم يقل به غير بعض الشافعية. Because nobody said to do that except one Shafi'i. ورد عليه. And he was refuted فيما هنالك. So he's saying one person said that and everybody refuted him. وَكَذَا تَتَبْعُ غُضُونَ الْأُذْنَيْنِ. Also following the creases of the ears. Like going in, when you do the mesh of the udhun, you're not supposed to go in there and get all the creases. It's a bid'ah to do that. In the Maliki, I don't know what the other madhabs say, but I'm speaking for Maliki, he's speaking for Maliki. It's a bid'ah to do that. It's just a mesh. You don't do that. You do that for ghusl, but not for wudu. على ما قاله ابن الحاجب في كل ممسوح. And this is also especially according to Ibn al-Hajib, because he said everything that has masah is like that, including the hair and the khuf. Whenever you do masah, that's the hukm of masah. إذ بني على تخفيف وتقريب. Because the whole point of wiping is to facilitate and approximate. Or else Allah would have said wash it. So to go in and wash it, you're going against what the hukm is, the ruling. وهذه كلها بدع إضافية بعضها ووفاقية وبعضها خلافية. Some of them are added, addendum bid'ahs that have been added. In other words, these aren't like bid'ah sariha, because they're all related to ibadah. It's not something you just made up. They are related to the ibadah. They're إضافية. بعضها وفاقية. Some of them actually are in accordance. They're not going to. وبعضها خلافية. And some of them are not. وغايته الكراهة إذ تمت الطهارة والنزاهة. The worst we could say about it is makruha. If the tahara was done properly, if the purification was completed, and the nazaha, the removal of the najasa and things like that. وكذلك في باب الأوقات. This is a big one. Also, the innovations of the prayer times. I mean, this stuff is still going. This is 9th century. He was complaining about this. مبادرة الأوقات على وجه المزاحمة. Hastening the times of the prayers as a way of trying to press it as close to the first time as possible. It's a bid'ah to do that. And it's amazing because I looked all through when I was doing the thing on the Dhuhr prayer. I went through all these fatwa of Ibn Taymiyyah in Bab al-Salah, and he has a huge section of his fatwa are on prayer. He didn't have one on the times of prayer. And I went to Shaykh Uthman Danfurio's little tiny book, which is all about bid'ah. It's called Ikhmad Bid'ah Shaytaniyah fi Ahya Sunnah Muhammadiyah, putting out the satanic innovations through the revival of the Muhammadan Sunnah. And his Bab al-Salat, which was only a page and a half, he had the bid'ah of dhuhr, of praying dhuhr too early. So, people should be careful about the prayer. Also, وَالتَّأْخِيرُ الصَّلَاةِ دُونَ عُذْرٍ وَلَا مُقَاوَمَةٍ. Also, delaying the prayer without an excuse and without really making an effort to pray on time. وَوُجُوهُ التَّطْرِيبِ فِي الْأَذَانِ. Also, the different types of tatrib is to chant the adhan musically. According to the Malikis, it's all bid'ah. To do the trilling, all of that is all bid'ah. According to the Malikis, you have to look at your own madhab, but in the Maliki madhab it's a bid'ah. The most harakat for Allah is, you should give is the 6. It's a week, but I think some say you can go to 12. But if you listen to some of these adhans, they go like, you'll be counting, run out of fingers. That's a bid'ah, according to the Maliks. But you need to look at your madhab. And I wouldn't go around there's a hadith in Al-Madkhal, Ibn Umar radiallahu anhu. One, the mu'adhin finished the adhan, he came up to Ibn Umar, and he said, "Uhibbuka fillah." He said, "Ana ubghaduka fillah." He said, "I love you for the sake of Allah." He said, "Well, I dislike you for the sake of Allah." He said, "What did I do?" He said, "That adhan has nothing to do with the sunnah." And he pointed out the tatrib, because the muadhan. And then he showed him. And that's why traditionally, like the Maliki adhan, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, like that. They don't do. That's a traditional Maliki adhan all over North Africa. Now they've taken on the Mashriqi adhan. So, but don't go to your masjid and start accusing your muadhin of being a mubtada' and saying that you hate him for the sake of Allah. That's not the point. وَوَصْلُهُ بِأَقْوَالٍ وَأَفْعَالٍ. Also following it up with words and actions. Like in Morocco, in some of the places, after they do the adhan, they all get in a circle and they do this La ilaha illallah. And then after they all kiss hands. You see things like that. That's what he's saying. Those are all innovation to be avoided. لم تثبت في أحكام الإيمان, because none of these things have been established in the rules of our faith. وكذا وصل الإقامة بالاستغفار قبلها. And also following up the iqama with al-istighfar after it. بالاستغفار قبلها واتصالها بعد بما لم يكن مضى به فعلها. Is doing before the بالاستغفار, before you actually pray, and also اتصالها بعد بما لم يكن مضى به فعلها, and also those things that follow after it that are not from its actions. إلى غير ذلك مما لا يصح كونه قربة, etc. From all of those things that are not sound devotional practices. They are not qurba. They're not things that draw you near to Allah. إن لم يكن وإن لم يكن لا يعصي العبد ربه. Even if these things are not disobedient acts. He's saying الشر في الابتداع والخير في الاتباع. Innovating is evil, generally. There are innovations that are good, but generally innovation is evil, and the best of affairs is to follow the salaf. ومنها في الصلاة. And also those things in prayer, here are the bid'ahs. قراءة الفاتحة قبلها. Doing the Fatiha before you actually pray. وأذكار لم ترد في السنة عندها. And doing adhkar that are not from the sunnah when you pray. وتخصيص بقراءة أو ذكر لم يعينه الشارع فيه. And also specifying certain recitations or certain dhikrs that were not pointed out or specified or designated by the lawgiver sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself. كجعل كل صلاة بسورة لا تتعداها. والثانية أبدا بالإخلاص. For instance, by performing every prayer with a specific surah and never using another one. والثانية أبدا بالإخلاص. Doing surah al-Ikhlas in every prayer. دون ما سواها. وقصد الخواص بهذا كالسماء ذات البروج في العصر. And also using specific prayers in this, like السماء ذات البروج في العصر, in the Asr prayer, which is something some books mention and some people do. And also Alif Lam Mim Sajda fi Salat al-Fajr. Now that's a khilaf. The Malikis say that even though there's a Sahih Hadith, and the Tunisian Malikis actually opposed the dominant position of the madhab, and they used to do Sajda in Fajr prayer in the Zaytuna Masjid. But generally in the Maliki madhab, it's considered an innovation to do that. Even though there's a sound hadith, Malik did not take the hadith, they're aware of the hadith, but تعمد السجدة الزائدة في الصلاة يبطل الصلاة. To do an extra sajda in the prayer will invalidate the prayer. So the Malikis will not do a sajda, even if they read the sajda in the prayer, that because it's mustahab to do the sajda, they won't do the sajda in the prayer. Now, if you're praying behind Shafi'is or Hanafis who do the Alif Lam Mim sajda in their prayer, you didn't do it intentionally, you should do the sajda with them, it doesn't invalidate the prayer. So you pray behind another madhab, that's their i'tiqad, and there's not a problem in that. But the Malikis see it as an innovation. And people say, how can they say it's a hadith, it's a bid'ah? That's the usuliyun, that's their business. It's not the business of the muqallid. These men weren't stupid people. They understood this stuff. In the end, it becomes a trust. You're trusting in the methodology of your usuli scholars. They knew what they were doing. They were aware of the hadith. They didn't take the hadith. They have their reasons for leaving the hadith. If you want to become a mujtahid and an usuli scholar, you can go into that and study and find out indeed why they. And at a certain point you might disagree, like the Tunisians. Tunisian scholars disagreed. They said, no, the dalil is too strong. We disagree with the other Maliki scholars about this. That's fine, but the mashhur of the madhab is this, and as a muqallid, we follow the mashhur, and Allah Ta'ala a'lam. Allah knows best. وتخصيص الفجر بإنا أنزلناه. Some people do at Fajr إنا أنزلناه في ليلة القدر, or وألم نشرح also. I mean, nowadays you're not going to see these so much, but you did in his time. So take these, understand the time and place and context, and just recognize he's just telling us you might have different bid'ahs in your age. You have to look into what people are doing, if they have a foundation for it. Like one of the bid'ahs of this time is lengthening the prayer. That's definitely a bid'ah. The imams now in a lot of the masajid, you go into a masjid now, you won't get out for half an hour. If you go, like for Isha, that we have in America, people pray long prayer. And a lot of these huffaz, I know, some people don't know, a lot of these huffaz are doing muraja of their surah. See, because a hafid has to always be doing muraja or he loses. I mean, who's a hafid? There's somebody, right? And you have to do it all the time, right? Or you forget. And so what some of these imams do, and I know this is true, they use it as a way of doing their muraja'ah at the cost of other people. And that's wrong. I mean, I'm not going to assume that, about a specific, but I know that to be true. And I know somebody who used to do that. And he told me that. He used to do it, all 5 prayers he used. So Dhuhr, if he'd be doing Al-Baqarah, he'd do like a hizb. And it's just not fair to people to do that. Takhfif is matlub. And what happens now, only religious people go to the masjid. Because other people, they don't have time. They get frustrated. You say, come on, let's go to the masjid. Finally you get this guy in the masjid. He hasn't prayed maybe in 5 years or something. And he's there for half an hour. Right? Seriously. And he gets really frustrated. He's not going to go back. Whereas if he goes, it's 8 minutes. He has a ruhani experience. He'll want to go back the next time. So what they're doing, that is a bid'ah to do that. Really, it's a terrible thing. And there's people say, Ya akhi, this is Quran, Kalam Allah. You saying people shouldn't like Kalam Allah? Look at the hadith. أَفَتَّانٌ أَنْتَ يَا مُعَاذ? Are you somebody who's going to cause fitna in people? He read Al-Baqarah. There was a Bedouin man who had sheep to tend to. He went into prayer with him for Isha, and he ended up reading Al-Baqarah. The man just walked away. He left the prayer because he had business. If you want to do that, get up at night and do that alone between you and your Lord. That's your own business. But if you're going to lead the prayer, the hadith says, فَلْيُخَفِّفْ. And according to the Malikis, it's from the Surah Al-Qisar to the end of from Surah Wuduha to the end of the Quran. I mean, people who've been to Tuwaymarat, like ask Sidi Ibrahim, Marabt al-Hajj. Marabt al-Hajj used to stand, when I was there, 5-6 hours in tahajjud, reciting Quran, every night. 5 to 6 hours, every single night. When he led the prayer, 5 minutes. He read with وَضُوحَا وَلَيْلِ إِذَا سَجَى أَلَمْ نَشْرَحْ لَكَ صَدْرَكَ إِنَّا أَنزَلْنَاهُ فِي لَيْلَةِ الْقَدْرِ إِذَا زُلْزِلَتِ الْأَرْضُ زِلْزَالَهَا قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ. Those are the surah. Every single prayer. Rarely he would read from Amma for Fajr. A few times, like وَالسَّمَاءِ ذَاتِ الْبُرُوجِ إِذَا السَّمَاءُ انشَقَّتْ. Like that. Rarely. That was it. And that's a confirmed hadith. Now there's a hadith in the Muwatta. Uthman used to read Surah Yusuf in Medina, and people memorized the Quran for Fajr. But that's the amal, and the hadith is based on that. And so that is a definite bid'ah in this age. It's really unfortunate people do that to other people. And also specifying after Maghrib, after the sunset prayer, with only Al-Kafirun and Al-Ikhlas. وختم صلاة الاستخارة بمثل وربك يخلق ما يشاء ويختار. Also finishing صلاة الاستخارة by saying, and your Lord creates what He wills and He chooses. ونحو ذلك. إذ لم يرد في ذلك غير الإخلاص والكافرون. Because in the hadith for the istikhara you're supposed to read إخلاص قل هو الله أحد and قل يا أيها الكافرون. مع أن أصل الحديث فيها الإطلاق. Even though the foundation of the hadith is you could read anything, but it specifically mentioned those, so it's good to do those. But from the usuli point of view, if you're doing istikhara, you can do them with other surah. But to do something like every time, he's saying it's an innovation, it's a bid'ah, and inshallah it's a sawab. كالصلوات الليالي والأيام الفاضلة وغير الفاضلة. Also doing prayers on specific nights and days that are virtuous or otherwise. لأن أحاديثها موضوعة باطلة. Because all these hadiths are fabricated and false hadiths. مع ما فيها من زيادة الكيفيات. Not to mention what they contain of these additional enhancements of these things. زيادة الكيفيات. التي تخل بالديانة وتفسد النيات. Those things that adversely affect your religious stature, and also they corrupt the intentions of people. Now he's talking here about like Nusfu Sha'ban and other things. And just to say, in all fairness, there's khilaf about these things. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq is very strict. He goes to the strictest position. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu considered like Nusfu Sha'ban and these other things bid'ah makruha. Other imams considered it mustahabba. So you have to be careful. Look into your madhab, what the dominant opinion is, the urf of the balad. You shouldn't make inkar of things that have been accepted by the community if there's a foundation for them. But that's important. And this is the difference between, the people of Rahman, the people of Sunnah, and the people of Bid'ah. The people of Bid'ah, they actually make war if you disagree with their opinion. Whereas the people of Sunnah, they look first, is there a genuine difference of opinion? And if there is, you choose which one is more appropriate for you. He's saying the best is take the cautious approach. If you want real istiqamah, take the cautious approach. But don't condemn other people. Nus Sha'ban is a valid Islamic practice. There's a khilaf about it. Ibn al-Hajj in al-Madkhal says, كانت ليلة يعظمها السلف. It was a night that the Salaf used to magnify. Some say it's Laylat al-Qadr is on, it's a weak opinion, but it does come in the tafsirs and things like that. Imam al-Awza'i encouraged it. It was something that was done particularly in Bilad al-Sham, in Syria. Imam Malik considered it a bid'ah makruha. Be aware of that there is khilaf about a lot of these things. And you have to be very careful. You take a book like Talbisu Iblis, which is a great book by Ibn al-Jawzi, Abdurrahman ibn al-Jawzi. But Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, even Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, who was very strict about bid'ah, he says you have to be careful with Talbis Iblis. And that's one of the favorite books of some modern people. They take that book and they use it to attack all these people. Because that book was written from Bab Sadd al-Baraya, he took very extreme positions of inkar. It's a good book, it's a Sunni book, he was a Sunni Imam. But even Ibn al-Hajj, for a period of time I read Ibn al-Hajj a lot, which got me interested also in Sidi Ahmed Zarruq. But I had Ibn al-Hajj, in fact I think my original copy is upstairs, that I had years ago, and I used to read it a lot. And all the Maliki scholars would tell me, you have to be careful with that book. Because he makes inkar of things that is fine for you to do it personally, but you can't really condemn other people for doing it. And that's really important to know, that there are things that the wara', the scrupulousness, the cautious position is to avoid it. Like photography, the more cautious position is to avoid it. But there are positions that say it's permissible, so you can't condemn it for other people. There are ulama that said photography is haram. There are other ulama that said it's not. At that point, al-mukhtalif bihi la yunkar. If there's khilaf about something, you don't make inkar of it. That's a qaida fiqhiyya. إنما ينكر المجمع عليه. When there's a consensus, we can all fight it. But when there's khilaf about it, you can't. It's as simple as that. And generally there's khilaf. There's more khilaf than there is ijma'. Which is a nice thing about this religion, among many, many other things. Among everything about it. ومن ذلك صلاة الرغائب وقد نص على منعها جماعة من العلماء وأجازها جماعة اعتبارا بأن حديثها ضعيف, which is a specific salat al-raghaib, and there's a weak hadith that mentions it. So some people said you could do it, others said you couldn't do it. If you do act according to a weak hadith and virtuous, meritorious actions, you have to know the conditions of working, that it's not extremely weak, that you don't believe that it's a sunnah. In other words, that it's something like sunnah mu'akkada, something that you should do, something like. But you do it as fadail al-amal, and that's accepted. فَالْأَوْلَى تَجَنُّبُهَا جُمْلَةً. He's saying the more preferable position is to avoid all of these things in totality. كَاعْتِيَادَ النَّافِلَةِ بِالْجَمَاعَةِ, like doing extra prayers in jama'ah. In the Maliki madhab it's makruh, like to pray night prayers in jama'ah is makruh. وَإِنْ أَجَازُوا الشَّافِعِيَّةِ, even if the Shafi'is permitted it, he's saying it's better leave it. Because why? فَلَمْ يُرِدْ بِهِ فِعْلُ السَّلَفِ, because the early community didn't do it. So he's saying it's better. That's the Maliki position. Now, there's a masala in usul which is called tark. And Imam Malik tended to incline towards the position, if the Salaf did not do it, he considered it a bid'ah makruha. That is not the position of all the Imams, so you should be aware of that. Imam Malik's madhab tends to be more cautious about these things, and they're stricter about these things. Quran in Jama'ah, the early Malikis say it's bid'ah makruha. The later ones tended to incline towards the Shafi'i position, that it's a virtuous thing. And that's what's mentioned in Imam Nawawi's book At-Tibyan fi Adab Hamalat al-Quran. He said, Al-Quran fil Jama'a ala sawtin wahid, with one voice, fadilatun wa fadilun man da'a ilayh. It's a virtuous thing, and he's virtuous whoever calls to it. So beware of that. وَنَصَّ عَلَى كَرَاهَتِهِ مَالِكٌ. Imam Malik said it's makruh to do ibadah, extra ibadah in a group. وَكَذَلِكَ رَفْعَ الْيَدَيْنِ مَحَلَ الْإِحْرَامِ لَا لِلْإِحْرَامِ. Also raising your hands to the level of ihram other than in the ihram when you do your salah. Oh, fi salah. So anytime during the prayer, doing that, he's saying don't do it. There's a khilaf about that also, so don't make it caught up. لِنَهْيِهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ عَنْ ذَلِكَ, because the Prophet ﷺ prohibited doing that. ونبه مالك رحمه الله على أن إجابة الإقامة ليس من عمل السلف. Imam Malik himself pointed out to us that answering the iqamah, responding to the iqamah with dhikr or anything like that, is not from the actions of the salaf. وأن الجواب مطلوب للأذان لا للإقامة, but rather the response is sought after from the adhan. The response to the adhan is what is encouraged, not to the iqamah. وفي التسميع من الخلاف ما لا يخفى. And also in the tasmi' there's a khilaf that shouldn't be hidden or is clearly discernible. وهو مشوش للقلب مشغل للوقت عن الحضور. People who do the tasmi' when they say Allahu Akbar, the Imam said, and then people say Allahu Akbar, if there's no reason for that, they should do it. He's saying there's a khilaf, and وهو مشوش للقلب, it disrupts people's prayer, and it also preoccupies people from their presence with their Lord. وَالنِّدَاء عَلَى الْجَنَازَةِ أَثْقَلُ مِنْهُ. But even worse than that is the things they do for the janazah prayer. They had a lot of bid'ah for that. Maybe they still do in some places. وَكَذَا التَّصَنَّعُ فِيهِ بِالزِّيَادَةِ. Also going to extremes of artifice in that janazah prayer. التي ربما يتفق على بطلان صلاة صاحبها. Some people would do like a lot of moaning and tears and things like that. I mean, you break your prayer if those things are done تصنع, out of affectation. وكذلك الدعاء دبر الصلوات على الهيئة الاجتماعية في محل يفهم أنهم من سنتها. And also the dua after the prayer, a prayer after the prayer, in other words, I mean, that's one thing we were just talking about today. Prayer in English tends to mean what we call dua. Doing a supplication after your prayer in the formation of a group in a specific place, في محل يفهم أنه من سنتها, in a place that people will tend to think that it's from the sunnah of the prayer, is a bid'ah. Now that's a Maliki position. The Malikis say for the Imam to do the dua is a bid'ah. That is not a bid'ah according to the Hanafi or the Shafi'i. So there's no inkar in that. And this is something some of the modern Muslims, they make inkar of the Hanafis because in their masjids, some of the Hanafis think if the Imam didn't do the dua, it's like they didn't pray. Because it's a cultural thing. It's become so just part of the prayer, which is one of the reasons why Imam Malik considered these things bid'ahs, because he was worried that people would start thinking that they were actually part of the fi'l of the salaf. I mean, that is one of the reasons why he opposed it. But you can't condemn it for people. But if you're Maliki, it's better not to do it. That's all. So, وَكَذَا قِرَاءَةَ الْحِزْبِ, also recitation of the hizb after the prayer. Again, he's following the Ibn al-Hajj in this position. Most of the Malikis disagree with him here. But he's following the madhab of Ibn al-Hajj radiallahu anhu, which is that you should not recite the Quran after the prayer in a group. وَفِيهِ مِنَ التَّشْوِيشِ عَلَى الْمُصَلِّينَ مَا لَا مَزِيدَ عَلَيْهِ. And there's no doubt that in it is disruption for those other people praying that you can't improve upon it. In other words, it'll disturb their prayers in a way you can't disturb them in a better way. So he's saying, don't do it. That's why traditionally the Muwahidun, when they did establish the Hizb in Morocco, they did it after Fajr because there's no prayers after Fajr, and after Asr. Now they do it after Maghrib because they took on the French system of work. After Asr they usually have to go back to work. So they start doing it after Maghrib. And then there is Tashwish, because people want to pray Nafilah and you've got the Hizb going and it's very loud. So his point is well taken, but there shouldn't be inkar of it because it's mukhtalafi. وَإِحْدَاثُ أَذْكَارٍ غَيْرِ شَرَعِيَّةٍ, and also innovating dhikrs that are not from the Sharia, that the Prophet ﷺ did not give us. أو على وجه غير مشروع إدبار الصلوات من صريح الابتداع. Or if they're done in a way that is not legislated by the lawgiver, whether by sunnah or fard or nafilah, idbar as-salawat, after the prayers, that is from sarih al-ibtida'. He's saying that this is bid'ah sariha. So if you're doing adhkar after the prayer, again, this tends to be the Maliki position, and it's problematic, but you're going to find this all over the Muslim world. I mean, there's a lot of places where they do these things. وَرُبَّمَا كَانَ مِنْهُ قِرَاءَةُ الْفَاتِحَةِ. Sometimes we can also consider the recitation of Fatiha وَنَحْوَهَا بِعَدَدٍ مَعْلُومٍ وَكَيْفِيَةٍ مَعْلُومَةٍ إِلَّا بَعَدْ إِقَامَةَ الرَّسْمِ الشَّرْعِ فِي ذَلِكَ. And also recitation of Fatiha with a certain number of times and in a certain mode or way of doing it could be considered also from innovations, unless it was done in accordance with the Sharia description in those things. وَمِنْهُ الْمُصَافَحَةُ بَعْدَ الصَّلَاةِ. Also shaking hands after the prayer. This was also considered a bid'ah. People shaking hands after the prayer. In some places they do that. Imam Malik radiallahu anhu considered it a bid'ah to do that. Somebody asked him, what about on the Eid when somebody says, تَقَبَّلَ اللَّهُ مِنِّي وَمِنْكَ? He said, لَا أَرَى فِيهِ بَأْسًا. I don't think there's any harm in that. But to do that like after the prayers, when you shake hands, say تَقَبَّلَ اللَّهُ مِنِّي وَمِنْكَ, it's not from the fi'l of the salaf, and for that reason it would be considered by the Malikis generally bid'ah makruha. But it's the urf of the Muslims generally, and nowadays when people don't know each other, it's probably a nice thing that they actually greet each other at all. So I wouldn't definitely go around making inkar of that either. And if somebody greets you, khalas, you didn't initiate it, and I wouldn't turn away their greeting. Radd as-salam wajib. Somebody makes dua for you, there's no negative intention about it. It's practiced by a lot of the ulama and also a lot of the scholars. These tend to be Maliki positions. Alright, so I'm just saying, he's going through this because I want to do the whole book. But technically these are more for Malikis than they are for other people. And they also tend to be a very conservative Maliki position. Not all of the Maliki ulama will agree with Sidi Ahmed Zarruq on these points. So just be aware of that. But it's true that they were not done by the Salaf. That is true. There are innovations that came later, but are they innovations that are makruha or are they maqbula? That depends on the imam and how they're looking at it. And also, قراءة السجدة بعد صلاة العصر ولا سيما مع سجودها. Also reciting sajda after asr, which was obviously a practice some people did, especially if it's done with its prostration. وَجَمْعُ آيَاتٍ فِي رَكْعَةٍ عَلَى وَجْهٍ مَخْصُوص. Also certain ayahs in a rak'ah in a specific way. Joining different ayahs together is a bid'ah. إلى غير ذلك مما يطول ولا يمكن حصره. And so forth, and on, to a point that will exhaust us and we will not be able to enumerate all of these things. لكن القاعدة الكلية, but the universal principle here, the axiom here في ذلك أن يحقق الإنسان أصل العلم بالسنة المصحوبة بعمل السلف. The person should realize the foundation of knowledge with the sunnah that is accompanied by the actions of the salaf. The sunnah al-mashuba bi'amal al-salaf. So he's saying that's what you want to do. You want to follow the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ and how the salaf did this. Because there's hadith in which, anyway. وَقَدْ تَكَلَّمْ عَلَى كَثِيرٍ مِنْ ذَلِكَ Ibn al-Hajj فِي مَدْخَلِهِ. Ibn al-Hajj spoke a lot about this in his Madkhal. وَشَيْخ Abu Ishaq al-Shatibi فِي حَوَادِثِهِ. Abu Ishaq al-Shatibi wrote a book called Al-I'tisam, which is really strong against bid'ah. These books, they're useful books, but they need also to be studied with a sheikh that can distinguish between when there's inkar and when there's not. Because these ulama tended to make inkar, and their positions are well grounded. They weren't ignorant people, they were very well grounded, but there's debate about them. وأبواب الفقه في مطولات المذهب. Also looking in the various chapters of the books of jurisprudence, especially in the lengthy books of the madhab. طافحة بها. They are resplendent with these examples. لا سيما العتبية, especially the عتبية, which was studied here in Al-Andalus. وشراحها, and the commentaries like Ibn Rushd's commentary on that, البيان والتحصيل. تحصيل والبيان. وقد أتى من ذلك بجملة صالحة الفقيه أبو القاسم البرزلي. And a good amount of this was also mentioned or presented by the faqih Abu al-Qasim al-Barzali in the various chapters of his book فلينظر. So somebody can look there. ولا يعول على تأويلاته باعتبار العمل بل باعتبار حسن الظن بالناس. But one should not depend on his interpretation in regards to action, but rather in regards to having a good opinion of people. In other words, what Abu al-Qasim al-Barzali did is he looked at a lot of the innovations and he gave interpretations for them of why they weren't really innovations. So he's saying, don't act according to his interpretations, but use them to have a good opinion about people. And that's his tasawwuf. Even though he's saying, be strong in your sunnah, follow the salaf, don't make innovation, he's also saying, be gentle on the people out there. Don't go out and attack people. Try to find excuses for them. And this is the difference of the minhaj. I hope everybody sees that, because this is really important. It's a very different methodology from this other methodology, which is, I'm right, everybody else is wrong. And they're all mubtadi'un, and I'm going to attack them. No. If you believe do it in yourself, but look for excuses. If you can find an excuse for your brother, do it. And if you want to encourage them to leave it, that's fine. But if there's an excuse for them from some of our imams, give them that excuse. Grant them that excuse. Don't be bakhil. Don't be a miser. Because that's the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. وَبِاللَّهِ تَوْفِيقٌ. And in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is tawfiq. البساط الثاني في العادات. The second ground of this is in your habitual practices. In istiqamah, right? The first one is in your ibadat. That's your most important thing, the devotional practice. The second ground is in your adat, your habitual practices. والاستقامة فيها بترك الدناءات شرعا ومروءة في جميع الحالات. Uprightness in this is to leave lowly things that are determined both by sacred law and also by social propriety. So your society has certain proprieties that might not, in sacred law, it might not be the case, but if your society deems something to be low, then avoid it out of muru'ah. So for instance, in certain cultures, the muru'ah of the woman is that she wear, like in Arabia, right now, the muru'ah is that she wear the niqab. For a woman in Dammam, for instance, not to wear the niqab is a breach of the muru'ah. So even if it's not within her madhab, she shouldn't do it, because that's the urf of the balad, and it's a breach of that. So that's what he's talking about. Guard your muru'ah. وكل ما يذمه الشرع أو يأنف منه الطبع فالاستقامة فيه بترك تنزيها للهمة لا تكبرا على من تلبس به من الأمة. Really think about this, people. Everything that the Sharia censures or the nature elevates itself above it, the human nature deems it as something low, that's muru'ah. The Sharia comes, but then there's also muru'ah. الاستقامة في تركه تنزيها للهمة لا تكبر. Uprightness in that is to abandon it as a way of maintaining your purity, to avoid it, the purity of your aspiration. لا تكبرا على من تلبس به من الأمة. Not out of arrogance toward those who have fallen into it from the ummah. So don't do it out of arrogance. I'm not going to be like those people. No. Do it out of tanziyah, because you want to maintain your own purity. وَالنَّاسُ ثَلَاثَةً. Human beings are three types. رَجُلٌ تَرَكَ الدَّنَآتَ تَقَدُّرًا وَتَعَزُّزًا لَا لِأَمْرٍ زَائِدًا عَنْ ذَلِكَ. A man who leaves lowly matters in order to avoid the foulness of them, and also to maintain his dignity, not for any other reason beside that. وعلامته ألا يقربها وإن عرض له الموت دون وجودها. And this man's sign is that he will not go near them even at the exposure of death. In other words, somebody who's got such a deep sense of his dignity, he won't go near these things even if it's going to cause his death. وهذا لا يخلو عن كبر ورؤية حظ لنفسه فلا عبرة بباطنه وإن كان جميلا في ظاهره. And this type of person is not safe from arrogance and from seeing the portion of his own nafs, his ego. There's no regard to his internal state, even if his outward state is beautiful. So the reason he's doing it is out of a ta'azzuz, because he sees himself too exalted to lower himself to that level. الثاني رجل منعه منها ما يعرض له من قبل الخلق بسببه من إذاية وتنقيص وما يلحقه بسببه من ضرار وتنغيص. The second is a person who avoids these things, he prevents himself from doing them because of what would occur from other people. As a result of it, what will occur from their disgrace, they're attacking him, they're considering him to be... So this is the shame factor. The reason he's avoiding it is because of social shame. He's going to be ashamed because people will point their fingers. And he says, and also because of the fear of what will reach him because of it, of harm from other people, reciprocal harm, and also the people will disturb him. ينغصه, something like that. وعلامته أنه إذا أمن من ذلك لم يمتنع من وجوده ولو اضطر له لم يقف مع وجوده إلا أن تقوى عليه دائرة الشرف فلا يتناول عن ذلك الطرف or من ذلك الطرف. So he says the sign of this person is if nobody's around, if he feels safe from the other people, that they're not around to see him, he'll do it. And if there was a situation where he was forced to do it, then it will also occur, unless he has a very strong sense of his own honor, then he won't fall into that. وَهَذَا أَيْضًا لَا عِبْرَةَ بِاعْتِبَارِهِ. And this person is also somebody that we don't give a lot of consideration to. وَإِنْ كَانَ رَفِيعًا فِي مِقْدَارِهِ لِنَظَرِهِ لِسِوَى مَوْلَاهُ وَعَمِلِهِ عَلَى غَيْرِ مَا بِهِ يَتَوَلَّاهُ. For the reason, even though he's rafi', he's somebody who is high, he's noble in his esteem, but because he's looking to other than his Lord, and his action is in accordance with other than what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has tawallahu, there's no ibra, there's no regard to this. The third one is رجل لم تعز عليه نفسه فيرفعها ولا الخلق فيراعيهم وعلامته في ذلك أنه لا يبالي بالخلق في أي حال يرونه ولا بنفسه في أي مرتبة سقطت وهذا في بساط الحقيقة فإن وافق الحق كان كاملا وإن لم يوافقه كان له مائلا. The third type person is somebody, he doesn't give his nafs a lot of worth. يرفعها فيرفعها. So that's not why he's elevating himself. ولا الخلق فيراعيهم. Nor is he concerned with creation, so he's not bothered at monitoring how they view him. وعلامته في ذلك, and the sign of him in these things is that he has no concern for creation in any state that they happen to be viewing, ولا بنفسه, nor for his own self, في أي مرتبة سقطت, in which rank he falls, is he high or low in the eyes of the people. وهذا في بساط الحقيقة. This person is in the carpet spread of reality. فإن وافق الحق, if he's in accordance with the truth, كان كاملا. In other words, this is somebody, he's looking, what does Allah say here? Not what people, not what's the hadd of my nafs. He's looking, what has Allah said here? And that's what he wants to do. Even if he's going to lose people. لا يخشى في الله لومة لائم. He has no fear. And that's how Allah describes the believers. لا يخافون في الله لومة لائم. They don't fear the blame of those who blame them if they're on the haqq. And he said this one is, he's complete if his things are in accordance with the haqq. And if they're not, he's inclining towards them. So he might not have tawfiq yet. He's on the path to doing it. He's not always correct. And then he says, وَأَصْحَابُ هَذِهِ مَرْتَبَةً ثَلَاثَةً. This rank, this last one, there are three types. رَجُلٌ تَبِعَ ظَاهِرُهُ فِي ذَلِكَ بَاطِنُهُ فأخذ بالحقوق الشرعية الجارية في بساط المروءة لإظهار أبهة الإسلام وإقامة رسم الحكمة باتباع الأحكام. So this is a person, his outward has followed his inward. So he took the حقوق الشرعية, those rights of the sacred law, الجارية في بساط المروءة, that are concerned with the area of virtuous behavior, in order to manifest the grandeur of Islam, the exalted nature of Islam, and also to establish the outward form of hikmah, إقامة رسم الحكمة باتباع الأحكام. So in other words, there's a wisdom in doing all these things. That's what he wants to show. He wants to show outwardly the wisdom of that by following these rules. So that's the first one. الثاني رجل اعتبر لظاهره حكم المروءة فأقامه ولباطنه ما فيه فلم يستنكف عن مقتضياته. A person who has considered the outward, the ruling of meritorious behavior, of this chivalrous behavior, muru'ah, so he establishes it, وَلِبَاطِنِهِ مَا فِيهِ, and also in his batin is what's in it, فَلَمْ يَسْتَنْكِفَ عَنْ مُقْتَضَيَاتِهِ, so he's not so arrogant as to what results from that. وَالْإِسْتِرْسَالُ وَالتَّنَازُلُ لِطَبِيعَتِهِ وَالْأَخْذُ بِكُلِّ مُبَاحٍ يَقْتَضِيهِ حُكْمُ طَبْعِهِ مَا لَمْ يَخْشَ مِنْهُ فِتْنَةً وَهَذَا كَامِلٌ. And also, he will allow his nature to do those things and to take those things that are mubah if the situation warrants that in terms of his nature, and he's not afraid of some tribulation from that. And this man has a completeness. So this is somebody who, he's flexible. He's following the muru'ah, but there's times when there's some give and take if there's a good, valid reason for doing that. الثالث رجل أخذ بمخالفة باطنه والمثابرة على التحفظ في سياسة ظاهره فانقلبت حاله لعكسها في رياضة كما تنقلب حال عكس للعكس في ذلك. ولذلك أمر الشيوخ من كانت في عزة نفس بابتذال نفسه وكان أنفع الأشياء مع أبناء جنسه حتى أمر أبو يزيد ذلك الشاهد بما أمره وأخذ لص الحمام نفسه بما أسقط حقه وهدره إلى غير ذلك فليفهم. The third is a man who أخذ بمخالفة باطنه. He is concerned with going against his inward state والمثابرة على تحفظه في سياسة ظاهره, and this continuity of practice and being vigilant about reining in his outward, controlling his outward. And so his hal goes to its opposite through riyada, spiritual exercise, just as the nature of something will go to its opposite in those situations. ولذلك أمر الشيوخ من كانت في عزة نفس بابتذال نفسه. And for that reason, some of the shuyukh have commanded those who had this pride in their self to really expend themselves completely, to exhaust themselves, because that was the most beneficial thing for them in that case. And then he mentioned something about Abu Yazid, which I need to check what that reference is, because I'm not really sure what he's referring to. It's obviously a famous story of Abu Yazid. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون. سلام على المرسلين ورحمة الله رب العالمين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
تحقيق. After he went through the bisat al-thani في العادات, and he talked about the three different types of people, he wanted to do a tahqiq. And this is just to let you know whether you're in this maqam or not. Give you a little test. I think if we worry about that first half of the book, we're in good shape. So don't worry about this test. Alright. إذا أردت العلم بحقيقة حالك, if you really want to know the reality of your state, من المقامات المذكورة, from all these stations we've mentioned, فأعرض على نفسك نقيض ما أنت فيه. Expose yourself to the opposite of what you're in. فإن أبت, if your nafs refuses, فاعلم أنها على ما تفهم منها. Then know that your nafs is indeed, yourself is in what you understand it to be in. إلا أن تكون إبايتها مستندة بأول وهلة إلى وجه شرعي. Unless the reason that it's refusing is dependent at the outset to be from some sharia perspective, from a legal perspective. In other words, it's refusing out of taqwa. إلا إذا استدركته فإنه من هواها. Unless there's some redressing afterwards, then it's indeed from its own hawa, its passion. فإذا عارضك الوجه الشرعي في العمل بالنقيض فخذ بما يقتضيه الوجه الشرعي منه وذلك بأن تعرض وجودك فيه حيث يجوز لك عمله جازما على نقيضه فإن أبت إلا الأول فزد عليها من مباحات ذلك النوع. So then he's giving you an example. If you really want to see where this is, then look at something that is not from a legal perspective impermissible, but look at what the wajh al-shar'i necessitates from that, and then from that expose to yourself something that's permissible for it to do, related to the opposite of what your station indicates. And then if it refuses other than the first, then increase looking at the mubahat, the permissible things of that type. Now he's going to give you an example of what that means. He said, if it's difficult for you to do something in everyday affairs due to the fact that you have a position, so مثاله أن يتعذر عليك في وجودك التصرف في أمور عادية يقتضي المنصب خلافها. So whatever your position or status is, it necessitates the opposite of this behavior. فتأخذ بما لا يخل بالمنصب منها مما يقرب من ذلك. So take something that doesn't in fact diminish your position, but something that close to it. In other words, you're moving towards the edge here. So he says, كحمل متاعك في السوق. If you're somebody who, he says, for example, carrying your own luggage or your own grocery bags. Because obviously for certain people in certain societies, they wouldn't do that. It would be inappropriate. Especially in the Moroccan society, for instance, an alim, it was an aib. It was a really bad thing if an alim went out and did his own grocery shopping. In fact, Ibn Abi Jamrah, who you're reading from his Bahjat al-Nufus, one of the things that Ibn Hajj says about him is that he had such humility that he would even take care of his own needs. So that's what he's saying. Look at that. أَوْ لَبْسِ ثَوْبٍ خَلَقٍ, or wearing some old clothes, because certain people, they always wear fine clothes, nice clothes. So wear something worn out. إِن لَمْ يكن تعرضا لطرب أو إظهارا للفقر. If it's not exposing oneself to like going out and beseeching people or manifesting poverty. حتى تألفه, until you get used to that. ثم تعود لأصلك, and then go back to your original state. ولا تزال تعتاد ذلك مداواة لها, and continue to do things like that as a way of treating the self. وإن كان الأمر أشد من ذلك بحيث تمتنع مثلا من الخروج حاسر الرأس تحصر عن رأسك. And if it's worse than that, for example, the nafs refuses completely to go out without a head covering. Because there's a hadith, in some cultures, especially in his time, for a man to go out without his head covered. I mean, forget about women. That wasn't even in the configuration there. But for a man to go out without his head covered was really, really a low thing. It was a bad thing. Whereas there's a hadith that the Prophet ﷺ went out with his head uncovered. He usually wore a turban with a hat, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but he did go out without one. So the point is, he's saying, if you find that really difficult, then force yourself to do it. وَعْزِمْ عَلَى الْخُرُوجِ كَذَلِكَ, and then be completely resolute in your determination to go out like that. ثُمَّ لَا تَخْرُجْ, and then don't go out. So it's like humiliating the nafs a little bit. وَكَرِّرْ ذَلِكَ حَتَّى يَخِفَّ عَلَيْهَا, and keep doing that until it's something that the nafs isn't bothered by. The idea doesn't even bother you. So he's saying, get yourself psychologically prepared by doing it until it doesn't even bother you. You don't have a problem with it. وَأَمْثِلَةُ هَذَا الْبَابِ كَثِيرَةٌ. Examples in this chapter are many. And then he says, وَقَدْ هَلَكَ فِي هَذَا الْبَابِ جَمَاعَةٌ. One group concerning this was destroyed. And he's talking about the people that went to the extremes of the malamatiyah. People that did blameworthy things as a way of breaking their nafs. They went to extremes that actually took them out of the permissibility of the sharia. وَالْآخَرُونَ بِالْإِهْمَالِ, and another group destroyed themselves by neglecting these things, by never disciplining their soul, by never removing their pride and their arrogance. And he usually means here the ulama al-zahir. فَاحْذَرْ, so beware, وَبِاللَّهِ تَوْفِيقٌ, and with Allah's tawfiq, وَهُوَ حَسْبُنَا وَنِعْمَ الْوَكِيلُ. He then says, البساط الثالث, the third ground for this, الأخلاق والمعاملات. فأما الأخلاق فأصول محامدها ثلاثة. The foundations of all praiseworthy character is three. أولها طرح النفس بإلزامها الإنصاف وترك الانتصاف إلا فيما يوجبه الحكم بحيث لا مندوحة عنه فيقرر. وعلامة ذلك ألا يبارع على لسان من ظهر الحق ولا من أي وجه استفاد. So he says the first one is to repudiate the self by forcing it to be fair and just with others, but abandoning its own right to demand justice. So you are fair with others, but you don't expect others to be fair with you. In fact, you don't even allow your nafs that privilege. إِلَّا فِي مَا يُجِبُهُ الْحُكْمُ, unless the hukm shar'i necessitates it, because there's things you can't. It's a haqq of Allah. And there's things that you cannot give up. بِحَيْثُ لَا مَنْدُوحَةَ عَنْهُ, it's inevitable, there's no escaping it. فَيُقَرِّرُهُ, so you have to accept the decision. وَعَلَامَةُ ذَلِكَ, and the sign of that is that he is not concerned upon whose tongue the truth manifests, nor whatever way it whichever way is beneficial. So Imam Al-Shafi'i, who's a good example of this, once said that he never debated with anybody except he made dua that Allah would manifest the truth on his opponent's tongue. So his nafs had no portion. ويكون حرصه على ظهور فائدة الغير أكثر من فائدة نفسه, and his covetousness for benefits manifesting should be more for others than the benefits of his own self. إِلَّا مِنْ حَيْثُ اعْتِبَارِ الثَّوَابِ, unless we're talking about rewards in the next life. So he's talking about worldly things. In terms of rewards for the next life, بِأَنْ يَكُنْ ذَلِكَ هُوَ الْبَاعِث لَلْعَارَضِ, that should be the incentive, it shouldn't be something that comes afterward. وَيَقْتَصِرُ عَنْ دَوَاعِيَ الرِّيَاسَ مَا اسْتَطَعَ فَافْهَمْ, and he should desist from any incentives of leadership, any things that appeal to the soul in terms of acquiring leadership. He should avoid completely. Because one of the worst things is leadership, and it destroys people. Love of leadership, desire to be in power, desire to be the one who's up front. I mean, it manifests in a lot of different ways. So he's warning us about that. So let us understand. فَافْهَمْ. الثاني, so that's the first one. الثاني, سلامة الصدر من دواعي الهوى وطلب الحقوق فلا يحقد ولا يحسد ولا يظلم ولا ينتصر إذا ظلم ولا يرى لنفسه فضلا في ذلك بل يعطي من حرمه ويصل من قطعه ويعفو عن من ظلمه دون استظهار بذلك ولا استعظام له. So he says the second is that freeing one's conscience from the incentives of caprice and the demands of one's rights. So he should have no contempt, no envy. He should not oppress anyone. He should not justify and demand his own rights if he's oppressed. I'll explain that in a second. And he should not see that his own ego has any preference in any of that over anyone else. Rather, he should give to the one who withholds from him. He should maintain kinship ties with the one who keeps severing them. He should forgive the one who oppresses him without showing off, revealing that, without manifesting it to people, and without feeling in any way proud or displaying his magnanimity in that. Now this is based on a hadith in Sahih Muslim and other hadiths. In fact, if you read in the Riyadh al-Salihin, there's a section on the akhlaq. Just read that and the few chapters after that, and you will be surprised at this idea is really strong in Islam of giving up for your brother Muslims. And the story he mentioned yesterday about Abu Yazid, just to give you an example, it was from the Risala of Imam al-Qushayri. It's a story in which he was taking a bath at the hammam and a thief stole all his clothes, and he went out with a rat to catch the thief. And the thief saw him and he began running faster, and he told him to stop. He said, I'm not going to do anything to you. The man stopped and he said, I just wanted to tell you that you can have the clothes. And this man he broke down and made tawbah. Because Abu Yazid did not want him to have the wrong action. And that's that idea of not seeing that you have any... For him, it's like, who am I that these possessions are mine and not his? It's that real absence of ego and things like this. So, the hadith is from Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu, رجلا أن رجلا قال يا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إن لي قرابة أصلهم فيقطعوني وأحسن إليهم فيسيئون إلي وأحرم عنهم ويجهلون علي فقال صلى الله عليه وسلم لئن كنت كما قلت فكأنما تسفهم الملة ولا يزال معك من الله ظهير عليهم ما دمت على ذلك. Imam Muslim says that a man came to the Prophet ﷺ and he said, Ya Rasulullah, I have some relatives, I'm always extending kinship ties with them and they're always severing them with me. I do good to them, they do evil to me. I am very forbearant with them, they're constantly being ignorant and showing me lack of respect. And the Prophet ﷺ said, if this is true, if it's as you have described, you eventually win them over through this. And he said that as long as you're like this, you will have victory from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala over them, help from Allah, Zahir, over them. And in another hadith, very similar, he said, to تَصِلُ مَنْ يَقْطَعُكَ, to maintain ties with those who sever you, to تَعْفُ عَمَّنْ ظَلَمَكَ, to forgive those who oppress you. And this is why Imam Malik radiallahu anhu, when he was being whipped in Medina, he said, and this is well known from him, the governor that ordered that he be whipped was from the family of the Prophet ﷺ. And he said every time the man raised his hand to whip him, he made dua for that man and gave him hal. In other words, he excused him. And he said only because of his relationship to the Prophet of Allah ﷺ. So this is a maqam of Sa'id ibn Jubair radiallahu anhu. Hajjaj ibn Yusuf killed a lot of people. And Sa'id ibn Jubair radiallahu anhu, when he brought him before him, he was one of the tabi'een. And he was a very righteous man. He told them, there's a famous hiwar, dialogue between them. He said, Man anta Sa'id? He said, Bal anta Shaqi. Man abuk? Qal Jubair. Bal anta Kusayr. And he went on, and finally he said that he was going to kill him. And he said, Ana akhiru min taqtulu. I'm going to be the last one you ever kill. And Hajjaj said, I've killed a lot of people before you that were much better than you. And he said, exactly, they actually forgave you. He said, I'm not going to. And he made dua against him, and he died just after that. And he actually told people at his bedside that he could see Sa'id trying to pull him off his bed. So it's a maqam. You don't have to, وَأَن تَعْفُ أَقْرَبُ لِلتَّقْوَى, that you forgive people is closer to taqwa. This is a maqam, it's a high maqam. And that's the beauty of Islam. We have, like the Christians have turned the other cheek, we have that as well. But we also have an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And they're both acceptable. And you choose. And the reason why you should turn the other cheek is because that's what you want on Yawm al-Qiyamah. You don't want an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth on Yawm al-Qiyamah. So if you demand it in this world, you better be ready to get it dished out to you in the next world. And that's the point. I mean, you can have your justice. Allah says that justice is a good thing. But you should know how you're judged, so you're going to be judged. You know, how you judge yourself. The criterion you use to judge others will be used against you. So it's always better to forgive people. But you have a right not to. So the second one is that you're sound from that. And then the third one, احتقار الدنيا وما يؤول إليها والكراهة لما يدل في الجمرة عليها, is to have a contemptuous attitude, a belittling attitude towards the temporal world, the ephemeral world. And I want just to point out, we differentiate between dunya and alam. And this is something that confuses a lot of Muslims. The alam is not evil. The alam is a sign of Allah. Like what you see out there, that mountain out there, that is alam. Dunya is London. It's hayatud dunya. It's the illusion of this world. It's the comings and goings of people. It's not the horse, when you see the horse running out in the field. That is not dunya, that is alam. And that's a sign of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The dunya is all of this illusion. Its position, its status, its ornaments, it's the zinat of the dunya. It's boasting and children, amassing wealth. That's all what Allah is telling us is so dangerous. So you should have ihtiqar of that. That does not mean ihtiqar of Allah's creation. It's ihtiqar of man's foolishness within the creation. But we should actually have respect. الَّذِينَ يَمْشُونَ عَلَى الْأَرْضِ هَوْنًا, they walk softly on the earth. لَا تُفْسِدُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ بَعْدَ إِصْلَاحِهَا. The earth was rectified by Allah. وَوَضَعَ الْمِيزَانَ أَلَّا تَطْغَوْا فِي الْمِيزَانِ وَأَقِيمُوا الْوَزْنَ بِالْقِسْطِ وَلَا تُخْسِرُوا الْمِيزَانَ وَالْأَرْضَ وَضَعَهَا لِلْأَنَامِ. And this earth was created for all living creatures. عَلَى قَوْلٍ. There's some different tafsirs about that. So the point is that the dunya is different from the alam. So having contempt and a belittling attitude towards the dunya and everything that leads to it or inclines towards it, and having a distaste for anything that indicates it in totality, all the things that indicate the dunya. Because love of dunya is the head of every wrong action. And abandoning the dunya is the head of every virtuous action. وعلامة الصدق في ذلك, the sign of sincerity in that, ألا تبخل بالموجود ولا تحسن على المفقود, that you're not miserly with what you have, nor do you grieve over what you do not have. If you want to know whether or not you love dunya, you look at your ability to give it up. And then you look at your state when you don't have it or when you lose it. That's the degree of your connection with the dunya. If you're able to give it up, bismillah, if it's like that, then it's not a problem. And those type of people can have as much dunya, it doesn't matter. There's people like some really wealthy people that have tawfiq, they're literally like just conduits. That's what they are, they're conduits. And those people have a great tawfiq, and they're one of the peoples that we should be envious of. Are people that are given great wealth, and they spend it out by day and by night. That's a high thing, it's a high maqam. The only other maqam that's equal in that envy and yet higher is the maqam of the alim. There's somebody who Allah has given wisdom. بَلْ تَرَافَقْتُهُ غَنِيمًا. Rather you see that its loss is a ghanima. It's actually you've gained by it. The less dunya you have, the less concerned you have. The less dunya you have, the less preoccupied you are. في الوجود. وقد نقل البخاري عن بعض السلف ما يدل على أن هذه الثلاثة هي أصول الخير. And Imam al-Bukhari has narrated from some of the early people that there are three things that are the foundation of all good. Al-infaqu min al-iqtar, to spend when you're in straitened circumstances, when it's difficult to spend. Somebody asked the Prophet, Ya Rasulullah, what is sadaqah? He said, الصدقة أن تنفق وأنت صحيح شحيح تخشى الفقر. Real charity was when you spend out and you're in a good situation, but you want to hold on to it and you have fear of poverty. That's real sadaqah. وَبَذْرُ السَّلَامِ لِلْعَالَمِ, and spreading peace to the world, which also means Assalamu alaikum, saying, going out. بَذْرُ السَّلَامِ لِلْعَالَمِ, spreading peace to the world. وَالْإِنصَافُ مِنْ نَفْسِكَ, and to demand of the self its responsibilities. وقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ثلاث منجيات وثلاث مهلكات. There are three things that will save you and three things that will destroy you. فذكر في المنجيات, and he made mention concerning those that save us, خشية الله في السر والعلنية, having awe of Allah in secret and openly, والقصد في الغنى والفقر, being economical in both wealth and poverty, والعدل في الرضا والغضب, and being fair in both states in which you're pleased, content with somebody, and in which you're angry. So showing fairness, equity in both pleasure and anger. Because most people, when they're happy, they feel good, then they go to the excess. They'll favor somebody over another person. And when they're angry, the opposite happens. When muhlikat, those things that destroy you, shuhan muta', greed that is obeyed, covetousness that is obeyed, hawan muttaba', caprice that's followed, وَإِعْجَابُ الْمَرْءِ بِنَفْسِ, and an individual's being impressed with his own self, or his opinions, or whatever. مُعْجَب بِنَفْسِ. And the difference between mu'jab and mutakabbir is the mu'jab doesn't need a second person. Like if they have a mirror, they can be mu'jab. Whereas mutakabbir needs a second person. He needs somebody that he is arrogant towards. The vain person, he just needs himself. وَهَذِهِ هِيَ الْأُصُولَ الْحَقِيقِيَّةِ. And he says that these indeed are the real foundations. These are the real foundations of all good. فَرْسُمْ قَلْبَكْ بِهَا وَارْغَبْ إِلَى اللَّهِ فِي الْعَمْرِ عَلَيْهَا. So firmly root them, draw them in your heart, picture them in your heart, and then seek Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in your actions in accordance with them. فَإِنَّهَا مِنَ السَّيِّدِ الْكَامِلِ الْعَارِفِ الْمُتَّقِ, because it is from the perfected master, the absolute Gnostic, salawatullahi wa salamu alayhi. لكن تفاصيلها وجملها تدور على التوقف والاحتياط في كل أمر. But both its particulars and its universals revolve around hesitation and caution in every matter. That you should have deliberation and caution in your matters. فَلْحَظْ ذَلِكَ فَإِنَّهُ الْمُعِينَ عَلَيْهَا. So take note of that because it will help you in fulfilling these. وَبِاللَّهِ التَّوْفِيقِ. أما المعاملات فعلى المراسل وهي المناهج والمقاصد. As for the muamalat, so we did ibadat, adat, and muamalat, and that's your life. Your life is devotional practices, it's ibadat, it's adat, it's habitual practices, getting up in the morning, cleaning yourself, dressing yourself, walking to wherever you go, driving to work. Those are all your adat. And he's talking about how to get istiqamah in all these. Your ibadat are those things that you draw near to Allah by. Your muamalat are those things that relate to your transactions between other human beings. And he said that the basis for these, they also revolve around three. They have areas of observation which are both means and ends. Manahij wa maqasid. So they have means and ends. الضرب الأول, the first type, واسمها بالتقوى. وقد تقدم بعض ما يتعلق به. The first is being qualified with taqwa, that it becomes the quality that you take on. And we have made mention, it has been aforementioned, what relates to that. وكتب العلماء طافحة بتفاصيله. The books of our scholars are resplendent with the details of this, مع شهرته, because it's well known, وسهولته, and its ease. ولذلك لا يحتاج فيه لشيخ. You don't need a shaykh for this. To be muttaqi is well known, what you have to do and what you have to avoid. You don't need a teacher for this. ولا مؤيد. You don't need somebody that's with you constantly. وإن كان فهو لما ظهر من حكمه كالمؤكد. But if there was help in this, it's what has manifested from its authority, like كالمؤكد, like something that just confirms it. الضرب الثاني, so that's the first one. الضرب الثاني, the second one, تحليتها بالاستقامة بدلا من الإعوجاج, وهو الأخذ بكل فضيلة لا يؤول أمرها إلى نقص أو دفع أصلا أو مدافعة. لأن ما آل إلى النقص كان نقصا بنفسه وإن كان كمالا بصورته، وما دفع أصلا مع كونه تابعا فدفعه أهم من دفع مقابله، وما أدى إلى المدافعة دعا إلى إعوجاج الحقيقة في حاله، وبالتكرار ينطبع في الخيال فتجري عليه النفس في أحوالها. ولذا قلنا إن تتبع الفضائل مذموم والحرص على منافع العامة مشوش وإفراد الجهة مطلوب. So he says here, the second is ornamenting the soul with uprightness. So the first one is taqwa, the second is istiqamah, and this is, in a sense he's going over from a different aspect, but it's the same thing. As opposed to its crookedness, its i'wijaj, its deviation. And what this means is taking every virtuous act that does not lead to deficiency or to the rejection of some principle or to an internal struggle. And this is important. لأن ما آل إلى النقص كان نقصا بنفسه. Because anything that leads to deficiency is a deficiency in and of itself, even if its outward form looks like it is perfection. This is a really important point. So, whatever repels a principle, despite the fact that in fact مع كونه تابعا, that it follows along these lines, to reject it is more important من دفع مقابله than to reject what is its opposite. Because what leads to this opposition will call to deviation in reality. in his state. And by this constant repetition, it becomes firmly rooted in one's khayal, one's perceptions. And so it begins to overcome the self in all of its different states. And for that we say, seeking out all of the virtues is blameworthy. And covetousness on all of the general benefits is distracting. But rather, isolating your direction is important. Alright, let me explain that. What he's saying there is, he's saying you should do every virtuous deed. But what he's saying also is, beware of making this seeking out virtues an obsession that leads to losing sight of what you were doing in the first place. Because all of this is about istiqamah. And if you end up being in this constant battle with the self over all these specific things, you get overwhelmed. لَنْ يَشَدَّ دِينَ أَحَدٌ إِلَّا غَلَبَ. No one will try to do everything in this religion except he's overwhelmed by it. لَنْ يُشَادَّ الدِّينَ أَحَدًا or أَحَدٌ. There's two qira'ah. إِلَّا غَلَبَ. So one has to be careful. So the Prophet ﷺ said, فَقَارِبُوا وَسَدِّدُوا. So do your best. Make your actions straight. وَبَشِّرُوا وَلَا تُنَفِّرُوا. And give good news to people and don't chase them away. Because you get overwhelmed. So that's what he's saying. If you try to follow all of these virtues, it will actually end up becoming blameworthy. Because nobody can do it. الضرب الثالث تحقيقها بالمعرفة والعلم ويأتي ذكره في الموقف الثالث. The third type is the soul's realization of gnosis and knowledge with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this will be made mention of in the third station, inshaAllah. Because that's the last station, تحقيق. تذييل, an appendum to this. قد تتدافع الحقوق والحقائق. Sometimes the rights and realities will be in opposition. كالأخذ برضا الأبوين في طلب الأسباب مع فتور النفس عنها. Like attempting to please the parents in seeking out livelihood and means, despite the fact that the self has no interest in it. So, nothing new under the sun. Right? I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? People think, oh, well, if only my parents weren't like this. No, that's the way parents are. That's the point. So, sometimes you do. Your parents want you to go, you have to become a doctor, but I want to study Sharia. No, you have to become a doctor. They're thinking dunyawi, mustaqbal. You might be thinking ukhrawi, mustaqbal. They're thinking your near future, you're thinking your possibly very near future, possibly slightly less near future. But nonetheless, your near future, because death is closer to you than the strap of your shoe. But anyway, sometimes you get this problem. The huquq of your parents and the haqa'iq. You can have a ta'arud, tadafi'. So, what do you do? وَمُطَارَبَةَ الشَّرْعِ بِطَلَبِ الْعِلْمِ الظَّاهِرِ. Also, because you want inward purification, the fact that the Sharia says you have to learn all these outward rules. There are some people, and this is the danger of getting interested in these sciences early on, is that you lose interest in the outward sciences. It's very common. And that's why Sidi Ahmed Zarruq used to say it's better to study fiqh before you study tasawwuf, which is why it's put at the end. Because this is very interesting. It's all related to the nafs and things like that. Whereas learning wudu, learning ghusl, learning these things are a bit tedious for the self. It doesn't have the same ladha. There's a delight in it. That's a danger in and of itself. So sometimes you get these problems. And then he says, مع تشوش الذهن به مشاركة ووجودا وتذكر. So your mind can become preoccupied with these type of things from your reality when you're involved in this, or part of it, or being reminded of it. فيلزم التمسك بالأصل مع القيام بالحق. Therefore, it is necessary to hold to the principle, the first principle, and also to fulfill the right. You have to be able to do both. So it's a balancing act. إن وسعته القوة. If he has the ability to do that. وإلا دخل في كل بقدره مع مراعاة الأصل. Otherwise, he has to go into each one to the best of his ability while always being vigilant of the first principle. فَيَطْلُبُ مُجْمِلًا فِي الطَّلَبِ كَمَا قَالَ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ. He should seek mujmilan in the best way when he seeks, just as the Messenger of Allah said in a hadith, أَجْمِلُ فِي الطَّلَبِ. Everything that's coming to you is coming to you, so seek it in the best way. Seek it in the best way. وقال الحسن رحمه الله اطلبوا هذا العلم طلبا لا يضر بالعبادة واطلبوا هذه العبادة طلبا لا يضر بالعلم. Imam al-Hasan rahimahullah radiallahu anhu said, seek this knowledge in a way that does not harm your devotional practice. And seek your devotional practice in a way that does not harm this knowledge. So our goal is to get to Allah. But don't make the devotional practice become so preoccupied with it that you don't learn. Because you also have to learn. Although don't learn, because knowledge can be very intoxicating. You can get lost in the grammar, the fa'al, the maf'ul, the na'ib fa'il. I mean, one of the Shabistari wrote a book called Roshan Iraz, which is a famous, the perfume garden, I think they call it. And in there he said, because he was one of these people that was very intoxicated with knowledge of the realities, and he said if the grammarians knew what we were tasting, they would have left their pronouns and adjectives a long, long time ago. والوجه الذي يدفع الضرر بكل منهما يدور على ثلاثة أوجه. The way in which you avoid harm from one or the other revolves around three things. حصر كل من كل دون تقلب ولا تفلت ولا تأويل ولا رجوع للغير. So the first is to be able to encompass all of this that you're doing in all. So everything that you're doing, you're fulfilling all of the things that are necessary to be fulfilled, both your huquq, your haqa'iq, دون تقلب, without falling back, without regression, without interpretations, and without having recourse to other. الثاني حصر النوع المأخوذ فيه دون تشعب ولا تشتيت ولا اضطراب فلا يبتدئ شيئا قبل تمام غيره ولا يدع شيئا قبل فراغ فهمه. This is important too, is that you complete the type that you're taking without diversifying and becoming preoccupied with other things. And this is one of the things traditionally you did with knowledge. Like in Mauritania, one of the beauties of their system of studying is that they still do only one subject at a time. You study one thing so you don't lose sight. You don't get too preoccupied. If you're going to study, you shouldn't have more than a few subjects. But now in all these modern schools, they give them like 20, 17. In some of these madrasas now, they give them 17 subjects in one. It's ridiculous. You can't learn anything. At best, you'll have vague recollections. I remember, I took a class in Balagha. There was something about laf wa nashr and I think khali al-dhihn or something. What did they mean by that? That's what will happen. So he said, don't start anything before you finish something else. Don't start something unless you finish the thing you're already in. And don't leave something until you fully grasped it. George Leonard, who's an interesting man, wrote a book called Mastery, which is actually worth reading. Some books I mentioned aren't. I read them, but in the end, I wouldn't. You can sum up books in 2 or 3 lines, so why read it if you can get somebody who's already read it to tell you what the author had to say? But that book is an interesting book. He says that mastery is basically, he said there's 3 types of people. I think there's 3. So there you go. It's the magic number, 3. He said that you had dabblers, hackers, and masters. That was it. He said dabblers are people, for instance, they go see a film about samurai. And then suddenly they decide they're going to become a samurai. So they go get all these books on samurais, and they even find out there's a dojo in town that teaches Aikido or samurai swords, and they read all these books and this and that. But then a couple of weeks later, they realize that this is really difficult. And then now they saw a movie about downhill racer or something like that. So now they're going to go take up skiing or something like that. This is a person who's always dabbling in his life. He's always a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. He never takes anything on with any seriousness. And these people are pretty much empty people. They might be able to hold a conversation for about 3 minutes on any one subject. And then it fizzles out. And then you have hackers. And hackers are people that will stick with something to where they get to a level of proficiency. Like somebody, for instance, who studies some Arabic. The dabbler, he'll go to the course, he'll get all the books. I've got my Hayward Nahmad, I've got my Ajurumiyya. And then like 3 weeks later, he drops out of the class. And then the books are on the shelf. That's the dabbler. Right, now he's going to, well, I realized I should learn Urdu first and whatever. The hacker, he'll take the course. And he'll get to a point where he can read, kind of. Right, he'll get to a point, he can read his hadith with his hands there, and that's basically, he'll get to a point of proficiency at a certain level, and that's where he stops. That's the second type person. The third type person is what Leonard called a master. And he said, this is not somebody who necessarily has mastered his subject, but he is committed to mastery. So there's always improvement. He's always improving. And these are the people that excel in life. They're the people that will finish their studies. They're the people that will continue to learn throughout their life. And obviously, you can see yourself a little bit in all three categories. I mean, there's some things we're all going to dabble in. There's some things we'll all be hackers in. But there should be some things that we have a commitment to. Right? And that's why traditionally in the Muslim arts, it was all about mastery. You look, anything the Muslims did, Inna Allah yuhibb al-itqan. Allah loves itqan. Inna Allah yuhibb al-abdi idha amila abdan an yutqinahu. Allah loves, should a servant do some type of thing, that he masters it. Allah loves that. That's why calligraphers are so amazing. Calligraphers are some of the most interesting people you'll ever meet. And also martial art. I mean, people generally that have mastered anything are interesting people. Even if they're dunyawi people. If they're mastered, like you meet a classical musician, somebody who's really mastered that skill, you will benefit from them. I guarantee you. You'll get something from a conversation with them. Because those people are really unusual. They're rare people. People that have committed to really mastering something. And the thing about mastery is it crosses. It doesn't matter what you mastered. They all did the same things. That's the beauty of it. It's the same thing. Whether it was for dunya or akhirah, it's the same thing. And the same rules apply. So that's what he's saying. If you're going to do something, do it till you finish it or don't start it. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, whoever learns a martial art and then leaves it has disobeyed Abul Qasim. If you start like a martial art, you shouldn't leave it. It's better stay out of it than to start it. That's why Sahaba, if they took on a practice, they maintained it until they died. If they took on a sunnah, they maintained it until they died. They didn't dabble in it. They weren't dabblers. Sahaba were neither dabblers nor hackers. None of them. They were masters. The third one is حصر الوجه المأخوذ به وهو على ثلاث أنحاء أحدها القراءة على المشايخ. The fourth is how we get this, how we achieve these, what he's talking about. And there's three ways. The first one is studying with shuyukh. The first one was قراءة على المشايخ. وهم كل من جاوز رتبته في أي فن كان على قدره. And your shaykh is anyone who's a little better than you in whatever you're studying. In other words, don't be arrogant. I'm studying with this big great shaykh. I'm not going to study with him. There's people that do that. If he studied Qatr al-Nada and you studied the Ajurumiyya, he can benefit you. Learn from him. And then have respect for him. And it's just arrogance. These people that say, I'm just going to study with the great shaykh. It's just arrogance. And then he said, الثاني الإقراء للمبتدئين. The second way is that you teach beginners. That will also strengthen your mastery of what you're trying to learn. That is one way of mastering something. If you've gotten a degree of proficiency, you start teaching people less than you. If you know tajweed, you can start teaching people tajweed once you've learned it. If you know a degree of tajweed, and there's people that haven't learned Fatiha, a new Muslim, something like that, teach them Fatiha. So, إقراء المبتدئين وذلك كل من قصر عن رتبته, and that's anyone who's less than you in rank. وإن كان ما كان, even if it was what it was. الثالث المذاكرة مع أقرانه, and the third way is to do مذاكرة, which is where you actually review your subjects. Some people are in mudhakara, other people are in ghafla. This deen is Allah's deen, and He gives it to whoever takes it. You know, whoever takes it on, He'll give it to. وَالْفَتْحُ يَأْتِي عَلَى قَدْرِ الْهِمَّةِ. Openings come in accordance with your efforts. So if you have high himmah, Allah will give you what He doesn't give other people. So the mudhakara is with your brothers or your sisters that are at your level, or they might be over you in understanding, or less than you, or like you. You can still do mudhakara. And then he says, وَلَكِنَّهُ يَحْتَاجُ فِي الْكُلِّ إِلَى ثَلَاثَةٍ لَا بُدَّ لَهُ مِنْهَا. But all three of these need three more things, and they're absolutely necessary. أوله الدخول على وجه يلتزمه لنفسه في الإفادة والاستفادة لا يتعداه وإلا تشعبت عليه الأمور ولم يحصل على طائل إلا بعد مدة. The first is to go into something in a way that the nafs follows it, so that not only does he benefit, but he also has benefit, takes benefit. He does not transgress this, in order that the matters don't get so diversified that he doesn't gain any benefit from it, except after a long time. So he's saying you do it in a way that's organized, so you're not all over the place, and it takes you a long time to get to where you're going. الثاني أن يسلم ما ليس من غرضه مما يأتي به شيخه ولا يشغل باله به لا ردا ولا قبولا ولا تفريقا ولا تأصيلا. The second is that he should resign to what ما ليس من غرضه. He should resign himself to what's not necessary from his objective concerning what comes from his teacher. And he should not become preoccupied with it, neither in accepting it or rejecting it. You have to resign yourself that there are some things you might not be that interested in, but if your teacher's going through them, don't let that preoccupy your mind. Oh, he's going on that again. Don't let your mind do that, because he's saying that you'll lose the benefit from that. الثالث أن يعتذر في أحواله وأن يعطي كل رتبة حقها دون تخريط. فإن مفاتيح العلم في ترتيبه. The third is that he becomes balanced in his states. Because some people, sometimes they're really excited, other times they don't have any energy. Sometimes they really want to study, other times they lose it. So he's saying you have to be balanced in that, and then give everything its rank and its right, what it's due to it, without mixing those things. Because the key to knowledge is in its tartib, the order by which it comes. فكل علم لم يسبق له فهم شيء فلا يشغل باله بغير تصور مسائله. So in something that you have never studied before, you don't understand it, don't be preoccupied with anything that other than conceptualizing what it's about, understanding its masail, because you're at the beginning level. وإلا لم ينتفع به. If you're trying to go ahead of yourself in the knowledge, then you won't benefit from that knowledge. وكل علم سبق له التصور نظر في جمع شتاته في التنظير والتوجيه ونحوه. And every knowledge that you've already grasped what it's about, then you start looking how to gather its various, what you need to know from it in research, investigation, and these things. وكل علم أدرك كليات أبوابه نظر في تعليله ودليله. Everything that you have gathered its comprehensive chapters, then you begin to look at how they were formed, at the proofs that they're based on. So if you study fiqh, once you've mastered a basic text of fiqh, like in Maliki fiqh, if you reach Mukhtasar Khalil, you've learned all the kulliyat. Now you can start looking at where the proofs for this are, how this is explained. وَهَذَا يَجْرِي فِي جَمِيعِ الْأَبْوَابِ وَكُلِّ الْفُنُونِ. And this concerns all the chapters of knowledge and all of the arts and sciences. ولكن الالتفات إلى التحقيق في المبادئ مانع من بلوغ طور التناهي. But if you're too much concerned with the details in the beginnings, this will prevent you from reaching a real understanding or a mastery of it in the end. إذ كل باب له من القول ما لا منتهى له. Because every chapter of knowledge has endless possibilities. وقد سئل مالك, Imam Malik was once asked رحمه الله عن طلب العلم فقال حسن ولكن اعرف ما يلزمك من صباحك إلى مسائك فلا تؤثر عليه شيئا. Imam Malik was once asked about seeking knowledge, and he said, it's good, but you should know what you need to know from morning until your evening. And don't prefer anything over that. In other words, be practical. Don't learn all this theoretical stuff and you don't know how to do anything. وهو القول الفصل. And this is really the ultimate statement in this whole chapter. في هذا الباب. وإليه المرجع والمآب. And to it we return as the foundation, the resource, the reference. فأما قوله ليس بأولى مما قمت به فقضية خاصة عينتها الحالة. As for his statement, what you're going to, it does not have greater priority over what you're leaving, which refers to a time when one of his students got up to leave his circle of knowledge to go to the prayer, which was a nafila prayer according to some riwayat, and he said what you're going to is not over what you're leaving. In other words, the knowledge is as important. He said this was a qadiyya khasa, this was a specific time that was determined by its specific circumstance. وَالْعِلْمُ وَظِيفَةُ الْعُمَرِ وَالْآخِرَةُ لَابُدَّ مِنْ عِمَارَتِهَا. Knowledge is the occupation of a lifetime. But the akhirah, we have to cultivate it. So what he's saying is, there's no end to knowledge. Don't forget about devotional practice as well. Because one of the ways we cultivate the akhirah is through devotional practice, through turning our knowledge into practice as well. المرصد الثاني في معاملة الخلق وذلك بثلاثة أمور. The third one, المرصد الثاني, the observational area in concerning how we transact with people, and there are three things in it. أن تعد نفسك فيهم غريبا فلا تطلب منهم حقا ولا ترى لك فيما هم عليه خيارا. That you consider yourself amongst them a stranger, amongst people, and you do not seek from them any right, nor do you see ولا ترى لك فيما هم عليه خيارا, nor do you see in what they're doing as having any preference over what you have. فتتركهم وما دفعوا إليه. Leave them and what they have gone to. وتعمل على ما يخلصك عند مولاك. And occupy yourself with what will save you from your Lord's judgment. محتملا أذاهم. Expect their harm, expect their injuries. معظما ومحترما إياهم. Respect them, magnify them. إلا بحسب ما أمرت أو زجرت. Except with what you were commanded or prohibited from doing. In other words, taqwa. So if you were told not to, like ta'ظيم al-fasiq, things like that, then don't do that. الثاني أن تكبر عليهم أربعا وتحسبهم من جملة الموتى. The second one is to say 4 takbir over humanity and consider them to be dead people. فلا تعتمد عليهم في أحوالك. Never depend on them in your state. ولا تلاحظهم في أعمالك. Nor give them any consideration in your actions. وترى ما يجري منهم ليس صادرا في الحقيقة عنهم. And realize that nothing that comes from them is in reality coming from them. It's from Allah. وإنهم مسخرون ومسلطون. See them as people subjugated by Allah. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who has given them authority. فَتَرْجِعُ لِمَوْلَاهُمْ شُكْرًا حَيْثُ أَحْسَنُوا. And return to your Lord as a way of gratitude when they're nice to you, and taking refuge in them by necessity when they're cruel to you and harsh with you. So if they're good to you, if they show you ihsan, give shukr to Allah. If they don't show you ihsan, just flee to Allah. The third one, أن ترحمهم فيما هم فيه فتصيرهم بما تقدر عليه من منافع الدين والدنيا التي لا يعود عليك منها ضرر عاجل ولا آجل لأن مصلحة الإنسان مقدمة على غيره في الدين والدنيا ولا يقدم مصلحة غيره إلا الأحمق وإنما الإيثار عند المضايقة في الحاجات لا عند مقابلة الضروريات. وهذا الباب يحتاج لعلم واسع من خارج لمن ابتلي بمصاحبة الخرق وفقه غزير من داخل ليقف صاحبه على بساط الحق فاعتصم بالله واحذر خطة الناس غاية جهدك وبالله سبحانه وتعالى التوفيق. And then he says the third is have compassion in what they're in. So connect with them, don't sever them as much as you're able to concerning the benefits of this dunya and the deen, and concerning those things in which no harm will come back to you either sooner or later, because the benefit of a man is preferred over the benefit of someone else. So a man's benefit is first and foremost a human being. في الدين والدنيا, in the deen and the dunya. ولا يقدم مصلحة غيره إلا الأحمق, and nobody will give his maslahah, his benefits, to another except a fool. وإنما الإيثار عند المضايقة في الحاجات. Rather, the deference to others is in needs, not in necessities. So in needs, الحاجات والتحسينيات, prefer other people. But for life, those type of things like that, the person prefers themselves for their akhirah. And in the dunya, it's weighted in the situations. You have to look at the various situations. And this is a chapter that needs a great deal of knowledge from outside for anyone who's been tribulated with the company of people, and also a serious fiqh or understanding inwardly for those who are present in the ground of al-haq, in this bisat al-haq. So cling to Allah, avoid associating with people to the best of your ability, and may Allah give you tawfiq. Tadyeeb, another addendum. لا بد من عيش وعقل وعلم. You have to have livelihood, intellect and knowledge. فالعيش لمعاملة النفس. Your livelihood is in order for your own soul, how you transact with your soul. والعقل لمعاملة الناس. Your intellect is for working with other people. والعلم لمعاملة الحق. And knowledge is in order to have a relationship with Allah. والخلق. والخلق في سجن الطباع. And know that creation is in the prison of nature, of human nature. فلا يمكن إرضاء الكل إلا بتغضيب الكل. You can't please everyone except by making everyone angry. وكل من قلد دينه الرجال زلت به قدمه في مهوات التلف. And everyone who imitates men in their deen, their foot will fall into the pitfalls of destruction. لفساد الزمان, because this is a bad time. وفقد العوان, and a loss of help. كما أنشدنا الشيخ أبو عبد الله السراج, just as Shaykh Abu Abdullah السراج said to us in poetry, may Allah have mercy on him, rahimahullah, فسد الزمان فأين المهرب وفشى الحرام فأي كسب يطلب وتعامت العلماء عن شبهاتها فلمثل ذا فليعجب المتعجب من ذا نشاور في مرمة ديننا أو من لنا في ذا الزمان مؤدب. So he said, this time is a corrupt time. Where, oh where is the escape? Haram has spread everywhere. So what livelihood is sought? The ulama have become blinded by all of the doubtful matters. And the likes of this, even the one who wonders should wonder. And who can I ask for help in rectifying my religion? Or who in this time is a mu'addib, is a shaykh that can rectify our souls. So this is 9th century. قال الفضيل ibn Iyad, one of the Salaf, rahimahullah, this is a bad time. هذا الزمان سوء. It's a bad time. He was living in the 4th century. فاحفظ لسانك وأخفي مكانك وعالج قلبك وخذ ما تعرف ودع ما تنكر. Guard your tongue, hide your place, purify your heart, take what you know and avoid what you reject. What's munkar. Khalas. So this is all relative. Don't think they were related to this man Al-Fudayl, who was one of the great Arifin. If he came now, khalas. We're complaining. Because this is our maqam. So the good people now were the bad people of yesterday. And the bad people of yesterday are the awliya of today. It's all relative. In Fudail's time, the average person would be a wali today. وَعَلَمْ. Now this is one of the best pieces of advice in this whole thing. I hope everybody... If you just get this one little section here, it's worth the whole book. I guarantee you. وَعَلَمْ أَنِّي خَبَرْتَ النَّاسِ جُمْلَةً وَتَفْصِيلًا. He's saying, know this. Know this. I have tested humanity individually and collectively. So I know the group mentality and I know individual mentalities. And I hope this book by now should have proven you that this man really did know human beings. فَلَمْ أَجِدْ إِلَّا رَجُلًا. I only found the following people. رَجُلًا يُرِيدُ أَن يُكَمِّلَ بِكَ دُنْيَاهُ. Somebody who wants to complete his dunya through you. Or رَجُلًا يُرِيدُ أَن يَسْتَعِينَ بِكَ عَلَى هَوَاهُ. Or somebody who just wants to use you to amuse himself. أو ثالثا يستأنس بك فيما هو به من مناه. Or someone who is looking simply for somebody to have some intimate conversation for in what he's interested in. I mean, if it's somebody who's a religious person, he'll come to you and talk to you about religious matters. This is good. But if he's a musician, he wants to talk to you about music, whatever. وَالْكَمَالُ. Perfection. كله في علم بحق وعمل بصدق وحال بحقيقة. And perfection is this: knowledge with truth, action with sincerity, and a state with reality. ولن تصل من كل منها إلا إلى ما قسم لك. And you will not achieve any of this except what's already been apportioned for you. فلا تعجل في الطلب. So don't hasten in your search. ولا تتباطأ في السبب. But don't hesitate, don't delay in using the means. Wallahu waliyuna fima narumuhu min dhalika. And Allah is our wali. He's our caretaker, our benefactor, our protector in what we're seeking from all of this. وَهُوَ حَسْبُنَا وَنِعْمَ الْوَكِيلِ. And He is enough for us and the best of the people of the wakil, those who protect. الثاني التحفظ في امتثال الأمر باستقصاء أعظم المقدور على وفق السنة في الترخص والتشديد. The second is being vigilant in fulfilling the commands of Allah to the utmost of one's ability in accordance with the sunnah, both dispensations and discomforts. So in those things that are dispensations, but also in those things that are difficult, تشديد. لأن كل منهما, because both are from them خارج عن الإضمار, outside of the realm of concealment. They're both from the sunnah and they're not things that are concealed. وقد قال عمر رضي الله عنه في الصلاة. In the Muwatta of Imam Malik, Sayyidina Umar said, من حفظها وحفظ عليها فهو لما سواها أحفظ ومن ضيعها فهو لما سواها أضيع. Whoever is mindful of the prayer and guards his prayer, then he will be mindful of everything else. But whoever is negligent of his prayer, he will be more negligent about everything else. وقال أبو بكر بن العربي لقد رأيت ممن يحافظ عليها آلافا لا يحصيها ولا أعد ممن يحفظها خمسة. I saw thousands upon thousands, innumerable numbers that were vigilant about doing the prayer, but I can only really count about 5 who were mindful in the prayer. وإنه لكذلك. And he says, indeed it is like that. الثالث حفظ الحرمة بالتسليم لأحكامه والرضا بما يأتي من نقصه وإبرامه مع ترك ما يؤدي إلى إسقاطها كذكره تعالى كثيرا لا على وجه التعظيم وإدخال الشبه في وصفه العلي العظيم. وهذه الإشارة كافية بلا مقصود وافية. ولقد نهينا عن أن نجعله تعالى عرضة لأيماننا وألا نسب الذين يدعون من دون الله لعل نقابل بمثل ذلك والله التوفيق. Guarding the hurma of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala by submitting to all of His rulings, being content with what He has come, what He's told us not to do, what He's told us to do, and also leaving everything that will invalidate any of these rulings, like making mention of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also in a way that there is magnification, but it leads to shubha in his description, some doubtful matters in his description. And this is enough of an illusion to what we're speaking about, because we were prohibited to make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala the object of our oaths, and also we were prohibited to curse the gods of other people so that we would not be met with the likes of that. In other words, they wouldn't curse Allah. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وأهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وأهله. جزا الله عنا سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وأهله. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد شرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصل اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم. يقول المصنف سيدي أحمد زروق رحمه الله تعالى ونفعنا الله وإياكم به في الدارين. الخاتمة. This is the conclusion of the second mawqif, which was al-istiqama. He says, اعلم وفقنا الله وإياك لما يصلح ديننا ودنيانا ورزقنا اتباع الحق في متقلبنا ومثوانا أن التوبة مفتاح والتقوى براح والاستقامة إصلاح والعبد لا يخلو من زلة أو تقصير أو فترة فلا تكن منك غفلة عن التوبة ولا إعراض عن الأوبة ولا إهمال للقربة بل كلما وقعت فتوب وارجع وكلما أخطأت فاسمع وأطيع وكلما قصرت أو فترت فلا تنقطع وليكن همك في تخلية ظاهرك عن القبائح ثم في إقامة رسمه بوجود النصائح حتى إذا صار لك الفرار من القبائح ملكة والوقوف على الحدود شبكة توجه لقلبك بالإحضار ولحقيقته بالفكر والإذكار ولا تعجل للنهاية قبل تمكن البداية ولا تقف مع البداية دون تطلع للنهاية فإن من طلب بداية في نهاية فاتته العناية، ومن طلب النهاية في بداية فاتته الهداية. واعلم بأن القواعد والأحكام لا بالحكايات والأوهام، ولا تلتفت، واعمل بالقواعد والأحكام لا بالحكاية والأوهام، ولا تلتفت للحكايات إلا من حيث التقوية على ما تريده، ولا للأخذ بما تقتضي من الصور أو تفيده، والزم في ذلك طريقا ترجع إليه، وأصلا تعول في أحوالك عليه. وأحسنها طريق ابن عطيلا لما فيه من الدلالة على الله، ولا تأخذ من كلام الغير إلا ما يوافق طريقك، مسلما ما وراءه إن أردت تحقيقك. واهجر الهجر جملة واطرح لما لا تستشعر فائدته لأول وهلة، وإياك والتشديد على نفسك قبل أحكامها وترخيص لها في شيء من أحكامها، فإنها تفر من الوسط أبدا وتريد الاستقصاء في الغي والهدى. I'm going to read this through because I translated it and then I'll do it. Just so we do the khatam in the English and Arabic, and then I'll just read the translation. واطلب صديقا تستعين به على أمرك وتفاوضه فيما يعرض من سرك وجهرك، فإذا صحبته فعامله على قدر حاله، وأعطيه من نفسك على قدر نقصه وكماله، لأن الصديق الكامل معدوم، والرفيق الموافق في هذه الأزمنة قل أن يدوم. واحذر الكاف على دينك ودنياك إلا من تحقق فيه وجود النسبة الصحيحة لمولاك، بعلم لا يصحبه هوى ولا رياسة، وعقل سليم من آفات السياسة، ولا تغفل عن مكر الناس وخفيات أحوالهم، واعتبر ذلك من أصولهم وأعمالهم، فالأصيل لا يأتيك غالبا إلا بخير، والدخيل هونك عليه أصره عند هول السير، وراعي في كل بلد ما يغرب على أهله، فلا تغفل عن حكمة الله في الخلق، ولا أحد الجمع في عين الفرق، وقد بينا بعض ذلك في القواعد فانظره في محله. وصاحب الوقت في الموافقة بالرفق والاحتمال، وإياك والغمزة والاسترسال، فإن الاسترسال في المباحات يجذب القلوب إلى خلف، ويصير الرجل الحازم كالولد الخف. واعمل لدنياك كأنك حي أبدا، واعمل لآخرتك كأنك ميت غدا، ولا تهمل ظاهر دنياك، ولا تغفل عن متقلبك ومثواك، واحذر الرياسة جهدك، فإن بليت بها فاعرف قدرك وحدك، وانصح لله نصح من يعلم أنه يطالبه، واستسلم لحكمه استسلام من يعلم أنه لا يغالبه، واجعل لكل شيء اعتادا تنجو من الآفات، ورتب أورادك تجد بركة الأوقات، ولا تتعصب في حق ولا باطل تبقى سليم الصدر، ولا تدعي ما تستحقه فضلا عن غيره تنجو من المكر والغدر، فإن من ادعى فوق رتبته حط لدونها، ومن ادعى عين رتبته نوزع فيها، ومن وقف دون ما يستحقه رفع فوق ما يستحقه. ولا تعطي الجليس من حالك إلا ما يقتضي حاله، فإنك إن تجاوزت حالك لحاله احتقرت، وإن رجعت بحاله إلى حالك هجرت. ولا تطلب أحدا بحق قريبا كان أو بعيدا، لأن البعيد لا حق لك عليه، والقريب أجل من أن توجه العتب إليه. ولا تظن أن في الدنيا من يفهم عنك ما أنت فيه إلا بما هو فيه، وكل أحد إنما يفهم ما يتبعه يقتفي. ولكن إذا تقاربت المقاصد والهمم تعاونت النفوس بمواطئ القدم. ولا تحتقر شيئا من ذكر الناس ومما لا بأس به لما يداخره من البأس، واحفظ سرك وإن أمنت عليه، إذ ليس بآمن من قلبك من تبثه إليه. ولا تدع ذرة من وردك ولا تسمح فيه في حال قصدك وجدك، بل إن فاتك في وقته يستدرك في غيره، وإن لم تقدر على عينه يشغل وقتك ببدره على قدره. ولا تطع نفسك في لحظة، ولا تصدقها فيما تدعي في لفظة. واحذر العزم جهدك في الأمور، فإذا عزمت فبادر قبل أن تدور، وفتش نفسك فيما وجب عليك وطلب، وكل شيء أنت عنه في غن فاتركه وإن كان مما ندب، وذلك مما لا تدعوك الضرورة أو الحاجة المحققة للخوض فيه، وعمل الناس بما تحب أن تعامل به وتستوفي، وذلك كله مجموع في قول الشاعر: إذا شئت أن تحيا ودينك سالم وحظك موفور وعرضك صين لسانك لا تذكر به عورة امرئ فعندك عورات وللناس ألسن وعينك إن أبدت إليك معايبه من الناس قل يا عين للناس أعينه وعاشر بمعروف وجانب من اعتدى وفارق ولكن بالتي هي أحسن ومأخذ ذلك من قول رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم اتق الله حيث كنت وأتبع السيئة الحسنة تمحها وخالق الناس بخلق حسن. وقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم كل ابن آدم خطاء وخير الخطائين توابون. وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام إن روح القدس نفذ في روعي أن نفسا لن تموت حتى تستوفي رزقها وأجلها فاتقوا الله وأجملوا في الطلب. الحديث. والحاصل أن التوبة والتقوى والاستقامة أصول الخيرات في الجملة والحق واضح وتفاصيله جليلة والأمر لله والتوفيق بيده والسلام. That's the end of the mawqif. There's one more mawqif which is short and it won't take very long inshallah to get through it. So I'm just going to read this. This is a nasiha that he finished the istiqamah with. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. No, may Allah give you and us success and rectify our worldly and otherworldly lives and grant us adherence to the way of truth in our journeys and our sojourns. That repentance is a key and taqwa is vast and uprightness is the source of rectification. Furthermore, a servant is never free of either blunders or shortcomings or lassitude. Therefore, never be neglectful of repentance and never turn away from the act of returning to Allah and never neglect acts that bring you closer to Allah. Indeed, every time one of these three occurs, repent and return. Every time that you make a mistake, listen and obey. Any time you display shortcomings or show lack of enthusiasm, don't desist in your efforts. Let your main concern be to remove from your outward state anything displeasing, and then maintain its outward state through continuous counsel. Continue doing this until you find that your fleeing from anything outwardly displeasing is second nature, and that your avoidance of the boundaries of prohibited things is as if a protective net is placed before you. At this point, it is time to turn inward toward your heart's presence and to its reality with both reflection and remembrance. Don't hasten the end result before you have completed the beginning, but likewise, don't begin without looking toward the end result. This is so because the one who seeks the outset at the end loses providential care, and the one who seeks the end at the outset loses providential guidance. This is so because the one who seeks the outset at the end loses providential care, and the one who seeks the end at the outset loses providential guidance. Act in accordance with principles and appropriate legal rulings, and not in accordance with stories and fantasies. Don't even consider stories of how things went with others except as a tonic to strengthen your resolve. Certainly not as a reference based upon their outward forms or what they seem to be revealing. In all of this, depend upon a clear path you can refer to and a foundation that you can depend on in all of your states. The best of these is the path of Ibn Ata'illah radiyallahu anhu, given that in it is a clear direction to Allah. Do not take from others' words unless it is in accordance with your own path, but submit to their implications if you desire realization. Avoid all forms of vain and foul speech to your absolute utmost. Put aside anything that you cannot discern its benefit immediately. Beware of being extremely hard on yourselves before you have obtained a mastery over them. But also be aware of being too lax with the self in anything that concerns sacred rulings. This is so because it is constantly fleeing from both moderation in everything, and it inclines towards extremism in both matters of deviance and guidance. I'm going to repeat that. Avoid all forms of vain and foul speech to your utmost. Put aside anything you cannot discern its benefit immediately. Beware of being extremely hard on yourself before you have obtained a mastery over it. But also beware of being too lax with it in anything that concerns sacred rulings. This is so because it, the self, is constantly fleeing from moderation in everything. And it inclines towards extremism, both in matters of deviance and guidance. Seek out a companion to help you in your affair, and take his counsel concerning matters that occur from both your inward states and your outward affairs. If you do indeed take his companionship, then treat him in a manner commensurate with his state, and give him of yourself based upon his inabilities and abilities, because the perfected friend is no longer to be found. Indeed, in these times, even a suitable companion who is agreeable rarely lasts. And beware of the majority of people in matters that concern your religious and your worldly affairs, unless you have ascertained that he has some sound relationship with his Lord, and based upon a knowledge that is free of caprice or love of leadership, and a sound intellect free of the pitfalls of hidden agendas. Do not be heedless of the machinations of others or their hidden states. Consider these two from both their origin and their actions. A person of character and family distinction rarely affects you other than with good, and a person of low origin's roots usually cause him to disregard you when times get tough. So people from good families that grow up with a sense of honor, those people, their roots are going to show up when times get tough. Whereas people that grew up in environments where honor is not important, the idea of keeping your word, the idea of these type things. I mean, people that make tawbah, there can be a change. But he's talking generally. The general rule, خَيْرُكُمْ فِي الْجَاهِلِيَّةِ خَيْرُكُمْ فِي الْإِسْلَامِ إِذَا فَقَهُوا. The best of you in Jahiliyyah are the best of you in Islam if they come to understand. That there's a reality to good families. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, إِيَاكُمْ وَخَضْرَ الدِّمْ. He said, beware of the green in the coming out of a foul source. And they said, what is that? And he said, إِمْرَأَةٌ حَسْنَى مِنْ مَنْبَتِ سُوءٍ. A beautiful woman from a bad family. So there's a reality to that. And the Prophet ﷺ said, النَّاسُ مَعَادٍ. People are mines. There's gold, there's silver, there's copper, there's lead, and then there's toxic metals. So people are metallic. There's good metals and there's bad metals. And people are created from these. I mean, it's part of their form. Be extremely vigilant of the dominant qualities of a given people in any given land. The idea of stereotypes. That there are realities to lands. For instance, Qurtuba, Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, who was from Seville, he said one of the strange things about Seville was that if an alim died in Seville, they had to take his books to Qurtuba to be sold. And if a musician died in Qurtuba, they had to take his instruments to Seville to be sold. Cities have qualities, and those qualities will tend to affect the people of the city. And there's reality to cities. There's reality. That's why hijrah is part of the deen. To this day, Qurtuba is a more intellectual city. And you can ask any Andalusian, it's well known. Qurtuba is a city that has more interest in scholarship and these type of things than Seville. Seville is a party city. It's a place where people still to this day. And so this is a reality of places, times and places. And that's what he's saying. You should know the place you're living in. You should know the place you're living in because there's a reality to it. People from Liverpool know what Liverpool's about. And they know certain areas. Granby Street. If you're from Liverpool, you know what Granby Street is. It's a place where certain things happen. And that's true of every city. You go to every city, there's certain places. It's rare that those places ever change. I mean, they can change with islah. If a muslih comes, a muslih can do amazing things. He can turn hearts, he can turn people, but it's a difficult thing. In Mauritania they have a proverb, Al-Hilla la tabni al-rajul, wal-rajul ibn al-Hilla. That a town can't make a man, but a man will make a town. And then he said, don't be heedless of the divine wisdom in the creation, and notice gatheredness and separation. Some of this we have already covered in the book Al-Qawa'id, so take a look at it there. Organize your time in a manner appropriate to the time's specific needs, using gentleness and toleration. And be wary of either harshness or laxity, moderation. You go to an extreme, you'll fall onto the other extreme. You burn yourself out, then you lose all your energy. You go at a moderate pace. In long distance running is a very well known principle. The one with the moderate pace wins the race. There's two types. The one that go too slow at the outset and they can never catch up. And the ones that go too fast, they get burnt out. It's the people that learn that moderate pace. They're the one. And also thoroughbreds. The interesting thing about a thoroughbred is that a thoroughbred horse, which is an Arabian horse, a thoroughbred has to be held in by the jockey. Because if a thoroughbred bolts from the gate, it'll literally burst its heart. Because of the nature of a thoroughbred, it doesn't want anybody to be ahead of it. So it'll just run full force. And in a long race, its heart will burst, literally. And so the jockey has to hold it in until that last quarter. And that's when he lets the reins go, and then it bolts. And that's why it's, if you've ever watched a thoroughbred race, that's when it gets exciting. When they let those reins out. Because the jockeys literally have to hold it. And that's the aql, for the nafs. Because you want to be able to maintain it till the last stretch. And that's when khalas. Spiritually, that's what you have to do. That's why a lot of the shuyukh in the last period of their life, they literally go inward. Imam Malik, the last period of life, he didn't even go to the masjid. He was not seen in the masjid in that very last period of his life. And a lot of the shuyukh in that very last stage of their life, they completely go inward. Shaykh Muhammad al-Amin al-Shinqiti, one of the most brilliant scholars of this age. And he was somebody known, unbelievable knowledge, phenomenal. He had a memory that was not to be compared. What he memorized was unbelievable. If you ever hear a dars of his that's been lectured, it's like a book talking. Just unbelievable. He was brilliant. He was an absolute genius. Knew all the dalils, knew usul, knew mantiq, hadith, fiqh, everything. He's a bahar, ocean. In the last period of his life, his son told me, people used to ask him questions and he'd just say, La adri. I don't know. And people know, in Murabt al-Hajj, the same thing. Last few years, people go asking for fatwas and things. He just said, Allahu A'lam. That. Work for this world as if you will live forever, but work for your next life as if tomorrow you die. Now, the meaning of that, people misinterpret that. Because if you think you're going to live forever, you're going to procrastinate. Because you have forever to take care of your dunya. But if you think you're going to die tomorrow, when in terms of your akhirah, that's what you're going to put first. So put your akhirah before your dunya. If you take care of your akhirah, dunya will take care of itself. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the hadith, the Prophet ﷺ told us, من جعل همومه هما واحدا, meaning hum al-akhirah, كفى الله له سائر الهموم. Whoever makes his anxiety one anxiety, meaning the akhirah, Allah will take care of the rest of his anxieties. Thus, do not neglect the externals of your worldly needs. In the meantime, do not be heedless of your end and final resting place. In other words, take care of your dunya, asbab, but don't ever be heedless of where your final resting place is. Be extremely vigilant about avoiding positions of leadership. But should you be tried with such matters, at least know your own limitations. Be absolutely sincere to Allah with the sincerity of one who knows full well who is placing demands upon him. Surrender completely to His decree with the submission of one who knows he can never overcome him. Have a firm foundation for all of your affairs, and you will be safe from their pitfalls. Organize your devotional practices, and you will find your time is extended due to the blessings in it. Never be fanatical. لا تتعصب. Never be fanatical about anything. في حق ولا باطل. Whether it is truth or not. Don't be fanatical about anything. Whether it's haqq or batil. Because in reality, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the knower. Everything that you know is filtered through your intellect, and there's always a possibility that your filter is polluted. That's why Imam Shafi'i said, I believe I'm right, but I could be wrong. And I believe that my opponent is wrong, but he could be right. That's what he means. لا تتعصب. Don't be fanatical and obstinate. There's only one way, and that's it, my way. Never be fanatical about anything, whether it is the truth or not, and your heart will remain in a state of soundness towards others. Never claim anything you are entitled to, not to mention what you're not entitled to, and you will be safe from tricks and treachery. This is so because anyone who claims some rank above his own will fall in humiliation. Whereas those who claim a rank they warrant will have it stripped from them. And this is called ya nisbah. One of the worst things you can do is make claims that you're such and such, you're so and so. The Prophet ﷺ said, لا يزال المرء يتعلم حتى إذا قال لقد علمت فإن قاله فقد جهل أو كما قال. A man will continue to learn until he says, now I know. And when he says that, he's ignorant. So, making claims is a waste of time. The ya there is a high maqam. يقولون هذا عندنا غير جائز ومن أنتم حتى يكون لكم عنده. They say this is غير جائز with us. عندنا. Noon. That's noon. النسبة. تنتسب إلى قوم إلى مذهب شيء. The noon there is like معاشر النحاة. معاشر الفقهاء. Like when they say الكلام عندنا. They mean الكلام عند النحاة. And that na is for the musharaka of, if you put yourself in that position, it's a claim. If you're just a student, then don't make that claim. If you claim something that's not yours, Allah will humiliate you. Those who claim a rank they warrant, it'll be taken away from them. So even if you are that person, it's going to be taken away from you for making the claim. While those who claim a station less than their true rank will be elevated to even higher levels than they actually deserve. Never give your companion anything of your state other than what his own state warrants. This is so because if you go down to his level, then you will be shown contempt. And if you attempt to raise him up to your level, you'll be abandoned. So deal with people at their level. Don't go down to their level if they're lower than you in their behavior and their attitudes. Don't go down to their level. And also, don't expect them to come up to your level, because some people won't be able to. So just deal with people at where they're at. Never demand a right from anyone, whether an intimate or a stranger. The reason for this is a stranger owes you nothing. And someone close to you is too precious to direct your blame at him. I mean, if he's really a qareeb, by forcing his hand, by saying, you have to give me what's my due, you might lose that person. And what's more important, your haqq or maintaining that relationship? That's qaraba. Never assume that anyone in this world can really understand your circumstances other than from the perspective of his own circumstances. This is so because in reality, everyone only sees things in accordance with their frames of reference and their personal path. However, when aims and purposes and aspirations are similar, people tend to work together toward a common goal. So don't expect people to understand what you've been through, all your troubles in your life. They have their own troubles. They can tell you their stories. Only Allah understands you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows what you've been through. Don't bother telling it to other people, because they'll only filter it through their own experiences. They'll either consider you a whiner or a complainer, or say, you want to hear a real sob story? Let me tell you what happened to me. So don't waste your time. But when people have similar aims and purposes, they can work together. Which is why the Muslims can't work together anymore. Because everybody's got their own little hidden agenda. Whereas if you have a same goal, hadaf, it's similar, khalas. But if I'm working for me, you're working for you, he's working for him, khalas. It's all going to be argumentation, disputation, hubb al-riyasa, all these things. Never belittle any talk that involves absent people. لا تحتقروا شيئا من كلام الناس. Never belittle any talk that involves absent people. كيف حال فلان. Don't think that's a little question. Because you might find out and it's ghiba. Never belittle any talk that involves absent people, even if there's no harm in it, due to the probable possibility of harm entering into it. Guard your secrets, even if you feel safe with someone. Because the one you indulge your secret to is not a safer place than your own heart, from whence it emanated. And Imam Shafi'i said, if you tell people your secrets, don't be angry at them when they tell others. Because the same thing that forced it out of your breast, forced it out of theirs. Never leave an atom's weight of your regular devotional practice. He's talking not about fard, he's talking about your awrad, the hizb of Quran that you do, those things. Never be lenient with yourself in either lax times or times of high resolve. Don't be lax on yourself, even when you feel lax. Force yourself. When you have high resolve, khalas, don't say, I can slow down a little bit. Indeed, should you miss some of your practice in a given time, redress it in another time. If you're not able to do your usual practice, at least occupy yourself with something else similar. So if you have something that you read and you haven't memorized it, you missed it, then do 500 prayer on the Prophet ﷺ, something that you can do as a way of ta'weed for that thing. Never obey your ego for even a moment, nor believe any of its claims, no matter what it says. Be vigilant about your resolve in all your affairs to your utmost. In fact, should you resolve to do something, do it immediately before the resolve wanes. Examine your soul constantly in matters that you are obliged to do or are needed to be done. Anything you are in no need of doing, leave it, even if it is something that recommended, because there's always wajibat that you can do. That means not involving yourself in anything other than something absolutely necessary or a real discernible need. Treat others just as you would want to be treated and fulfill what is due. All of this is really epitomized in the words of the poet when he said, if you desire to live such that your religion is safe and your portion is full and your honor is sound, guard your tongue and never mention others' faults, remembering you yourself have faults and others have tongues. Watch your eye. Should it ever reveal to you the faults of others, say to it, "Oh my eye, other people have eyes too." Live treating others well and avoid aggression, and should others aggress, leave them, but in the best way. The source of these words is in fact the traditions of the Prophet ﷺ when he said, be vigilant of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wherever you are, and follow a misdeed with a good deed and it will remove it. And treat others with the most excellent of character. In another, he, peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, said, every child of Adam makes mistakes, and the best of those who make mistakes are those who seek to redress them. Again, the Holy Spirit inspired my heart's core that no soul will die until it fulfills its decreed portion of this world and its appointed time here. So be conscious of Allah and make your requests with dignity. In summation, repentance, awareness of Allah, and uprightness are the foundations of all benefits. The truth is manifest, and its details are weighty and significant. The affair belongs to Allah. Success is in His hands. Salam. So that's the end of the istiqamah. And now we'll do the last section here. Bismillah. الموقف الثالث. موقف التحقيق والعرفان والترقي في مقامات الإحسان ومداره على 3 مقدمات تتبعها 3 أمور مهمات. The third موقف, station, is the station of realization. This is after istiqamah. So it goes takhliya, takhliya, tahliya, tajliya. That's the traditional. The first one is takhliya, the tawbah, getting rid of all the bad stuff. The second is tahliya, becoming ornamented with uprightness. And the final one is tahqiq, is where the gnosis comes. And I shouldn't even be talking about this, but I'm just reading from the book. Khalas. These are all intellectual clarifications, not experiential. So, apologies. موقف التحقيق والعرفان والترقي, and rising in the stations of ihsan, of excellence, ihsan. مداره على ثلاث مقدمات. The axis or the pivot of all of this is upon three prolegimas that are followed by three important matters. المقدمة الأولى, the first introduction, في كمال التخلي ومدارها على ثلاثة أشياء. The first is in perfecting your emptying out. The emptying out of the ego, of the self. الأول تحقيق التقوى بالورع حتى لا يبقى له في العقل ريب ولا في العلم ريبة. Realizing taqwa through scrupulousness until nothing remains in one's intellect of uncertainty nor in one's knowledge of doubt. ولا في العمر تقصير, nor is there any remissness in his actions. وهذا شيء لا يصل إليه إلا بالله. And this is a matter that no one can arrive to it except by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ومفتاحه صدق القصد إلى الله فيه والعمر بما قدر عليه في حاله لأن الله تعالى يعين العبد على قدر نيته ويفتح له على قدر همته. The key to all of this is sincere direction and purpose to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in it. And action based upon what one is capable of doing given his condition. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give help to a servant commensurate with his intention. And He will give him openings commensurate with his aspiration. So the degree of your niyyah is the degree of the help you get from Allah. The degree of your aspiration is the degree of the fath that you get from Allah. The more aspiration you have, the bigger your fath will be from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wallahu al-fattah. Inna fatahna alayka fathan mubina. Allah is al-fattah. Al-Fatihatu is the first chapter of our book, Al-Quran. The opener. It doesn't mean the opening. Al-Fatihatu. The opener. يفتح. ويظهر ذلك بشواهد أحواله في أعماله. And those things manifest with the witnesses of his states and his deeds. فمن تورع عما يقدر عليه حماه مولاه مما لا طاقة له به بالتحرز منه. So whoever distances himself with scrupulousness from that which he is capable of doing through his own struggle, Allah will protect him. His master will protect him from that which he has no ability, no power or strength to protect himself from, by putting him in a protective state from those things. وحكايات هذا الباب ووقائعه وتفاصيله كثيرة غزيرة. And stories concerning this, and also events in the past that have happened, and details about this are extremely resplendent. We have many examples. وعليه مدار كلام القوم في مناحيهم. And upon this is the foundation of much of the speech of the people of this science in their aims and purposes. الثاني, the second one, كمال الاستقامة بتحقيق الاتباع على بساط الورع وترك ما يشك فيه عبادة كان أو عادة ما لم يجب فيأخذ بالأحوط ما قدر عليه مع تبصره فيه لأن من أخذ علم حاله عن أقوال العلماء فتح له على قدرهم. The second is the perfection of his uprightness by realizing perfect adherence upon the ground of scrupulousness and the abandonment of that which gives him doubt in both devotional practices and habitual matters, as long as it's not an obligation. And he always takes the most cautious opinion based on what he's able to do with inner sight, with proof in it, because the one who takes the knowledge of his state from the words of the scholars will have an opening given to him based upon that. And the one who takes his state from the text of the sacred law, his fath will be from that. And the one who joins between the two of them, this is the one who's been given inner sight. And he هو المتبصر. ومن أخذ أحواله عن نصوص الشريعة كان فتحه منها ومن جمع بينهما هو المتبصر فهو أتم نورا وأوفى حالا والله أعلم. He has more perfect light and is in a more complete state. الثالث, the third one, نفي الشواغل والشواغب وذلك بترك الشهوات وهجر المألوفات العاديات من حيث أنها شهوات ومألوفات لا من حيث ذاتها حتى لا يبقى في قلبه داعية لغير الحق والحقيقة في كل بساط بحسبه فهو يضايق نفسه وإن كان موسعا عليها في الظاهر. ومرجع هذا الوجه أنه لا يقدم على شيء إلا بنية صحيحة تجري مجرى الباعث حتى لا يكون له عنده شيء والله أعلم. The third one is to negate preoccupations and disturbances, and that is by abandoning his appetites and by giving up those customary practices and habits from the perspective of there being appetites and habits, not from them in and of themselves. In other words, it's not the appetite or the habit in and of itself. It's the fact that it is an appetite and it is a habit. That's what needs to be worked on, not the thing itself. حتى لا يبقى في قلبه داعية, until there is no enticement to other than the truth and reality in this arena and in accordance with it. So he constrains himself, even if he gives it free rein outwardly. So inwardly he's constraining himself, even if outwardly he gives it some free rein. The foundation of all of this is that he never enter into an affair except with a sound intention that is in accordance with an incentive that is true, until nothing of this remains. There's nothing that's going to preoccupy him, disturb him about this. المقدمة الثانية في بساط التحلي. This is in the ground of tahliya, of now ornamenting. So he did the first, which is tahliya, and then tahalli. ومداره على ثلاثة أمور. This revolves around three matters. إضعاف القوة النفسانية عن دواعي كمالها الحسي والمعنوي. وذلك بالجوع والسهر والصمت والخلوة في اعتدال واعتزال دائم. ولذلك أمر بأن لا يحضر السماع ولا يسمع الأخبار ولا يتكلم مع الأغيار ويدع جميع ما كان مألوف عنده قبل سوى الواجبات لتنجمع حقيقته لما يريد. The first of these three is that he weakens the psychic power, his psychic power of the nafs. He weakens it in the ways in which it prevents his perfection. عن دواعي كمالها, from those things that give it strength. حسي and معنوي, both sensory and meaning. وذلك بالجوع, with hunger, with vigilance, night vigilance, sahar, staying up in the night, samt, practicing silence, والخلوة, in retreat, in a balanced way, في اعتدال واعتزال دائم, with balance, not going to extremes, and also with this continuous state of uzla, of being distant. وَلِذَلِكَ, for this reason he was commanded not to go into these public gatherings of dhikr during this time, nor should he listen to news, nor should he speak about others other than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he should leave all of the things that are habitual for him other than the obligations, in order for his reality to be completely gathered for that which he desires. I mean, we're talking, this is a high maqam. We're finishing the book, but he's talking about very high spiritual states now. الثاني تقوية الدواعي بالتزام الذكر منوعا في المبادئ مفردا في التوسط مجموعا في النهاية. Strengthening the incentives to continuously do dhikr that is varied in the beginning, that it is singular in the middle period, and then it's gathered in the end. In other words, you vary the dhikrs in the beginning so that the nafs doesn't get tired and things like that. Sometimes you do this, sometimes you do that. In the middle portion, it becomes single. And then in the end, khalas, it's all dhikr of Allah. It doesn't matter what they're doing, it's all dhikr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Either awwal tathir, because the first is purification. Wathani is istidhar. And the second is bringing about these stations. Wathalith tanwir. This is again takhliya, tahliya, tajliya. The third station is illumination. وَمَا أَرَدْتَ أَنْ يَلْزَمَكَ فَالْتَزِمْ مَلْزُمِيَّتُهُ وَلِذَا قَدْ يُؤْمَرُ بِهِ الْمُبْتَدِئ وَهُوَ أَوْلَى لِلْاعْتِيَادِ وَاللَّهُ أَعْلَمُ. And what you want to be maintained with you, then do those things that will necessitate that. So if you want to be in a state of dhikr, do those things that are necessary to maintain that state. Keeping good company, avoiding bad company, and doing those things that remind you of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. For that reason, that somebody at the beginning, لذا قد يؤمر به ذكر للمبتدئ وهو أولى للاعتياد. In other words, doing dhikr all the time in order to just become accustomed to it. He's saying that sometimes a student or an aspirant will be given this to do dhikr for that reason, just to become completely accustomed to it. The third, انتهاج الحقيقة وابتكارها بإجادة الفكر على قدر الموقع, is taking on this path of reality by fikr. There's dhikr and then there's fikr, which is the movement of the spiritual center, the basira, through meanings. You're going into ma'ani, based upon the place that you're at. لأن من أجار فكره دون موقع أتعب نفسه بحديث النفس. If you have this fikr, this type of spiritual concentration, in other than its right place, you only exhaust yourself with egoistic talk, the internal chatter of the self. The self will become accustomed to obsessive compulsive thinking, but waswas, which can actually be a cause. ربما كان سبب حجبه للأبد فافهم. It might even cause him to be veiled from these realities permanently. المقدمة الثالثة في موارد التجلي. The final one, في موارد التجلي, relates to these tajalliyat, which are where these divine meanings begin to emerge into the basira, the understanding of this person. وهي ثلاثة عند تقسيم. There are three: the ظهور الفاقة والافتقار, that the absolute manifestation of impoverishment and bereft. إما بانبعاثه حقيقة أو باضطرار, either because this is in reality his state, or one has been taken to this by complete and absolute and utter necessity. وذلك من استشعار النقص والفاقة, and that is through engendering this experience of your own human deficiency and your impoverishment before Allah. لا من حيث الجد والطاعة, not from the perspective of one's enthusiasm and one's obedience. فالعمر إنما يراد لإشغال النفس بالحق لا للإشراف على أسرار الحق. Because, and this is really important, the purpose of action is to occupy the self with the truth. Not that you should be overlooking the secrets of reality, of the truth. In other words, what he's saying, this is really important, that the purpose of all this is that you were created to worship Allah. It's not out going looking for all these secrets and all these things. The purpose of this is that you were created to know your Lord, to worship your Lord. And if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opens up things to you, that is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to do. He does whatever He wants. Even if you don't get those openings, you still have to do this work. And that's the point. That's the point. And there's a famous, it's a story, but I mean the meaning is true, of a man who worshipped Allah for 70 years, and then Allah sent him an angel to tell him that Allah didn't accept any of his worship in all those 70 years, and that he was for the people of the fire. So he was told that, and then the angel said, what will you do? He said, I'll just keep on doing what I'm doing. And he said, why? None of it benefited you, and it's not going to benefit you in the future. He said, because that was what I was created to do. And then the angel was told, tell him that he's been forgiven and he gains my paradise. That's the point. Whether you get what you want or you don't get what you want, it doesn't matter. Do what you were told to do and don't be concerned. The results aren't yours. Whatever Allah wants to do. And I asked Murabt al-Hajj about that. He said, Al-Mukhlis does not worship Allah for any states or stations. And Ibn Abi Jamrah, at the end of that book that you read, he said, do not worship Allah for unveilings, for tajalliyat. He said, concern yourself with learning what He commanded, fiqh, and what He prohibited, fiqh, and then act according with that. Pray in the proper times with presence. He said, if you do that, you will be the Ibrahim ibn Adham of your time. And he was one of the greatest people of the Qawm. That's what this teaching is about. Learn your fiqh, learn your basic aqidah is understood, learn your fiqh, and then act according to it, to the best of your ability. Pray your prayers on time, and this is what it's all about. And he's getting there. He's moving towards there. And then he said, لِأَنَّ مَا عِنْدُهُ لَا يُنَالْ إِلَّا بِالْمِنَّةِ, because what Allah has is a gift. So if He gives it to you, it's not your business. وَإِنْ كَانَ بِسَاطُهُ اتِّبَاعَ السُنَّةِ, even though the grounds for this gift is following the sunnah. That's the grounds. الثاني وجود الإطلاق في عين التقييد والزام الحقيقة بلوازم التوحيد. That understanding the existence of this absoluteness in the essence of its limitation. What he means here, إلزام الحقيقة بلوازم التوحيد. That cling to the haqiqah, but in accordance with the necessities of tawheed. One of the things that the great Abdul Salam ibn Mashish said is, وَانْشُلْنِي مِنْ أَوْحَادِ التَّوْحِيد, protect me from the dangers of tawheed. And this is what he's talking about. What he's talking about here is that we have to believe that Allah is Allah and the servant is the servant. We have to believe the Prophets salawatullahi alayhim wasalam are true. They're human beings who came and they existed and they spoke the truth. What can happen in states of complete engrossment in tawheed is that you lose sight of the asbab. And this can be a temporary experience which can lead to shatha. This is what happened to Aisha radiallahu anha. People misinterpret that hadith in the Sahih. When her innocence was announced by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the Quran, her parents told her, thank the Prophet. And she couldn't. She said, La wallahi la ashkuru illa Allah. That in no way was because she was upset at the Prophet. Hashaha. This is a waliya of God. She's one of the closest human beings to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. She was the beloved of the best of creation. And anybody that thinks that has diminished her stature. But she was in a state of complete witnessing of tawheed. And at that point, even the asbab were not present for her. The Prophet ﷺ was the means by which her innocence was declared, but she could not see the means at that point. She was in a state of absolute istighraq with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so she wasn't capable. But that is not a state that you can maintain. If you maintain that, you go into heresy. Because the Prophets are true. And they are the means. And you have to acknowledge them. And you have to recognize also, we believe in the creation. We don't believe this is an illusion. This is a type of reality. But it's contingent reality. And so we maintain that. Even though we have this understanding of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's absolute unity, that everything in relation to Allah is cancelled out. We understand that. And that is true. But at the same time we understand that we are real. Allah created us with haqq. That we have a hisab. And we're going to be taken into account for our actions. And this is real. What we're doing here is real. This is not illusion. And your life is meaningful. It's real. And you have to really consider yourself. All that's gone into your making. Billions of cells. Every 3 months your entire body is renewed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every 3 months. By their own outward sciences, you're a miracle, you're a walking miracle from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You have consciousness. You have the ability to know the Lord of the worlds. Nothing else in this existence has that ability like the human being has. And this is the unique gift that each one of us has, is that we have this capacity. فَلَا يَتَقَيُّدُ بِذَوَاهِرِ الْفِعْلِ عَنْ بَاطِنِ الصِّفَةِ. So he is not limited by the outward manifestations of action on the inward quality. وَلَا يُبْطِرُ أَحْكَامَ الْفِعْلِ فِيمَا عَرَفَهُ أَوْ عُرِّفَهُ. So he does not in any way invalidate the rules of actions in what he knows or what is either kasbi or wahbi, what he learns through his own efforts or what's given to him from Allah. In no way will you ever invalidate the rules, the sharia of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He's warning, because there's people that get to this point and there's all this waham, and they actually will believe that sharia is, I'm beyond that, I don't need to do that anymore. That was just to get to this state where I'm at now. And Imam Junaid was asked about a man who said that he reached the reality and he no longer had to pray. He said, Na'am, wasal ila jahannam. He's reached something, but he reached to hell. So this is what he's saying. And these are warnings for people that you always have to maintain. Don't let shaitan play with you. بَلْ يَتَطَلَّبَ الْمَعَانِي وَيَلْتَزِمَ الْمَبَانِي. No, that he should seek meanings, but he should always cling to the forms through which those meanings come. Tawheed came through the form of the Messenger of Allah. And so we cling to the form of the Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, even though what we're taking from him is La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah. The meaning, the ma'na is La ilaha illallah, but the mabna is Muhammad Rasulullah. And we need both to maintain our sanity. We need both to maintain our sanity. وَكُلُّ مَا لَا يَعْقِلُهُ فِي بِسَاطِ الْبِدَايَةِ لَا يَقْبَلُهُ فِي حَقَائِقِ النِّهَايَةِ. Anything that he cannot comprehend at the beginning of his path, he should not accept at the end of his path. So the aqidah that you learned at the beginning of your path will be true at the end of your path. There's no secrets. Now I really know. This sharia is true. The outward is true. All that will happen in the end of this path is that you realize these meanings. They're no longer things that intellectual. This is tasting now. This is what he's talking about. It's tasting Tawheed. You learn the Aqidah through the intellect. Now you're tasting what it means. The meaning is the same. Only now it's like you've heard about the honey. You've looked at the honey. Now you've tasted the honey. That's the difference. وَلَا يَصْرِفُهُ قَبْلَ إِرْجَعِهِ لِأَحَدِ وُجُوهٍ مُحْتَمِلَةٍ وَلَا يُثْبِتُهُ دُونَ أَدِلَّتِهِ الْمُوَصِّلَةِ. So he should not remove it before he's taken it back to one of its possible meanings, nor should he confirm it without sound proofs, أَدِلَّةٍ مُوَصِّلَةٍ, that take us to the truth of it. The third, إعطاء كل حقيقة حكمها دون مداخلة في الوجوه وإلا دخل عليه الوهم فيما يتخيره أو يرجوه. Giving every reality its ruling without entering into all the various aspects. وإلا دخل عليه الوهم. Or you go into waham, illusions. فيما يتخيره, in things that you're imagining about it. Or you're hoping. So he's warning about psychological states. The difference between a true spiritual experience and a psychic experience, they often outwardly look very similar. And this is why a lot of Western people, they have these, what they think are transcendental spiritual experiences. It's just waham. I mean, there's a wonderful Buddhist story that fits this meaning beautifully. There was a monastery where all the monks were enlightened. And one day, this great master came to the monastery, and they were all expecting to hear this talk on enlightenment. And he said, there's no such thing as enlightenment. It's just illusion. And so all of them left the audience except for 3 monks. He said, why didn't you leave? He said, here we've been here for all these years thinking we've reached enlightenment, and it was just premature senility. So that's what he's saying there. It's just an illusion. فإن البساط غلط والمحل محل ضيق وقنط. Because this ground is faulty and the place is the place of constriction and loss of hope. إلا لمن أيد وأنس وقليل ما هم. Except for those who were given ta'yid from Allah and they found this intimacy, and how few are they. ولعسر هذا الباب وضيقه احتيج إلى ثلاثة أمور وهي المفهومات المذكورة. And because of the nature, the difficulty of this matter and its constriction, there were three things that were absolutely needed, and these are understandings that have been mentioned before. The first, أولها وجود المربي بسره وسيره. You need a murabbi, somebody that will help you grow on this path, both with his secret and with his own movement. وقد عدم, and they no longer exist. الثاني, see that's what he said. There's no more enlightenment. So people think we were just senile. الثاني مع وجود الأول. The second is with the existence of the first. وبقي كل منهما دون الآخر. And each one of them exists without the other. في هذه الأزمنة. فاحتيج لأخذ كل واحد من جهته. So one has a sir, the other has sayr. That's what he's saying. He said you'll find teachers that still do what he mentioned earlier. You'll find people that do have these things. They have elements. But you're not going to find this completed person. That's all he's saying. And this is 9th century. Some of the scholars have disagreed with Sidi Ahmed Zarruq about this. Ibn Ajiba radiallahu anhu was a great faqih, a great Sufi, he was really a marvel of his age and of every age. There is that disagreement, but this was his view. And this is also the view of Imam al-Hatimi from Andalusia, who actually said that he was the last one that had completed this inward and outward suluk. So, Allah Ta'ala alam. But what he's saying is if you do find somebody that can help you, just take him with his shortcomings. That's all he's saying. Recognize that, you have to lower your eyes for certain things. Recognize that people have idiosyncrasies, that their nafs aren't perfected and you're going to have trouble with them. That's just a given. Because if you go out trying to find this perfect, you're just going to be frustrated. That's his advice. الثاني الآخر معين. If you can't find a murabbi, the second one he's saying is a brother who will help you. بحاله وعمله. Somebody who has a state with Allah and he's working. وإنه لأعدم من معدوم. And he's even harder to find than nothing. He's less than nothing. In other words, his existence is even less existent than non-existence. لأعدم من معدوم. وإن وجد, don't get depressed. وإن وجد فعلى تفكيك. And if you find him, he's crumbled. حسب ما رأيناه. He's saying, this is in accordance with what we've found. بل لم نرى تاما في وجه من الوجوه. We have never seen anyone perfect from every aspect. And this is a man, he saw Imam Sakhawi. His Shaykh was Abu Abbas al-Hadrami. He saw the greatest shuyukh of Fas of his age. He was living in a very rich age. It's all relative. He had big openings. This is one of the greatest people in the history of Islam. So it should be understood that his criteria are extremely high. فَإِنَّ لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ إِذَا أَصَابَتْهُمْ مُصِيبَةٌ قَالُوا إِنَّ لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ. And it's true. ولكن قارب من قارب يعينك على ما أنت به. قارب من قارب. But be near to those who are near. In other words, if you find somebody that has some of these qualities, stick with him, be close to him, and he'll help you in what you're doing. وَيَرْفَعُكَ لِغَيْرِهِ فَانْتَبِهْ. And he will raise you up to other than him. So be aware of this. الثالث, the third one, تفقد الحال بعد الكمال والشفقة من النقص في الحال والعمل بما يقدر عليه عند القصور. Seeking out this state بعد الكمال, after one has this kamal, والشفقة من النقص في الحال, and being worried about losing the state that you gain. والعمل بما يقدر عليه عند القصور, and doing what one is able to do when there's remissness. وَالَّذِي أَرَاهُ لِأَمْثَالِنَا أَنْ يَأْخُذَ خلاص. So that's the third one. Is تفقد الحال, continuing to strive for this state that comes after this completedness, and also being fearful of losing what one has in any case, and acting according to what one is able to, given the shortcomings that exist. So there are shortcomings, do your best. Khalas, this is the end. Now he's come to the last section. This is his advice. This is the end of the book. وَالَّذِي أَرَاهُ لِأَمْثَالِنَا أَنْ يَأْخُذُوا بِتَصْحِيحِ الْمَوْقِفَيْن. My opinion concerning those like us, that's from his humility, that we should be concerned with rectifying the first two mawqif, al-awwalain. In other words, we should be concerned with tawbah and istiqamah. We have to start with tawbah, work towards istiqamah. وَالْإِلْمَامِ بِالْمَقَامِ الثَّالِثِ فِي بَعْضِ الْأَحْيَانِ. And we should have a concern about the third station in some times. In other words, there might be times where your spiritual state is very high, and at that point it might be beneficial. He's saying, but our focus should be on the first two. تعرضا لنفحات رحمة الله وخصوصا في الأيام الفاضلة. And this is in order to expose oneself to the fragrances of the mercy of Allah, especially during virtuous times like Ramadan, Laylat al-Qadr, Yawm al-Jumu'ah, Laylat al-Jumu'ah, Qabla al-Fajr. These are times when this should be the focus. Opening up your soul for the possibility of gifts from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. مثل أواخر شهر رمضان وعشر ذي الحجة, the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah, وما كان في معناها, and things like that. فإن الشارع قد اعتبرها بذلك ونغفر عن العذر واللوم في الجميع. Because our lawgiver gave them great regard, and we should also overlook in all of these matters blame and reproach. وَنَسْتَعِينُ عَلَى أَمْرِ اللَّهِ بِاللَّهِ, and we ask help from Allah, this affair, by Allah. ثُمَّ بِإِفْرَادِ الْهِمَّةِ فِي الْمَقَاصِدِ, and then by singularing out our aspirations in our aims and purposes. وَإِفْرَادِ الْحَقِيقَةِ لِلْمَطَالِبِ, and also by singling out the reality in what is being sought. وَنَجْعَلَ الْآخِرَةَ نُصْبَ أَعْيُنِنَا, and we should place the akhirah at the forefront of our lives. إِنْ عَقَلْنَا, if we have any intellect at all. وَلَا نَسْمَعُ لِمَنْ بَرَقَ وَرَعَدْ, and we shouldn't listen to those who thunder and roar. وَلَا لِمَنْ قَامَ وَقَعَدْ, nor those who jump up and sit down. فَإِنَّ الْقَوْمِ فِي هَذِهِ الْأَزْمِنَةِ نَادُوا الْحَقِيقَةَ بِالْحَرَجِ, because the people of the qawm of this age, they are claiming the haqiqah bil-haraj. نادوا الحقيقة بالحرج. I don't know exactly how I want to translate that. وَالْآخَرُونَ مَشَوْا إِلَى الْحَقِّ بِالْعَرَجِ, and all the others, they were moving towards the truth like cripples. فَلَا عِلْمَ عَنَ الْحَرَامِ يَصُدُّ وَلَا وَرَعَ عَنَ الْإِسْتِرْسَالِ يَرُدُّ. They have no knowledge about the haram that prevents them, nor do they have any scrupulousness about laxities that repel them. وَهَذَا إِمَامَ الْفِقْهِ عبد الرحمن ibn al-Qasim, and here the Imam of jurisprudence, Abd al-Rahman ibn al-Qasim, the Mudawwana is from him. He was the greatest Maliki scholar after Imam Malik. If you make your action the preoccupation of your time, when will you ever achieve realization of your actions? Allahumma innaka. Now this is his khatam. This is a great khatam. Bismillah. Allahumma innaka ta'lamu anni wada'tu hadha al-kitab liyantafi'a bihi fi nafsi. Oh Allah, indeed, surely you know that I only wrote this book in order to benefit it for myself. وَأَنْفَعَ بِهِ إِخْوَانِي وَأَبْنَاءَ جِنْسِي, and to benefit my brothers and those on this path like me. فَانْفَعْنَا بِهِ, so benefit us by it. This is dua mustajab inshallah. This is wali min awliya illah. And this is his dua, this isn't our dua. فانفعنا به قل آمين. نفع من كان له ذلك بتأييدك وأعانه على ذلك وجود تسديدك، فلم يقصر فيما طلب منه ولم يغفل فيما صدر عنه، وجعل منفعته عامة لكل من رآه، وابسط نوره في حقيقة كل من طالعه واقتفاه، وبلغه لقلب وقلوبهم في عافية كاملة شاملة جامعة حالا ومآلا، فإنك ولي ذلك والقادر عليه يا مولاي يا الله، أنت حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، والحمد لله والسلام على عبادي الذين اصطفى. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. كان الفراغ من تعليقة مبيضته على يد مؤلفه الفقير إلى مولاه أحمد بن محمد بن عيسى البرنسي ثم الفاسي، عرف بزروق، أصلحه الله في 24 من شوال سنة 883. عرفنا الله خيره وخير ما بعده ببجاية أمنها الله تعالى، والحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا طيبا مبارك، كمل بحمد الله وتأييده وتوفيقه وتسديده.